Let Slip the Dogs, a Francis Bacon mystery, written by Anna Castle, narrated by Philip Batley. 1. East Molesley, the 22nd of June, 1591. The gentleman would like your best room for a nap. Something airy, facing the river. Francis Bacon frowned at the French secretary, uncertain what was expected. He'd never been inside a brothel before, much less arranged for the use of its services. Not too much wind, Michel Joubert added. The brothel keeper's thick brows furled. Breeze, Francis corrected. Not too breezy, and it must be clean. The woman rolled her eyes. All my rooms are clean, master. I know my gentleman. She eyed the French ambassador, who stood near the front window, watching two men wrestle a basket filled with flopping fish out of a small watercraft. What sort of company does the gentleman prefer? Oh, Francis said. Let's see. Young, one assumes. A nice young woman. On second thought, he whispered to the secretary. Does he want a woman? Joubert smiled, not the least offended. Well, he was French after all. Woman, yes. He held up two fingers. But two. Does not matter the air, but should be plump and... He quirked an eyebrow at Francis. How do you say accommodante, de bonne humeur? Francis, surprised, answered, good-natured. It would never have occurred to him to ask for an easy-going whore, but then he knew nothing of brothels. There must be 50 men at court this week who could have performed this chore more effectively. The board was not the least perplexed. She snapped her fingers at two women lounging at a table, pointed to the ambassador, and then upward. They rose, tugged at their bodices to display more of their pasty bosoms, and sashayed over to Monsieur Chaste, each taking one of his spindly arms. His white moustaches twitched as he grinned at them, his round face reddening with excitement. As he reached the stairs, his secretary stopped him. Monsieur, your tonic. Joubert handed him a small engraved glass bottle filled with brownish liquid. Merci. The ambassador tucked the bottle into his pocket with a wink at the girls and let them lead him up the stairs, taking each step with a lightness surprising in a man of his years. I hope this won't be too much for him. Joubert laughed. That is its function, mon ami. But with or without his tonic, the ambassador believes this exercise is good for the gout. Don't they all? The brothel keeper said. Who's paying? Oh. Francis frowned. Not him, he hoped. I would assume the Queen's household has an account? Some fund somewhere in the Lord Steward's vast account books, labelled Entertainment of Foreign Dignitaries. Patrons from the palace paying coin. She held out a broad palm, her stony expression making it clear she brooked no exceptions to that policy. I will pay, Joubert said, and for our supper as well, if you will permit me to invite you, Mr. Bacon. Will we be here that long? Joubert shrugged. Monsieur Chaste is young for his age, but his age is 77 years. He will take a nap afterward, as any will ordered a bottle of the best wine and an assortment of delicacies, leaving Francis to gaze out the window and reconcile himself to this latest indignity. He had been tasked that morning with escorting the new French ambassador on a tour of Hampton Court Palace. This was a routine service for a courtier, especially one as fluent in French as Francis. The court was at Richmond Palace this month, a mere 8 miles downriver along the twists and turns of the Thames. Not so onerous a journey on a sunny day in late East Molesley on the opposite bank of the river. More than a tavern, this place was a brothel, made famous in Great Harry's time. Francis had heard of it, though he'd never been there himself, and it would never have occurred to him to offer a visit to the new ambassador. The wench brought the wine, and Joubert poured him a large cupful. Francis gave it a tentative sip. It was delicious, light yet fruity. He took a large swallow, and felt the spirit soothe his ruffled self-regard. His gaze slid toward the patient secretary, whose lips formed the very slightest of smiles. The dark eyes twinkled with understanding. The wench brought plates of titbits, cheese, fresh berries, and tiny pies, along with white napkins. This establishment was well maintained, at least. It must enjoy a steady stream of patrons from the upper strata of society, given its location. Francis selected a raspberry and savoured it while looking out the window, fully aware of Joubert's warm attention. The wine, the berries, and the sympathy were some compensation, but he still felt unfairly used. The task of entertaining the French ambassador had been given him by one of his Lord Uncle's secretaries, so he assumed the request had derived from the Queen. But Lord Burleigh wasn't with the court at present, confined to his bed by a worrisome ailment. He'd stayed at home in London, sending daily messages through his son Robert, now Sir Robert Cecil. Francis had to wonder if cousin Robert wasn't fully aware of Monsieur Chaste's predilections. Robert made it his business to know everything about everyone, however mundane or unsavoury, especially the unsavoury, and he would find humour in using this method to keep Francis away from the real business of the court, relegating him to the role of tour guide and translator, a mere assistant. Wait and see. When it came time to conduct real business with the French ambassador, Francis's elegant language skills would no longer be required. They were scarcely needed now. Michel Joubert's English was excellent. "Where did you learn to speak English so well?" Francis asked. "I spent several years in Cambridge." "Did you? When?" "Oh, it must be 10 years ago. Perhaps 15. 15 years ago, I was in Paris, learning French at the court of Henri III. I had just come down from Cambridge." "Impossible." Joubert frowned dramatically. "You cannot be that old." "No, I cannot," Francis laughed. "I was only 12. I went up with my brother Anthony." "Ah, yes, your brother Anthony, a great friend of my party in France." Joubert helped himself to a small pie and took a bite, releasing the aroma of gingery mincemeat. Francis's tummy rumbled. He took a pie himself and nibbled at the crust. "Do you know Anthony?" "Only by reputation. He is a friend to all French Protestants." Joubert leaned closer to speak confidentially. "I am a Huguenot." "That needn't be a secret here, you know," although Lord Burleigh would be glad to know it. The new King of France was a Protestant, and thus potentially a greater friend to England than any of his predecessors. But his kingship was contested by the Catholic League, strongly supported by the King of Spain, England's most implacable enemy. "I didn't realize the ambassador—" Joubert cut him off with an upraised finger. "Monsieur Chaste is a good Catholic, but he is an old friend of my king. He is also a flexible man, a man of wide experience." He rolled his eyes comically toward the stairs. Francis ignored that, not prepared to be amused yet. He wondered how many of the ambassador's staff were leftovers from the old regime. He'd brought 4 clerks to England, Francis thought. 1 or 2 of them must be spies for the Catholic League. It would be useful if he could find out which. Perhaps there would be some value in these expeditions after all. One step at a time. "How did you come to be in his service?" "The usual way. My father served him when he was governor of Dieppe. I came to the embassy from the court of the Admiralty. I am a lawyer, like you, Mr. Bacon, only I practice the civil law of France. I confess I am baffled by your English common law." "We are too, as often as not." That won a genuine smile. This civil lawyer had charm as well as wit. Joubert's eyes sparkled at the small victory. "I hope to learn something of your lore from you during these afternoons. I am told you are one of the foremost experts in that complex subject." "I've been told that too, whenever they want my services. Without compensation, of course." Francis winced at the petulance in his tone, but he couldn't help it. The most prestigious position he'd been able to obtain in the past 2 years was an appointment to a commission of lawyers charged with reviewing all the statutes. They were to make recommendations for revision or deletion of those deemed obsolete. The tedious chore had been presented as a compliment to his abilities, but of course it brought no tangible reward. At least Monsieur Joubert brought him wine, showing him a sympathetic and very handsome face, although he must want something from the exchange. Perhaps he suffered under the illusion that Francis was privy to matters of consequence, being the nephew of the Lord Treasurer and the son of the long-departed Lord Keeper of the Great Seal. He was doomed to be disappointed then. Francis turned toward the window, nibbling on his pie. It was delicious. He took another one, and ate it while watching a wherryman pull up to the wharf and climb out of his boat. He straightened his doublet and set his hat at a jaunty angle, then strode along the wharf with a bounce in his step and a smile on his face, entering a narrow building at the end. In only a few moments, he came back out, glowering furiously. He stamped back to his craft and jumped in, rudely splashing the wharfman as he thrust his oars into the water. "Mon Dieu!" Joubert said. "What do you suppose he was expecting inside that little house? A loving welcome from his sweetheart? Payment of a long-owed debt?" "A knighthood," Francis said, not trying to hide the bitterness. He shot the secretary a wry glance. Joubert laughed out loud. "Ha! So that is what is troubling you, mon ami. I hope I may call you my friend." He poured more wine into both cups. "I have heard about your cousin and his new honour. I made the mistake of referring to him as Mr. Cecil yesterday, and was sharply corrected. He's Sir Robert now, England's newest knight." Francis had been there, of course. The Queen had spent 2 weeks last month at Theobald's, the Cecil's palatial home in Hertfordshire. The visit had been designed to produce the desired result, with lavish entertainments and endless opportunities for Lord Burleigh to regale Her Majesty with his son's virtues. Theobald's lay less than 20 miles from Gorhambury, the Bacon family estate. That nearness underscored the contrast. Robert's father worked tirelessly to advance his son, while fatherless Francis languished. He was honoured for services rendered, whatever that means. "Does he not render services?" Joubert asked. "He never does anything else. He never bothered to pass the bar. He doesn't own much in the way of estates, and he only recently married." Francis selected a piece of cheese, weighing the wisdom of augmenting that observation in the present company. "Robert, forgive me, Sir Robert, follows closely in his father's footsteps, even attending meetings of the Privy Council. At this point, he must see everything of importance that passes across his father's desk, which means everything of importance to English policy." Joubert shrugged, as if that were common knowledge, which it probably was. "Lord Burleigh is a great man, respected throughout Europe. You are his nephew. Your turn will come, will it not?" Francis shook his head. "I turned 30 in January, and have nothing to show for it. No position of consequence from which I might achieve something of lasting value. I write letters. I serve on the most tiresome committees, all without thanks or compensation." Joubert shook his head, clucking his tongue in commiseration. "That is a waste, if you want my opinion. My king knows better than to waste so valuable a counsellor, so gifted a mind, with such exceptional experience. Perhaps you are seeking recognition from the wrong direction." Francis met his eyes and saw an invitation in their brown depths. But was it personal or professional? Both, perhaps. This wouldn't be the first time a foreign ambassador had attempted to recruit an English courtier to serve as an informant. He would never accept the offer, of course, at least not the professional one. But the other? How often do you suppose Monsieur Chaste will wish to visit this establishment, assuming he finds it to his liking? I think we can assume that he likes it very much, since trays of food and drink have gone up, but none have yet come down. Joubert smiled at him, understanding the unspoken change of subject. Once or twice a week, perhaps. If we asked for a private room, we could work while we wait. Joubert's eyes widened, as if the thought were completely novel. We could indeed, mon ami. There are always letters to write. We may be forced to spend many afternoons together, you and me. A private room will make it that much more comfortable. Francis smiled and chose another ripe red berry. Perhaps this duty wouldn't be so tedious after all. 2. Richmond Palace, the 22nd of June, 1591. "There's Sion House, Mr. Clarity," the wherryman called. "Won't be long now." An imposing block of golden stone with a crenellated roofline loomed atop a hill on the right bank of the river. It seemed like a harbinger of great things to come. "Sorry, lads," Tom said. "Guess that was the last song." He opened the leather case at his feet and tucked his lute inside, ignoring the groans of his fellow travellers. They'd beguiled the long trip upriver from London by singing every song they knew. The wherryman had known the most, including a collection of bawdy ballads he claimed to have composed himself. Tom hooked up the front of his doublet. He'd opened it to enjoy the cool of the river on this hot June day, but it wouldn't do to arrive half-dressed at Richmond Palace. He fluffed the pleats in the ruffs at his neck and wrists, smoothed his wind-blown hair with his fingers, and set his hat at the angle that best displayed the new pheasant feather. He had visited Whitehall once, 5 years ago, for about 30 minutes, delivering a message for Mr. Bacon. That was the sum and total of his experience at court. Back then, he had been as green as the grass carpeting the banks of the Thames, awed by everything from the silver draperies to the rush matting. But he'd learned a thing or two since then. He'd taken a few hard knocks and climbed a few painful rungs up the ladder of success. He knew who he was, even if he didn't know yet where he was going. This month would be his best chance to meet important people and be recognized for his qualities. He meant to make the most of every minute, while enjoying a real holiday away from Gray's Inn's dusty law books and London's filthy streets. They'd been rowing southwest. Now the river took another sharp bend, turning them eastward. Another minute flowed by under the powerful strokes of the wherryman. Then he pointed his chin at the south bank. "There she is!" Richmond Palace rose behind a sloping lawn, a compact city of white stone punctuated with slender towers topped with bulb-shaped domes. Each dome was crowned with a weather vane sporting the Queen's arms in gold and azure, glinting bravely in the bright sunshine. It looked like a fairy castle where all Tom's wishes might be granted. All except one, and that could never be. Even so, his heart beat faster. Lady Alice Trumpington, known to a few close friends as Trumpet, was in there somewhere. Service buildings like the stables and kennels stretched out on the west side, and orchards spread to the east. There must be some nook or arbour where they could meet in private. He'd see her soon, speak to her, hear her laugh. Maybe today, if he was lucky. But tomorrow was good enough. Tomorrow was fine. No need to squander a portion of his luck to gain 3/4 of a day. As the wherry pulled up to the long dock, Tom rose to his feet, not waiting for a full stop, and slung his lute case over his shoulder. One of the other men was getting out at Richmond too, a merchant by his clothes. He grinned at Tom's eagerness. "Have you ever stayed with the court on summer progress, Mr. Clarity?" Tom shook his head, eyes still clapped on the scene before him. "First time." The man let Tom help him onto the dock. "Well, good luck to you, but watch your back." Kindly advice, well meant, but Tom didn't need it. He knew how to handle himself. He waited on the dock while the wherryman and his boy, most important noblemen and women. They crossed a bustling court, redolent with the aromas of cooking meat and laundry soap, where persons of all classes strode to and fro. Tom squared his shoulders and added a touch of strut to his stride. His travel clothes were sombre brown, with ivory linings, as befit a man of the law, but he'd had his tailor fix the canyons so he could fasten them a few inches higher on the thigh. In a place like this, a man had to make the most of his assets. His efforts were rewarded by admiring glances from a trio of well-dressed ladies. He appreciated the warm looks. It had been a while since he'd spent time in the company of the fairer sex. He used to be something of a gallant, dressing bravely and haunting any place ladies could be found. The theatre, London's finest taverns, anything for a wink and a tickle. But those days were behind him. Apart from his studies, he'd lost his heart for good. He touched his hat as they walked by, a semblance of balance restored. He followed the porters through another court filled with the unmistakable odour of horses. Stables on 3 sides must house over 100 beasts, doubtless among the finest of their kind. The 4th side of the court appeared to be for people, not horses, judging by the windows downstairs as well as up. He heard barking from that direction, and guessed the kennels ranged on the other side. "Which building will you be lodging in, sir?" the porter asked. "I don't know," Tom said. "You can leave that in the kennel-master's office for now." The man led him through another passage and stopped at a wide oak door, flanked by diamond-paned windows, opened to admit the breeze. Tom heard a familiar, nasal voice droning within. He held up a hand to tell the porter to give him a minute while he readied himself for this meeting. He could see Stephen Delabeer inside. He saw nothing but the same long nose, thin lips, and narrow chin. Heard nothing but the same affected drawl. Tom's lips curled back at the sound, baring his teeth, just for a moment. He shot a glance at the porter, whose expression said he never saw anything, anywhere, at any time. "Just leave it inside, if you will," Tom said. "We'll find someone to shift it later." At the sound of his voice, Stephen's face turned toward the window. "Time to review." Stephen loved formal protocols and was wholly immune to irony. Stephen had somehow been appointed Master of the Privy Buckhounds this summer, and had granted Tom the position of Gentleman of the Privy Buckhounds. Tom had no idea what the post entailed, but he liked dogs, and he longed to spend some time out of doors. He'd figure the rest out as they went along. "Thomas Clarity, here you are!" Stephen let him hold the pose for a second longer than necessary, then rose to embrace him with both arms. They clapped each other on the back, genuinely glad in this moment to be reunited. They had spent their adolescence together, after all, inseparable for 6 whole years. They'd parted on less than friendly terms, and now a major grievance lay between them. But the old offence was long past, and Stephen didn't even know about the new one. There was something special about a childhood friend. You might not like them, or respect them, or even trust them, but that didn't seem to hinder the friendship on a practical level. The old familiarity lived on, regardless. "How long has it been, old friend?" Stephen took a few steps back and looked him up and down. "You look good. Older. Are you taller?" "Thicker, I should think," Tom chuckled, knowing he was in perfect condition. His guardian insisted he practised the arts of a gentleman on a weekly basis: fencing, dancing, boxing, and archery. He stood at just under 6 feet, lean muscle with not an ounce of fat. Besides, His tailor would scold him if he gained an inch anywhere. "It's been 5 years. You look well yourself. Your new position suits you, my lord." He did look well. 1 scant inch shorter than Tom, he was equally trim, and he moved like a man who took regular exercise. But he definitely looked older. 23 years weren't enough to give a man wrinkles, but there was a tension along the clean-shaven jaw that hadn't been there 5 years ago. Stephen accepted the compliment with the same old smug smile, however. He soaked up praise like a hunk of fresh bread in a bowl of gravy. Now he flicked his fingers at a boy cooling his heels in the corner. The boy bowed and scurried out the door. A message, going somewhere, presumably. Then Stephen gestured at the fellow in green. "This is one of my Dorset gentlemen, Arthur Grenville. His family has estates near Charmouth." "I know the place." Tom extended a hand. "How do you know my Lord of Dorchester?" Grenville asked. He had a short beard and reddish-brown hair hanging in ringlets that looked like they'd been curled with a hot iron. A man with nothing to do all morning but let his servant dress him. Stephen answered, "Tom and I go way back. My father owed his father some money, and he settled the debt by bringing Tom to live with us as my companion. We're the same age, almost. We had some adventures, didn't we?" "Indeed we did, my lord." They traded a few favourite memories, most of which involved wenches or horses or stealing something from an orchard. Grenville laughed whenever Stephen did. "You're joining us in mid-progress," he told Tom, flapping a limp hand. "You missed all the fun at Theobald's and Greenwich." "Trinity term just ended," Tom said. "I'm studying the law at Gray's Inn." "Still grinding away at those boring old books," Stephen said, wrinkling his pointed nose. 3 months more than I could take. I never would have guessed you'd stick to it." "Why, it's what my father wanted. I'll pass the bar in 3 more years." Stephen shuddered. "If you must, I suppose. How's your father, anyway? Chasing ships across the Spanish Main?" To Grenville, he added, "Tom's father is a privateer." "Really?" Grenville's mouth pursed as if he'd taken a bite of something not quite edible, but wasn't sure whether it would be impolite to spit it out. A privateer was not a gentleman, however wealthy he might become. Tom had long since grown tired of explaining the winding path he'd taken to become a member of Gray's Inn, that prestigious society of legal gentlemen. "Alas, my father died in an explosion in '88, after the battle with the Spanish Armada." "Oh, I am sorry." Stephen's face fell. "I know how much you loved him." "He's a hero, then," Grenville said, mirroring his master's sombre expression. "Whatever his profession, he died for England and our Queen." "That he did." Tom missed his father every day, but the years had transformed the bitterness of the loss into sweet memories. "You lost your father too, my lord, only a few months ago. That must be hard, though I know you didn't always. His lordship wasn't the easiest." He faltered. He should have worked out a eulogy in advance. The late Lord Dorchester had been the hard, unbending sort of Puritan who loved his creed more than his family. Stephen snorted, never one for the subtleties. "No, he wasn't, was he? But we reached an accord of sorts this past year. Once my marriage was contracted, he was forced to recognise I had become a man, to be treated with a modicum of respect." "More than a modicum, my lord," Grenville murmured, winning a smirk from Stephen. "I'm glad," Tom said. "It was high time he let you take the reins into your hands. But doesn't your mother want you at home to support her in her time of grief?" "Mother is only the Dowager Countess now. She doesn't rule me any more. She'll be moving into the gatehouse as soon as I bring Alice home." "Who's Alice?" Tom asked a second before his wits caught up. He thought of Trumpet nearly every minute of every day, but rarely by her proper name. "Lady Alice Trumpington, my bride-to-be. I thought your guardian, is it, mentioned that you'd met her when she was living in Blackfriars." "Oh, Lady Alice, of course. Sure, little thing." Tom held out a measuring hand about 3 feet off the ground. Taller than that, Stephen said, and very pretty. You must remember our cousin Alan, one of our chums at Gray's that year. They look quite a bit alike, actually. Do they? I hadn't noticed. In point of fact, they were identical in every detail, Alan being Alice in boy's clothing. Then she must be the daughter of that Earl. Tom snapped his fingers. Which one was it? Orford. Stephen's tone cooled and his pointed chin lifted. How did you end up with a guardian, anyway? You must have been about 21 if your father died in 88. That's a longish story, Tom said, scratching his close-cut beard. The short version is that my father's estate included lands that were once part of a monastery, and thus owe customary duties to the Queen. Since I was under 21, barely, they didn't want me for those obsolete duties, so they made me a ward of the Crown. Grenville waved both hands in dismay, fluttering the rich lace on his cuffs. Oh, you poor man! You have my heartfelt sympathies. One of my cousins fell into that trap. It's been 10 years, and he still hasn't fought his way free. What sort of trap? Stephen asked, peeved. He hated it when others knew things he didn't. A regular occurrence. It's very obscure, my lord, Tom assured him. Wards of the court are assigned a guardian to manage their estates. That makes wardships a valuable commodity. Thanks to Mr. Bacon, Lady Russell got her bid in early. She happens to be his aunt. This is not so bad, taking all in all. She's a good manager. True, she takes a lion-sized bite out of my profits, but my mother lives as well as she ever did, and I'm all right. Lady Russell gives me a pitifully small allowance, but she requires a good appearance, so my wardrobe hasn't suffered. He spread his arms wide to show the truth of that assertion. His costume might be drab in colour compared to the other men, but it was their equal in quality. The dark brown gabardine of his doublet and round hose was of the finest cloth, and the ivory linings were pure silk. His ruffs and cuffs were free of lace, but he didn't like such frilly garnishes for everyday wear any more. Stephen pursed his thin lips to survey his costume from head to toe, then issued his ruling. Duller than your old taste, but more fitting for an Inns of Court man. Thank you, my lord. Lady Russell also tests my learning every Sunday at dinner. She's a sharp old bird, and she's making me a better lawyer. Tom shrugged. Things could be worse. I don't see how, Stephen drawled. You would have hated that 5 years ago. I've changed. So have I, Stephen answered, as if he'd been challenged. But shouldn't this sharp old bird return your lands to you, now that you're 23? I could put in a word for you, if you like. Thank you again, my lord, but I'm not sure that would help. Tom didn't want Stephen to do him any favours. They were rivals, even if the enmity was all on his side. It costs hundreds of pounds to sue for your liberty, whether you're an earl or the son of a privateer. My main problem is that Lady Russell has the right of my marriage. She gets to propose matches for me. If I refuse one, I owe her another year of wardship. Grenville laughed. Don't be so finicky, man. Take the richest one and get yourself a pretty mistress on the side. He swept back a lock of hair that kept falling across his eyes. That would drive Tom mad. He'd hack the thing off with his own knife. That's my plan, Stephen said. Once my lady wife falls pregnant, she'll grow too fat for fun and games. She's a bit too maidenish anyway, if you gentlemen take my meaning. He gave them a broad wink. He and Grenville enjoyed a hearty laugh. A stiff smile froze on Tom's lips, while his brain exploded in a white fury. He had to turn full around and pretend to shift his loot case away from the door while his wits cooled. This kept happening to him. It was as though his skull had been mined with tiny charges of gunpowder, and every time the reality of Trumpet's pending marriage to this festering idiot came home to him, one of them blew up. That was saying something. Stephen had held that title himself at Gray's, where there was so much less to gossip about. Speaking of which, Stephen said, how's the Throckmorton campaign coming? Not well, my lord, Grenville answered. "She's even colder than your lady. I'm on the brink of shifting my attentions to Mary Buckley. She's prettier and easier to talk to." Stephen nodded. "She's perfect for you, Arthur. She loves gossip, which is your favourite sport. No secret will be safe," for a knowing look in his brown eyes. "Most eager, and not, I believe, a maiden. But don't worry, you'll have your own Bella Moore to play with soon enough. Just don't go poaching on my turf." He wagged a warning finger at Tom and tilted his head toward Grenville. "Watch out for this one, Arthur. He's quite the round dog, and the ladies adore him." Tom clenched his teeth with a semblance of a grin while he waited for the flare in his brain to subside. It would be a miracle if he got through this month without breaking Stephen's long, lordly nose. Trumpet had planned her role to the last detail, but they'd forgotten about Tom's old reputation as a gallant. If he didn't play the game, Stephen would begin to think there was something wrong with him. He had no desire to flirt with women. His guardian had advised him to spend as much time as possible in the company of important men. He approved that goal, though he had another. But why worry? Trumpet doubtless had a plan to cope with the problem of Tom's old reputation. Trumpet wouldn't be Trumpet if she didn't have a plan. She'd started weaving her web months ago, preparing for this ultimate week. She wouldn't drop a thread now. Tom had never met any person, male or female, old or young, high or low, less willing to sit quietly and accept the cards fortune dealt than Lady Alice Trumpington. "Long live the saucy wenches," Tom said absently, and turned to examine the room. It was a good-sized space with a large desk and a modest hearth trimmed in plain stone. Bad copies of portraits of King Henry and Queen Elizabeth adorned the panelled walls, along with many framed documents decorated with ribbons and seals. Pedigrees of dogs, most likely, given the function of the office. He turned back to the others and clapped his hands together. "When do we meet the famous Privy Buckhounds? Whatever they are. I keep imagining dogs trained to guard the royal jakes." He got a laugh from both men. Stephen answered him with the air of a boy who has learned a lesson to impress his master. "A buckhound is any sort of hound used to track prey, with their noses." He tapped his, in case Tom had forgotten what a nose was. "Ours are chiefly used to track deer. They're privy because they're special to the Queen. They only hunt in royal parks." "Well said, my lord!" Grenville actually applauded, clapping his lace-ruffed hands together like the perfect little sycophant. "I see," said Tom. "Are we responsible for their training?" "Oh, no!" Stephen leaned back aghast. "The kennel master does all that sort of thing. Our most important task is tomorrow, during the Midsummer festivities. I'm to present 2 bloodhounds to the Queen, a gift from King Henry of France. The ambassador brought them." "Bloodhounds, eh?" Tom didn't think he'd ever seen one. "Well, that sounds dangerous." "It's just a name, I think." Stephen strolled to the window and peered out. "Mr. Lacey should be bringing them here any minute." He turned to give Tom another inspection. "We need to discuss your costume. Do you still have those tall boots? You'll be holding the leashes while I perform my speech." A baying bark, echoed by a second voice, sounded through the window. "Here they come." Stephen hastened over to the hearth to lean an elbow against the mantelpiece with his other hand on his hip. He glanced at Grenville, who nodded his approval. Tom recognised both the posing and the nod. Grenville had taken Tom's old job of shoring up Stephen's self-regard, made brittle by a domineering father and a distant mother. He regarded the new Earl with a touch of sympathy. Trumpet would play him like a well-tuned clavichord. Oh well, it would probably be the making of him. Since he was closest to the door, he opened it, to be met by 2 enormous hounds. Their coats were light brown with dark brown saddles, but their faces were comically sad. Deep creases hung beside their long noses, and their long ears draped down on either side, giving them a mournful look that belied their thrashing tails. They bayed at Tom in unison, greeting him in their own language. Tom grinned at the man holding their leashes. "Don't they speak English?" He received only a stony glare in reply. The leash-holder was a small man with dark Spanish colouring and a very haughty expression. A tall man with yellow hair squeezed in behind him to bow towards Stephen. "Only French, I'm afraid, my lord. Mr. Rondeau here is teaching me their commands. It's slow going. I was hoping one of your lordships might be able to help." Tom shook his head. "I have only law French, sorry. Unless they have a tricky case of nouvelle de Cézanne, I won't be of much help. I'll have to learn along with you." He held out a hand. "I'm Thomas Clarity, your new gentleman of the Privy Buckhounds." "Jack Lacey." The kennel master shook his hand. "This dark fellow here is Monsieur Pierre Rondeau. He's the one who brought the hounds from France." "I only speak German," Stephen said, edging away from the big dogs. To Tom he added, "My father sent me on a tour of the continent, but only to boring nearly toppled." Stephen shook his head, his thin lips twisted in disgust. "Dogs and women, same old Tom." "Assis," the Frenchman commanded. Both dogs plopped their hindquarters onto the floor, cutting their eyes toward their master. The tails kept moving, sweeping the rushes back and forth. He rattled off a spate of French with an irritation that needed no interpretation. Grenville listened politely, then translated for the others. "He requests that their training be respected and not undermined by treating them like ladies' poppets. With all due respect to your lordships, he reminds us that these are genuine bloodhounds bred in the monastery of St. Hubert, not mongrels plucked from the street. They are the finest scent hounds in the world, whether your quarry is a stag or a man." Stephen and Tom traded mock frowns, duly impressed. "The French have their ways, and we have ours," Mr. Lacey said, in a conversational tone that masked his disapproval. "I like to see folks make friends with the dogs. It gets them used to people so they won't be upset when the time comes for a big hunt. You're welcome to spend as much time with them as you can spare, Mr. Clarity. But I haven't introduced you properly. This one's Lancelot, and the other's Guinevere. They're a breeding pair." Tom nearly choked at the parallel. That would cast Stephen as King Arthur. He hoped this wasn't an omen. He bent down to pick up a massy paw of each dog in turn, giving it a formal shake and saying, "So pleased to meet you." Monsieur Rondeau produced another stream of testy French. Grenville nodded gravely as he listened, but to the others he only said, "I won't offend you by translating that one." Tom spoke to Mr. Lacey. "Judging by these feet, Lance and Gwen have some growing yet to do." Lacey nodded. "Another 15 or 20 pounds, I judge." "They're going to get bigger?" Stephen asked, a touch of panic in his voice. "Not by tomorrow night, my lord," Tom said, knowing it wouldn't occur to him to take offence. "They'll have baths, I assume, and be fresh as daisies, and wearing some fancy ribbons, don't you think?" "Gold," Stephen answered. "No, red, with a gold stripe. A deep red to match my costume. You can wear that brown Tom if you want, with your tall boots. It looks very huntsman-like." "But remove the feather from your hat," Grenville said. "It draws the eye. My Lord of Dorchester's hat will be fully plumed." "It is a formal event," Stephen explained. They began to discuss the minutiae of his presentation, tracing paths on the desktop with their fingertips. Tom watched as Monsieur Rondeau put the hounds through a series of commands. They stood, sat, lay down, stood again, and turned in a circle, performing quite well for a pair of overgrown pups. He looked forward to working more with you up on that, Tom said, "any time I'm not needed elsewhere." By Trumpet, for example, soaking up the smell, sound, sight, feel, and taste of her. In between those precious moments, he would like nothing better than stretching his legs in legendary Richmond Park, along with Mr. Lacey and these fine dogs. "But will I be responsible for choosing which quarry we pursue on a given day?" Stephen asked, his anxiety clear to everyone in the room. Even the dogs turned worried eyes toward him. "If you wish, the master of the Privy Buckhounds hosts the hunt breakfast. He also presents the Queen with the art of the stag after the kill, which Her Majesty usually has Sir Walter Raleigh perform. Your position is largely ceremonial, my lord." "Thank God." Stephen's shoulders released their tension as he smiled happily. "I'm terrifically good at ceremonies." Tom nodded, biting the inside of his lip. Ritual was Stephen's strong suit, all right. The emptier the better. Just like his wedding ceremony would be next week. 3. "He's trying to make you laugh, Mr. Bacon." The young lady beside him could barely suppress her giggles. "He won't succeed." Francis levelled an implacable gaze at the fool across the table, who resorted to sticking his thumbs in his ears and waggling his fingers, jangling the bells on his cap. "I'm in no mood for his vulgar antics. Let him seek another victim." He flicked his fingers at the man to shoo him off. The jester clapped his hands to his motley breast as if stricken by an arrow, then twirled around, bent double, and wagged his beribboned backside. Then he skipped off across the lawn, rewarded by the trilling laughter of the young people at Francis's table. Francis picked up his cup and drank half of it. At least the wine was good. He estimated another hour of torment before he could safely slip away to the peace of his own bedchamber. The more he drank, the faster the time would pass. His sullen humour had no effect on the ebullient spirits of the ladies on either side of him. Why should it? They were young and beautiful and spending Midsummer Eve with the royal court at Richmond Palace. In fact, they were part of the spectacle, and well they knew it, splendidly arrayed in white silk and silver satin like all the Queen's ladies. Most of them were seated at this table, partnered by young gentlemen in brightly hued costumes. The children's table, as Francis thought of it. He supposed he'd been seated here as some sort of joke, a black crow amidst the swans and parrots. He should have offered the Lord Chamberlain a gift to be seated with the older persons at the table opposite. He hadn't thought of it in time, and didn't have the money anyway. He took another drink of wine, sending his baleful gaze around the festive scene. Long tables had been placed in a wide U upon the grassy sward between the palace and the river. The Queen sat in the centre at the top, with Captain Raleigh on one side and the French ambassador on the other. She liked to have Monsieur Chaste nearby, because his advanced age made her seem young by comparison. Since the new ambassador required his secretary to translate for everyone but the Queen, whose French was perfect, Francis had been deprived of his new friend's company. Courtiers of greater importance sat at the opposite table. His cousin Robert, Sir Robert, sat next to the Queen's closest confidant, Lady Stafford. They laughed, heads bent together as they shared some joke. Privy information only they could appreciate, no doubt, gleaned from privy conversations with Her Majesty, which only they could have. Most of the Privy Council was at that table, though too many were missing. Sir Francis Walsingham had died a year ago. Now both Lord Burleigh and Sir Christopher Hatton were confined to their beds by illness. The Earl of Leicester was 2 years gone. Younger men sat in their seats, like Sir Charles Blount, knighted for courage or comeliness or some other quality Francis lacked. He was listening attentively to Lady Penelope Rich, sister of the Earl of Essex. The Earl was campaigning in the Low Countries this month, or he'd doubtless be sitting in the ambassador's chair, the old favourite on one side, the new one on the other. The admiration of a handsome youth made Her Majesty look younger too. Acrobats and jesters cavorted in the wide space between the tables. Players in boats along the river-bank filled the warm evening air with music. Liveried servants bustled back and forth, delivering plates of food and endless bottles of wine. Supper had gone on for more than 2 hours, with course after course of game from the park, fruits from the gardens, and every sort of fish that could be caught in the Thames. Francis had eaten too much out of sheer boredom. Now he would drink too much while enduring the masque and the presentation of King Henri's hounds. Tom had tracked him down that morning to cajole him into promising he'd watch his debut at court. Besides, it would still be light. If anyone noticed that he left early, he might be criticised for unsociability again. He sighed into his cup. Here he sat, with all his gifts and his willingness to serve, stuck at the table opposite the seats of power, allowed to watch, but not participate. He would grow older every year, while the maidens beside him would always be young and fresh and full of bright prospects. Drums pounded from behind the orchard wall. Flutes joined in as 6 ladies, dressed like fairy princesses in gauzy gowns bedecked with spangles, wove in dancing steps around the tables. They wore masks of coloured silk bedecked with feathers, but Francis guessed the one in front was Lady Alice Trumpington. She was shorter than average, with greater than average spring in her step. Besides, as the daughter of an earl, soon to be the wife of another earl, she outranked the other gentlewomen of the privy chambers. Help thinking what he would have written had he been asked. Devising masks to amuse the Queen often fell to him, being a small thing he could do without obstructing Robert's path towards greatness. A crumb, and even that denied him this summer. He could have stayed at home and endured the summer heat at Gray's, where he could read in peace whenever he liked. "Her wedding's next week," Lady Mary Buckley whispered loudly behind his back, leaning sideways to catch her friend's attention. "I know! My Lord of Dorchester must be fantastically courageous," Lady Anne Courtenay hissed back. At least they had the courtesy not to speak past his front, getting between him and his wine. "Did you hear that she murdered her last husband?" Lady Mary whispered. "That Viscount, what do you call him?" "Sir de Val," Francis said, speaking at a normal level. "Viscount Sir de Val. Lady Alice had nothing whatsoever to do with his death." The young ladies sat up straight and gave him their full attention. "Are you sure, Mr. Bacon?" Lady Anne asked. "Quite sure. His murderer was caught and hanged. Thanks to his efforts, with help from his assistants. Unfortunately, he was obliged to keep his role in solving that crime a secret, receiving no credit for his work. Perhaps one day that would change. Perhaps one day he'd be knighted for his secret services. Sir Anonymous, known for nothing." "I heard she planned the whole thing." Mary sounded unwilling to give up her false rumour. "Nonsense," Francis said. "She's innocent in every sense of the word. The marriage was annulled. Do you think Her Majesty would allow her ladyship the liberty of the privy bedchamber if she suspected otherwise?" "I suppose not," Mary said glumly. They watched the mask for a few minutes in silence. Then Anne leaned in front of Francis, forcing him to lean back. "I thought Mr. Grenville was going to be one of the satyrs." "Isn't he the one capering in circles around Bess Throckmorton?" Mary asked. "Too tall," Anne said. "I think that's Mr. Perivale." "Is it?" Mary sniffed. "Another admirer, do you think? She doesn't have many." Anne sniffed as well. The unpleasant noise was apparently part of their system of communication. "Did you know she's almost 27 years old and hasn't had even one decent offer of marriage?" "I knew that." Mary set an elbow inches away from Francis's hand. "But you know she hasn't a penny to her name." Francis eyed the two maids, usurping his space. Neither was quite out of her teens. Anne bore a faint resemblance to the Queen, sharing the Tudor ginger hair and light brown eyes. Her cheeks still held the fat of childhood, and her squarish chin bespoke a stubborn streak. Mary was fair as summer, but her features were too sharp, and when she wasn't talking, she kept her mouth pursed, as if disliking most of what she saw. Anne was heiress to a considerable fortune. Lord Buckley was nothing like as rich, but Mary would bring a few healthy estates to her husband one day. The ladies were invited to court to adorn the presence chamber with their youthful beauty, but their real goal was to secure a match that would bring advantages to their families. Francis had the sudden, horrible thought that he might have been placed between these two vapid damsels to encourage him to woo one of them. He shook his head, dismissing the absurd idea. Even were he so inclined, which he most assuredly was not, their fathers would never consider him. He possessed a good name, but nothing else, neither lands, titles, nor prospects. And it had also been made abundantly clear to him that he possessed no influence whatsoever. "She's seeing someone," Mary said, speaking across him as if he were a party to their gossip now. "She who? Bess or Alice?" Anne asked. "Either way, it couldn't be that floppy puppy Mr. Grenville." A peal of shrill giggles met that witticism. Francis winced. "Not Alice," Mary said. "She's far too timid, even if she had the wit to play a double part." "Bess comes in late at night," Anne said. "Haven't you seen her? With her clothes just a little bit too loosely laced." Mary laughed. "I suppose you've bumped into her on your way back from a certain new Earl's chambers?" Anne gasped as both faces turned toward Francis, mouths agape. "Please don't tell anyone I said that, Mr. Bacon." "I didn't understand a word of it," he assured her. "I never hear anything of any interest to anyone." He was getting a little tipsy. "Good." "I'll wager that's not true." Mary rested her chin on her hand, regarding him with an expression that was no longer altogether vapid. In truth, he did know the sorts of useless things that would amuse these maidens, such as how the future Lady Dorchester had spent the months from Michaelmas 1586 to Whitsun 1587, for instance, though doubtless this pair would be more appalled that Trumpet had squandered her liberty studying the law than that she lived as a boy to do it, successfully deceiving all the gentlemen of Gray's Inn. "You two young ladies should find something better to talk about than idle gossip." Now he sounded middle-aged even to himself. "Gossip isn't idle," Mary said. "It's how we understand people. Who likes whom, who doesn't. Who will stand with you and who won't, and why. It's important." Francis grunted. There might be a grain of sense in there somewhere. Horns sounded behind him, coming closer. Even Delabere, the 8th Earl of Dorchester, marched in their wake, dressed in red velvet with short round hose, gleaming white stockings, and tall white plumes arching over his red hat. His hip-length cloak, draped artfully from one shoulder, was trimmed in ermine, the perquisite of an earl. Tom walked several feet behind, dressed in plain brown with tall brown boots, as if he'd just returned from a hunt. He held the leashes of 2 giant hounds with sagging jowls and flapping ears. Anne and Mary drew in simultaneous breaths of awed admiration. Which woman admired which man, Francis couldn't guess. Stephen and Tom made their way past the long tables to stand before the Queen. Tom said something, and the hounds sat. Stephen pointed his right toe and bowed. Tom bowed even lower. The Queen clapped her hands, smiling with pleasure, then laughed as Raleigh whispered something in her ear. Stephen embarked on a speech which he must have written himself. It rambled on, betraying no rhetorical skill, but the gist was clear enough. The King of France had sent these prized hounds to augment the Queen's kennels. Michel Joubert said something to the ambassador, who spoke to the Queen, who spoke to Stephen, who turned to Tom, who spoke to the dogs in a language they evidently understood. They stood up again, turned full around, and then sat. Typical of Tom to be fluent in the language of hounds. No doubt he could also speak to dolphins should the need ever arise. Francis realised he had moved past tipsy and was becoming more than a little drunk. Too little. He poured himself another cup, dribbling a bit on the cloth. "Who is that?" Mary asked, gaze riveted on the men with the dogs. "Lord Dorchester," Francis answered. "Haven't you met him? He joined the court a few weeks ago." Mary might have arranged it to force him to learn something about these nitwits, to help her assess their suitability as matches for Tom. Too high for him, one would think, but Lady Russell treated her comely ward as another asset to be developed. The privy hound's position was tailor-made for Tom, not important enough to be contested by greater men, but unequivocally the post of a gentleman. The ambassador rose, bowed to the Queen, and strode around the table to take the leashes from Tom. Sir Walter went to join him. They began to put the hounds through their paces. The animals stood, barked, turned in circles, and sat down again. Tom said something to Stephen, who nodded without turning away from whatever Raleigh and the ambassador were saying to the Queen. Tom bowed in their general direction, then walked down to the table near the river, where the maskers sat merrily devouring a late supper. Francis frowned as Tom slid onto the bench beside the Red Fairy. Those two were impossible to separate. But what did it matter? Lady Alice was still wearing her mask, and she'd be married in a week, putting an end to their ill-starred friendship. Francis poured himself more wine. He saw Michel Joubert looking his way and raised his cup, receiving an answering toast with an inviting smile. Perhaps they could slip away soon, into the library, perhaps, sure to be deserted on a night like this. "Isn't that interesting?" Mary murmured. "What?" Francis startled. "Nonsense, not at all. We met the other—" But she wasn't looking at Joubert. Her face was turned the other way, toward Tom and Trumpet, who leaned against one another, laughing. Trumpet piled things on a plate and shoved it toward Tom while he helped himself to her cup. They were far too familiar with one another. Stephen might not be the most observant man in the world, but even he would understand those touching hands, the feet twining under the table, visible to anyone whose glance happened to wander in that direction. He should go admonish them. He put down his cup, about to rise, then thought better of it. That would only draw attention to their play. They would ignore him anyway. "It isn't fair," Mary said. "We haven't even had a chance to meet him yet." "We'll go and visit the French hounds tomorrow," Anne promised. "And I won't feel the least bit naughty flirting with my Lord of Dorchester any more." She tossed her head and sniffed again. Francis relaxed and took another draught of wine. His companions saw only the sort of light flirtation that was the principal sport at court. It seldom meant anything, and no one here knew about the history between those two miscreants. Servants appeared with torches and splints to begin lighting candles on the tables, and lanterns hung from posts. Some of them twinkled from the walls of the adjacent orchard, leading the eye into the deepening twilight, and creating the sensation of a fairy world surrounding them, just out of sight. Lights bloomed on the musicians' barges, casting golden pools onto the surface of the water. Day had ended. Midsummer night had begun. Francis welcomed the shadows. No one would notice if he wobbled a bit on the bench. He watched Tom and Trumpet with an objective eye. Given her mask, and Tom's newness at court, he doubted anyone would pay them much attention. But it occurred to him that he did possess one morsel of information unknown even to his inquisitive cousin Robert. Francis had the full measure of Lady Alice's complex character. He, alone of all the Queen's men, knew the future Lady Dorchester to be devious, energetic, decisive, and willing to go almost any lengths to achieve her aims. She would have her weak, phlegmatic husband leashed and trained to her command within days of their nuptials. he'd lay odds on it. An explosion boomed over the water, followed by whistling rockets that soared high overhead before bursting into cascades of red and yellow light. The revellers cried out in delight, but the French hounds yelped in dismay. They broke away from the elderly ambassador, knocking Sir Walter into the grass. The Queen laughed out loud as the dogs raced through the crowd, flinging their long legs onto tables, sending plates and cups flying, barking at the shrieking guests, shaking off all who tried to stop them, and creating absolute chaos until they reached the last table, where Tom was planting a kiss on Trumpet's ear. The dogs bayed their relief, clambering up onto the table to reach their favourite, knocking him backward and pouncing on top of him. Trumpet slid off the bench the other way, just before Stephen, Sir Walter, and the ambassador crowded in front of the table, oblivious to the woman beneath it. Quick-witted as ever, she gripped the bottom hoop of her farthingale between her teeth to lift up the frothy layers of her gown, and crawled swiftly past many pairs of feet, emerging several yards away to snatch up someone's cup and lean against the table, laughing and pointing as if she'd been there all along. Francis watched with unbated admiration. He'd never known a more resourceful person. And soon she would have charge of 2 earldoms, her father's and her husband's. What would she do with them? Would she accept his guidance in any small way? She knew that he knew her unusual history and trusted him with that knowledge. Life took peculiar turns. It turned out he did have something of value. If only he could find someone who wanted it. 4. "Good morning, my ladies. Time to rise." Trumpet heard the rattle of curtain rings and peeked out from under her pillow. Pale sunshine streamed through the window, promising a clear day. She yawned, stretched, and sat up. "Is it 6 o'clock already?" "Yes, my lady." Catalina Luna, her maidservant, seemed in good humour this morning. Trumpet noted the twinkle in the gypsy's black eyes. "You looked like you had fun last night." "I did, my lady." "I'm glad someone did." After the debacle with the dogs, Trumpet only managed to speak to Tom long enough to agree to give up for the night. Too many couples sneaking into the gardens anyway. They'd never find a private place. Then, when she'd seen Anne Courtney drooling all over Stephen's ermine, she decided to abandon the field and go to bed. That little wagtail ought to be encouraged. If Stephen had his own illicit love affair, he'd be a lot less interested in how she spent her evenings. "I can't get up. Not yet." Bess Throckmorton, Trumpet's bedmate, groaned. "Everyone go away and let me sleep." "Up you get, Mistress Lazybones," Trumpet said. "Our queen awaits us." "She'll sleep late this morning. She always does after a feast." Bess rolled over, mumbling into her pillow. "I only want 1 more hour." What time had she come in? After midnight, Trumpet thought. She vaguely remembered waking as the bed shifted under Bess's weight and hearing the chapel bell toll at least twice. Lady Stafford will be up whether the Queen is or not, and it looks like a glorious morning. Trumpet hopped out of bed, eager for the day to begin. Tom was here, not a quarter of a mile from this very room. She meant to spend part of this day with him, even if she had to put up with Stephen to do it. She skipped to the hearth, where the bricks could warm her bare feet. She accepted a warm linen towel from Catalina and began rubbing her skin briskly from the chin down. Glancing at Bess, whose breath had regained the rhythms of sleep, she said, "Wake up, Bess! You know we can't be late again." Bess groaned, but managed to struggle up to a seated position. "Heartless wretch! How can you be so cheerful at this unnatural hour?" Trumpet regarded her dishevelled appearance. Bess looked about as horrible as a beautiful woman in her prime could look. "You'll want rosewater for those dark bags under your eyes." Bess threw a pillow at her, missing her and the fire by a yard. Trumpet laughed. She held up her arms so Catalina could slide her chemise over her head and sat on a stool to pull on her stockings. "I know why you're so merry," Bess said. "I saw you with that handsome kennel man at the end of the feast." Trumpet paused in the middle of tying her garter. "He's a gentleman, and no, you didn't. Not any more than I noticed what time you came in last night." She caught Bess's gaze and held it. "Or should I say, this morning?" Bess pursed her lips, then nodded once, accepting the compact without further comment. She threw back the bedclothes and let her servant slide short woolly socks onto her feet before padding to the washstand to splash cool water on her bleary face. It was a man, then. If she'd been out playing cards with Lady Rich's friends, she'd have said so. Trumpet sincerely hoped he wasn't married. That could only lead to trouble, and she'd grown to like Bess over the past few months. The woman had actually read more than one book in her life, including several having nothing to do with religion. She took an almost masculine interest in political affairs, teaching Trumpet to pay more attention to the talk in the presence chamber. Most of the Queen's ladies were only interested in matchmaking. There was plenty of speculation behind Bess's back about her continued lack of husband. Could a married lover be the reason she hadn't wed? That was a bad strategy, sure to end in sorrow. She should take Trumpet's lead and marry a simpleton, securing her status and her income. Then she could do whatever she liked, as long as she was discreet. If only women could be more candid about these things. Bess could benefit from Trumpet's far-sighted planning, while Trumpet would love to get some tips on keeping an affaire d'amour secret in this beehive of a palace. They performed the stiff, slow dance of being dressed for court by their maidservants, arms up for petticoats, farthingales, and skirts coming down over their heads, turning slowly at each pass for laces to be tied. Then each arm raised to shoulder height for sleeves and shoulder rolls. Last came ruffs, necklaces, and finally slippers. Trumpet was ready long before Bess. She leaned out the window, watching the servants cross the great court with buckets and baskets, wishing she could see the kennels from here. Tom was undoubtedly still asleep, snoring away. He had his own room above the dog's runs, he'd said. Tiny, but all his. Thank God for that lucky stroke. She could never smuggle him up here. She and Bess shared a room on the upper floor of the gentlewoman's house. There was always someone coming in or going out, as far as she could tell. Impossible to predict who would go where when. She and Bess swung on their cloaks. It would be hot by mid-afternoon, but it was still chilly at this hour. The Queen liked to walk in the garden before breakfast, as often as not, and sometimes she wanted company. They went outside, crossed through to the middle court, and jogged up the stairs to the first floor of the privy lodgings. They passed through the series of increasing private rooms, outer chamber, presence chamber, privy closet, and withdrawing room, to reach the inner sanctum, the Queen's privy bedchamber. "Good morning, Mr. Peveril, Mr. Falsham," Trumpet greeted the gentleman ushers guarding the door. His shields under the windows, examining stockings for holes. Trumpet went to a cupboard and took out a stack of rubbing cloths, hanging them on the rack near the fire. This was her usual morning task. Bess picked up an embroidered chemise and shook it out with a small flap that rang out in the silent chamber. Lady Stafford made a shooing gesture at them, so all four ladies crept out again. They stood in the withdrawing room under the bland gaze of the ushers. "What shall we do?" Trumpet asked. "Shall we wait in the garden? It's a lovely morning." "We can pick some fruit for Her Majesty's breakfast," Mary Buckley said. "She likes raspberries. There might even be some ripe cherries near the wall." "Let's go," Trumpet said. "She doesn't need all of us standing around tapping our toes when she's been up late enjoying herself." No one else wanted to come. She and Mary passed back through the series of rooms to a small staircase at the end of the building. This led them down to Her Majesty's private door into the orchard. Once outside, they stopped, inhaling the fresh morning air laden with the smell of flowers and wet grass. "Which way?" Mary asked. "Raspberries or cherries? Her Majesty likes cherries best, but it's early yet." "Let's try along the wall." Trumpet pointed to her left, where the morning sun glowed against the weathered red bricks. They set off through the grass that grew between the trees, soaking their hems in the thick dew. Trumpet would have to change gowns before dinner, so this one could be hung up to dry. Luckily, she'd had the forethought to wrangle a clothing allowance from Stephen in preparation for their nuptials. It hadn't been hard. The one thing he valued most was a gallant display. She'd bought 3 complete outfits, far richer than she would wear on an ordinary day in London, but here kept them all in constant use. Catalina and Bess's servant, Maud Digby, put in long days just tending to their mistress's wardrobes. Trumpet sometimes thought the whole ritual of life at court must be a conspiracy perpetrated by the worshipful society of mercers to ensure that vast quantities of their finest cloth would be consumed each year. She saved that thought for Tom. He'd find it amusing. They walked slowly, eyes turned up, searching for red fruit gleaming among the green leaves over their heads. Trumpet spotted many bunches of yellow cherries edging into pink, but no ripe ones yet. Maybe they've trained some against... Mary screamed, stopping stock still a few yards ahead. "What is it?" Trumpet rushed to her side, then stopped abruptly, tilting forward on her toes before rocking back hard onto her heels. "Oh, my merciful God in heaven," she murmured, as she stared down at the man sprawled in the grass at their feet. "Who is it?" Mary swallowed audibly, then answered in a small voice, "I think it's Mr. Grenville." Trumpet nodded, patting herself on the chest and taking in a few short breaths. Recovering somewhat, she bent forward and pushed aside the velvet cap covering half the man's face. "You're right. It's Arthur Grenville." She drew her knife from the sheath at her back and held it under his nose. Nothing. She sheathed it again and tried the pulse at his wrist. His arm wouldn't even budge. "He's quite cold, and already stiff. And look, he's been injured on the head there. It's more brown than pink now, but you can see where it bled down into his hair." Mary made a mewling noise that rose into a keen, growing louder and louder as she rocked from one foot to the other. Trumpet ignored her and walked around to the other side of the body. A long grey ladder lay in the grass a few feet from the corpse. The branch directly overhead was loaded with cherries, some of them possibly ripe enough to pick. Grenville must have been trying to reach them when he fell and hit his head on the wall. She bit her bottom lip as she studied the wall, the ladder, the grass, and the tree. Something didn't make sense. If he'd hit his head on the wall, wouldn't his head be closer to the wall than his feet? But he lay stretched out the other way around, with his feet near the wall and his head by the trunk of the tree. The ladder lay alongside him, but if it had been leaning against the wall, wouldn't it fall to one side or the other as his feet pushed it aside? Too many puzzling elements. And that hellish caterwauling gardener. "You there!" She waved at him, closing the distance before he could turn full around. "There's been an accident. I want you to run down to the kennels and find a Mr. Thomas Clarity. Do you know who he is?" "No, my lady." "Tall, fair hair, friendly. He's sleeping somewhere above the dog runs. He's the gentleman of the Privy Buckhounds." "Them new dogs from France?" "That's right. Find him and tell him to meet Lady Alice at once by the west wall in the orchard. Don't speak to anyone else. There's a penny in it if you get him here before everyone else arrives." "Who's arriving?" "Never you mind. Just run like the wind and bring me Thomas Clarity." Mr. Bacon would have to wait. She couldn't leave the evidence unguarded. She jogged back to wait by Mr. Grenville's side. Poor man. He'd probably wanted to impress one of his paramours with the first ripe cherries. She hadn't known him well, though he'd attached himself to Stephen recently. She'd managed to convince her husband-to-be that their wedding night would be better if they saw as little as possible of one another beforehand. She paced back and forth along the wall, contemplating the bricks. How could a man crack his head against a wall all by himself in an orchard? She didn't think he could, especially not one as fit as the average member of Queen Elizabeth's court. She walked in a circle around the body, searching for a loose brick, but didn't find one. Could it have been removed from the wall and put back? Holes behind loose bricks were a favourite hiding place for messages. She knew that from personal experience. She began to study the wall more closely, reaching out now and then to press or tug on a likely brick. Then she saw movement at the bottom of the orchard and turned to watch Tom jogging toward her. He wore the same outfit as yesterday, but with a soft cap and a leather jerkin. The gardener kept pace with him all the way along. He noted Trumpet's solitary state and said, "He's first, my lady, like you said." He held out his hand. "Do you have a penny?" Trumpet asked Tom. He rolled his eyes and obliged, waiting until the man was out of earshot. "I thought we agreed not to send messages through anyone but Catalina. This is an emergency." She led him back to the cherry tree and pointed. "The late and probably murdered Arthur Grenville." Tom flinched back a step. "God, shaggy buttocks, Trumpet! You could give a man a bit of warning." "Sorry, but we don't have much time. Sir Walter will be here any minute." It was still well shy of 8 o'clock, but Raleigh reputedly only slept 4 hours a night. Whether true or not, he was always the first man, apart from the ushers, to greet the Queen when she emerged in the morning. He was probably standing outside the privy bedchamber already. Tom scratched his beard, frowning down at the corpse. "Who killed him?" "How would I know? He's been dead for hours. He's cold as a fish. He's probably been lying here all night." "Oh, no. Why here? Why now?" Tom sounded aggrieved. "Haven't we enough to worry about this summer?" Tom, where's your sense of justice? This poor young man has died before his time. We have an obligation to find out what happened." She stepped close enough to look straight up into those beloved blue eyes, almost forgetting the point she meant to make. "Besides, if we can be tasked with the investigation, we'll have an excuse to spend more time together." Tom shook his head, not smiling as she'd expected. "It won't work that way, Trumpet. First, no one knows you've helped me and Mr. Bacon with our commissions, even if they know about the commissions, which hardly anyone does. Second, who would hire us? There's nothing secret or delicate about Arthur Grenville, unless I've completely lost my ability to judge a man. It's the coroner's job, not to mention Sir Walter Raleigh." Trumpet clucked her tongue. "We'll see what they have to say. Here they come." A group emerged from the private door, led by the imposing figure of the Queen's Captain of the Guards. The other man must be the coroner, Mr. Danby. Mary followed them out. Sir Walter had probably asked her to come along and recreate the act of finding the body. Sir Walter wore black and white, the Queen's colours, with a large white pearl hanging from one ear. An inch taller even than Tom, he moved through the world with an air of unshakable confidence that set other courtiers' teeth on edge and drew the ladies like bees to blossoms. Dark hair, brown eyes, sparkled with intelligence, a perfectly trimmed beard, long, shapely legs. Phew. He wrote poetry, good poetry, and could speak on any topic with authority. He rode, fenced, hunted, and sailed ships across the briny sea to bring home chests of Spanish gold. Rumour had it he spent 4 hours a day reading and never lacked for the intellectual conversation Her Majesty relished above all entertainments. He was far and away the favourite topic of gossip among the Queen's gentlewomen, most of whom suffered some degree of infatuation with him. Trumpet was protected from his allure by her all-encompassing love for Tom, but even she felt a tug whenever Sir Walter entered the room. She'd gotten used to it after a year at court, though sometimes it wasn't easy to resist. Tom had only seen Sir Walter once in his life. He admired him just short of worship, like most West Country men. Now he straightened his back and set one fist on his hip in the absurd pose he adopted whenever he wanted to look impressive. "Sir Walter," Trumpet said, "thank you for coming so quickly." You did right in sending for me, Lady Alice. I thought it best to bring Mr. Danby at once, to avoid delay in moving the body to a more suitable location. He gestured toward the other man, a spindly older fellow in pink camlet that made him look bilious. Raleigh looked Tom up and down. "You're the gentleman of the Privy Buckhounds from last night. What are you doing here?" Tom licked his lips, glancing at Trumpet, and said, "I don't know." Trumpet repressed a growl. "I sent for my husband-to-be, naturally, but the messenger found his retainer, Mr. Clarity, instead. I was afraid to stand here all alone." She moved a few steps to stand beside Tom, not too close, but near enough to underscore her desire for protection. Tom glared into the middle distance, as if watching for approaching hazards. Raleigh raised a sceptical eyebrow, but accepted the excuse. He knew nothing about their friendship or Francis Bacon's confidential commissions. How could he? Trumpet played the simpleton at court, finding it safer to be underestimated. Let everyone assume her to be the usual light-brained twit, like Mary and Anne. But a ray of intelligence leaked out now and then. Her Majesty's keen-eyed favourite, in constant attendance in the presence chamber, must have caught a glimmer or two. "Clarity," he mused, stroking his chin. "Now I know why you look so familiar. You're Captain Valentine's son, aren't you? From West Lulworth?" "Yes, sir," Tom beamed, always proud to have his father remembered. "A great loss," Raleigh said. He cast a glance at the yellow pearl dangling from Tom's left ear, the rival of his own, and turned at last toward the body in the grass. "What happened here? Lady Mary, pray tell us how you happened to find him." Mary recounted the short tale of their impulse to supply Her Majesty with fresh fruit to break her night's fast. Trumpet nodded when asked for confirmation. "We nearly stepped on him." She put a note of terror in her voice and took a few steps back, forcing Tom to move with her to maintain his position as her guard. She wanted to be able to speak to him without being overheard. Raleigh and the coroner knelt beside the body. Danby laid 2 fingers along the neck, feeling for the long-surrendered pulse. He shook his head. "Quite cold. He's been dead for some time." Raleigh reached for one of the hands and attempted to raise it. It didn't budge. "He's stiff, too. What do you think, Mr. Danby? At least 6 hours?" "At least." Raleigh put both hands under Grenville's torso and rolled him up a couple of inches. "The grass is dry beneath him, but his doublet's soaked with dew. It's nearly 7:30 now. 6 hours or more. Shall we say midnight?" "At the latest," Danby said. "He could have been lying here much longer." Raleigh nodded. "The sun set about 9:30 last night. The old court was gathered on the lawn for the Midsummer entertainments, as well as—" "Why is the ladder lying parallel to the man?" she added. "It's too neat," he whispered. "You're right. This is all wrong." The Queen's men looked up into the tree, noticing the ripening cherries out of reach on the upper branches, gleaming like jewels in the morning sun. Then they looked at the wall, 6 feet away and 12 feet high enough to reach some of the reddest fruits. They turned toward one another and nodded. "I think it's clear enough what happened here," Raleigh said, putting both hands on his hips to render his judgment. "Mr. Grenville came out to the orchard yesterday evening to pick cherries." He granted a sad smile at Mary. No doubt he wished to surprise one of his lady friends with a treat. He found a ladder, set it against the wall, and climbed up it, probably right to the top. He overreached, lost his balance, and fell, striking his head on the wall as he came down. Trumpet dug an elbow into Tom's side. "I see it," he whispered. "It's impossible." "Tragic accident. Sadly, not an uncommon occurrence on a summer progress." Trumpet nodded while he spoke, but simmered inside at his hasty summation. "That man was murdered," she whispered to Tom. "Mm-hmm. We have to tell Mr. Bacon." 5. The knocking started again. Francis couldn't tell if it was coming from inside his head or out. He wrapped his pillow tightly around his ears. "Make it stop, Pinnock," he grumbled. The straw trundle bed on the far side of the bed squeaked as Simon Pinnock, his young servant, rousted himself to relieve his master's torment. The door latch clicked and hinges creaked. Tom's voice sounded far too loud. "Still asleep? It's 8:30. "He was up late," Pinnock whispered, "and he came home." Some wordless description of Francis's condition last night passed between them. He'd been cup-shot, not to put too fine a point on it. He'd polished off nearly 2 bottles of wine during that never-ending Midsummer Eve celebration. This morning the bill came due in the form of a queasy stomach and a throbbing head. It wasn't fair. Left to his own devices, he'd have spent the evening reading in bed and would have fallen asleep in a state of innocent sobriety. At least he'd gotten to share that second bottle with Michel Joubert. "It's an emergency, Mr. Bacon," Tom said, pitching his voice into the room. "A man's been killed." Why did everyone bring their beastly corpses to Francis? It was certain to have nothing whatsoever to do with him, but Tom wouldn't go away without hearing it from him. Francis groaned and rolled over, still clutching his pillow. "Let him in." Tom bounced into the tiny chamber, smelling faintly of dogs, an unwelcome aroma. "Here, let me help you." He moved forward with outstretched hands, as if to grasp his prostrate master under the arms and hoist him up. "I can manage." It was a struggle, but Francis achieved a more dignified position. "Is there ale?" Pinnock handed him a cup, and he slurped it thirstily. His mouth felt as if it had been swabbed out with a dirty wad of wool. "Go and see if you can find something cooler. And some bread, very white, with only a touch of butter." "Meat?" Pinnock asked. "Mercy, no." Francis nearly slid back under the covers at the thought. He'd eaten too much last night, too. He sipped some more ale, then sighed heavily. "Who died?" Tom pulled the curtains all the way back, flooding Francis's eyes with bright sunlight. "Arthur Grenville, a courtier. You've probably seen him. I met him hanging about with Stephen yesterday." "Did his lordship kill him?" "What? Of course not." Tom shook his head. "We don't know who killed him." "We?" Francis asked, knowing the answer. "Me and Trumpet. She'll be here in a minute." "Here?" Tom nodded. "I reckoned you'd still be in bed, so I came on ahead. It'll take her a little while to find an excuse to get away." He cast about and came up with the doublet Francis had worn last night. "Here, Mr. Bacon, let's slip this on and find your hose." He shook the garment and held it out. "I can manage," Francis grumbled, but he let him help find his scattered garments and get him laced up. Francis scrubbed his teeth with a toothcloth and grimaced at himself in his scrap of mirror. By the time Pinnock returned with his scanty breakfast, he was at least marginally presentable. Another cup of ale and a morsel of bread chased the worst of the fog from his head. Just in time, 3 light knocks sounded on his door. Pinnock flung the bed covers into some sort of order while Tom opened the door, admitting Lady Alice and her maidservant. Their wide farthingales spread across the available floor space, pushing the men to the fringes. The maidservant squeezed around the bed and found a stool to sit on, making the room feel a bit less crowded while preserving the proprieties. Pinnock went outside. Tom leaned against the half-window allotted to this bedchamber, one of 4 partitioned off inside a once grander room. This room might be scarcely 10 feet by 12, but Francis had it to himself, and it was inside the palace walls, strictly speaking, in the wall itself, being one of the chambers alongside the gatehouse. Not a place of importance, but lesser retainers had to pitch tents on Richmond Green or scrounge lodgings in nearby villages. "Good morning, Lady Alice." Francis, "Why, we're here," Trumpet said. Sir Walter seems content with the ridiculous story that Grenville fell off a ladder picking cherries and hit his head on the wall. But you are not content with that explanation. No, and neither is Tom. We think he was murdered. Francis turned a weary gaze from one eager face to the other. On the one hand, they plainly saw this misadventure as an opportunity to spend time together, which they unequivocally ought not to do. Whatever theory they had devised should probably be dismissed on the grounds of that personal motivation. On the other hand, he had trained these unrepentant rascals in the arts of observation and inductive reasoning himself. Each had made significant contributions to the ticklish problems he had solved over the past several years. They must have seen something Raleigh missed. Something significant. I'm listening. The way he was lying, in a straight line with his arms along his sides, his head near the trunk of the tree and his feet pointing toward the wall. Who could fall like that? She glanced at Tom. Nobody, he said. Second, Trumpet continued, the ladder lay alongside him, parallel to the body. You'd expect it to fall to one side at an odd angle, wouldn't you? You would, Tom said. Francis summoned the image to his mind's eye as best he could. Tree. If I climbed up, I'd be inside the branches. But that's not where the cherries are. They're out on the leafy side, where they can catch the sun. If I want ripe ones, I'd have to leave the ladder and climb into the tree. He grinned. Trust me, I have much expertise in this area. I believe you, Francis said. He always left such physical evidentia to Tom. Tom grinned. So, here I am, out at the end of the smallest limb that will hold me, reaching for that ripe bunch of cherries. He stretched out a long arm and flicked the fringe at the top of the bed curtains. Let's say I reach too far. I lose my balance and fall. Could I hit my head on the wall on the way down? Maybe the back of your head, Trumpet said. Your ladder's against the trunk, and the wall is behind you. She performed her own dumb show, working out an alternative scenario. If you were reaching toward the wall in exactly the right spot, you might. Tom watched her, nodding. Have to be exactly the right spot, but it's possible. But then you'd have a scrape on your forehead, not gashes like Grenville had, and your head would land at the foot of the wall, not the other way around. Not only that, Trumpet said, shaking a finger towards the invisible ladder placed against the window frame. The ladder would still be leaning against the tree. He wouldn't have been standing on it when he fell. He couldn't strike both the wall and the ladder coming down. That's right! Tom shook his finger at the ladder too. And besides all that, I've fallen off ladders before and orchard walls. There's thick grass down there. Even if you scraped your head or got a nasty bump, it wouldn't kill you. Unless you landed on the top of your head and broke your neck. But that's not what happened either. The lively play-acting made Francis feel queasy, but their arguments were compelling. It does appear that someone moved both man and ladder, but that doesn't mean the mover killed him. Who else would do it? Trumpet snapped. Francis shrugged. I merely submit the observation. We mustn't speculate ahead of our facts. She rolled her eyes. Caveat accepted. But what about the gashes? Yes, I heard that, Francis said. Tom referred to gashes rather than scrapes. What did you see? Trumpet answered. He had 2 gashes on his forehead, deep brown lines, like cuts, but with a squarish, dark patch around them. Something with an edge, Tom said. Not slicing sharp like a knife, but not a flat surface either. That wall is topped with curved tiles to keep water from standing on it. It's mossy in places too. I'd expect green smudges if he smacked his face against the front of that wall. What's more, I saw a crumbly red dust around the edges of the wounds that Sir Walter completely ignored. Trumpet sounded affronted. So this wasn't only an excuse to play with Tom. What's the significance of the dust? It looked like brick to me. The gashes could have been made by the edges of a brick, like the killer struck him twice, holding the brick in his hand, like this. She mimed the act with an invisible brick in her curled hand. Francis frowned. Perhaps there's a brick sticking out of the wall. I didn't see one, and I looked. How could Sir Walter miss all of that? Trumpet demanded. He did seem to be in a hurry to reach his conclusion and move on, Tom said, oblivious to the quagmire spreading beneath their feet. Francis blinked at them, turning from one indignant face to the other. Could they truly be reckless enough to accuse the Queen's favourite of complicity in this death? His heart clenched at the mere idea. We should exercise our judgment, Francis said, as I have also often repeated. You are not immune to the consequences of a rash accusation, my lady. The Queen could ban you from court, damaging your future husband's prospects. And Tom and I are completely vulnerable to disciplinary measures. She clucked her tongue. I understand all that. I know how to keep secrets, and I know how to behave at court as well as you do. I won't do anything anyone could construe as suggesting anything I wouldn't wish to be construed otherwise. Francis groaned inwardly. That jumble of words did not effect the reassurance she intended. But he had no authority over this woman. Politics aside, I think you are on the wrong track. Sir Walter may be many things, but he is not underhanded. If he had a problem with Arthur Grenville, he'd confront him head on. He wouldn't panic and hit him with a brick. Put it that way, Tom said, and I can't fathom it either. If he wanted to kill Mr. Grenville, he'd toss him a sword and say, defend yourself. I suppose you're right, Trumpet said. He does have tremendous self-control. He's as haughty as the Earl of Oxford, but I've never seen him so much as snap at a tardy servant. But the facts remain unexplained. The marks on Grenville's forehead indicate that he was struck with a brick, and the position of the body and the ladder indicate that both were moved. Why do that if you didn't kill him? Why do it if you did? Tom asked. It seems kind of stupid. Trumpet shrugged. The only thing I can think of is they wanted to cover up what really happened. They didn't care how it would look later, so long as it didn't look the way it was. That makes sense, Tom said. Not much, Francis said. Were there marks in the grass? Any other signs? Trumpet shook her head. We fairly well trampled the area, I'm afraid. Our skirts were soaked and dragged all around the body, and then the men came. That could not be helped, Francis said. Did you find a loose brick? That would support your argument. No, Tom said, and I searched several yards out. There's that tower nearby, so he can't have thrown it over. His mouth dropped open. Unless he tossed it inside a window. Into the one empty room in these 10 acres, Francis said dryly, where it doubtless lies unnoticed even now. I believe the French ambassador occupies that tower at present. Perhaps you should wake him up and inquire. Tom gave him a sour look. I merely submit the observation. There weren't any holes in the wall near the body, Trumpet said. I tested a few, looking for loose ones, but I didn't have much time. She caught Tom's eyes. We should examine that wall more closely. You're thinking of concealed letters, Francis said. Trumpet nodded. If Grenville caught someone hiding an incriminating message in the wall, that person might have panicked and struck him with the brick. That's plausible, Francis said. Barely. Equally plausible is that Mr. Grenville really did fall and hit his head in exactly the right spot. Then a gardener found him and straightened out the body from a misguided sense of respect. Then, fearing he might be blamed, laid the ladder in the grass where it wouldn't be so noticeable and ran away. He might have restored the brick to the wall as a matter of course, tidying up being part of his job. Tom and Trumpet frowned at each other with furled brows, carrying on some silent communication. Then both heads shook in unison. "That's possible," Tom said, "but we don't believe it. However," he interjected loudly to forestall a reply, "it's easily checked. I'll question the orchard men." "And I'll search that wall for a loose brick," Trumpet said. "It can't be far from where the body was found." "We know you're trying to discourage us," Tom said, "but don't you think we should find out who killed Grenville?" "I do not." Francis waited for their shock to subside. "We have no role here. Sir Walter and Mr. Danby, the men whose job it is to investigate cases of sudden death within the verge, examined the situation and reached a reasonable conclusion." "Not reasonable at all!" Trumpet cried. "It fits none of the observable facts." Francis refused to react to her injured tone. "I agree that their interpretation has gaps, my lady, but we have no standing. No one has asked for my interference or yours." "We can't just let it go," Tom said. "What about justice?" Francis gave him a weary look. "All right," Tom said, "but can't you hint around and get someone to ask? Grenville must have a friend or two somewhere." He shrugged at Trumpet. "Stephen liked him." She rolled her eyes. "That's not much of a recommendation." Tom started snapping his fingers in the air, signalling the onset of a fresh idea. "What if it is someone hiding letters? What kind of letters would be secret at court?" "Lovers arranging trysts," Francis said. Tom and Trumpet traded guilty glances. Someone really must say something to these two about the facts of life. Alas, he was the only person who knew such a lesson was needed. Francis rubbed his temple again. Trumpet said, "There are other kinds of secrets floating around too, you know. Whose aunt is a crypto-Catholic? Who's in debt to a foreign agent? Although, I don't know why you'd put that sort of thing in a letter in a wall." "That's it," Tom said. "Political secrets. That would be the business of the Secretary of State, which, since we don't have an official one anymore, would be your cousin, Mr. Cecil. Let's ask him." Francis rolled his eyes. "I'm sure Sir Robert has enough to do." "Sir Robert?" Tom cocked his head, surprised. "How did that happen?" "The usual way," Trumpet said. "The Queen knighted him at Theobald's in May. Didn't you know?" "Why would I?" Tom shrugged. "What's he ever done? Can you be knighted for writing heaps of letters?" "No." Francis swallowed a surge of bile. "But you can be knighted at the request of a father, with the power and the will to hoist his son into the seat nearest the throne." Tom shot him a sympathetic glance that made Francis's head pound more. He didn't want sympathy. It only underscored the uncatchable distance between him and his cousin. "Then you stay out of it," Tom said. "We'll leave your cousin out of it. But I don't see why we have to have a patron. I've got time on my hands, to be honest. I might as well poke around a little." "Me too," Trumpet said. "I can ask a few very discreet questions here and there." "Good," Tom said, nodding at her. "We have access to different people. Our general idea is that Grenville caught somebody leaving a message about a secret, something worth protecting at the cost of a man's life. So all we have to do is find someone at court who has some kind of serious secret." He grinned at them, setting his fist on his hip. Francis met Trumpet's eyes and saw his own expression mirrored there. Dumbfounded disbelief at Tom's innocence. All secrets were serious at court. 6. The minute they left, Francis pulled off his doublet and hose and burrowed back into his bed. He lay on his stomach with a pillow over his head and willed himself to go back to sleep. No good. He sat up, plumped the pillows, and lay on his back. His eyes refused to stay closed. He lay glowering up at the underside of the sagging red tester, as if the elderly bed fittings were to blame. He sighed and surrendered to the undeniable fact that he was wide awake. Worse, the sun had risen high enough to pour through his small window. He'd have to get up to open it or risk suffocation. Once up, he could either sit on the unmade bed and read, or he could dress properly and go enjoy the comforts of King Henry's well-appointed library. If only he could stop thinking about that body in the orchard. He didn't waste a minute imagining that Sir Walter had had anything to do with it. It was the captain of the guard's job to protect the Queen from unpleasant disturbances, nor did he believe in his suggestion that a gardener had rearranged the scene. He'd only said that to be contrary. But he couldn't dismiss a case presented by his own intelligences. However poor their judgment in the conduct of their personal affairs, he knew them both to be of greater-than-average intelligence. Of course, he would never tell them that. Nor were they so besotted with one another as to agree simply for the sake of agreement. Each had spent some minutes alone with the body, studying the situation. Each had separately concluded that Grenville could not have died from a blow incurred by falling off a ladder. Someone had rearranged the body. Why? Why not leave it as it had originally fallen? Had there been something under it that had to be retrieved? The brick, perhaps? Or a letter? The overly precise placement of the ladder suggested an inexperienced killer, or perhaps that the death had been accidental, in the sense of unplanned. That must be true, now that he thought of it. There would have been an imminent risk of discovery in the orchard on a summer evening. The killer might have moved the body and the ladder out of a panic and then run away. Like the supposed gardener, but with a real motive. The precise placement also proved that the deed had been done before sunset. The moon had been dark last night. If a rendezvous had been arranged with murder in mind, but was the secret romantic or political? If romantic, Francis would keep well away. No good could come of meddling in such affairs, only embarrassment for all parties, especially him. But what if the secret were political? That could mean there was a spy at court. Francis laughed out loud. Of course there were spies. The English kept spies in every court in Europe. Other nations naturally returned the favour. How else could a government learn about plots and plans affecting national security? It might do him some good to expose a spy. It might not, depending on who, what, and why, but the odds of a favourable result for himself were not nil. Knowing there were spies in the abstract wasn't nearly as useful as knowing which individual was passing what news on to whom, especially if the spy were employed by a Spaniard or the Catholic League in France. His cousin Robert might find information about a murderous spy at Her Majesty's court valuable enough to support Francis's next bid for a sustaining position. Something in the legal line, like Solicitor General, would suit his talents and inclinations admirably. More likely, however, Robert would take the information, extract a promise of eternal silence, and reap whatever rewards there were for himself. Risky, fruitless labour. That was all Francis could expect from poking his nose into the death of Arthur Grenville. But if the man had been murdered, shouldn't his killer be brought to justice? If he got away scot-free, he might be emboldened to do it again. Francis would own a share of that second death for the rest of eternity. He sighed and swung his legs off the bed. He could at least visit the coroner's office to see if anything more had been learned. Tom would question the orchard men, who might have seen or heard something they failed to connect with the murder. He'd report what he'd learned, whether Francis wanted to hear it or not. Trumpet could. Lady Alice could do as she pleased. Francis wasn't sure how to treat his erstwhile pupil as she moved closer to becoming the Countess of Dorchester. He heard the chapel bell tolling 9. Hours yet before dinner. He contemplated the state of his interior and decided he might be ready for a meal by noon. But if he were going to look at a corpse, better to do it sooner than later. The coroner's office was in the gatehouse, right outside Francis's building. As he walked down the battered stairs, he tried to think of an excuse for intruding into this matter. The best he could come up with was a desire to learn more about the investigation of sudden death in relation to his work on the commission charged with reviewing the statutes. Like any sensible palace servant, the clerk in the coroner's office neither asked for nor expected a reason for the request. He merely directed Francis to a utility room connected to the laundry house beyond the kitchens, where the midwife should already be at work washing the body. Francis went out the main gate and walked around the long range of 2-story houses to the spreading village that constituted the service area for the palace. The midwife's workroom had clean plaster walls and a hard-packed earthen floor. It was supplied with a small hearth, furnished with a hook for a kettle and a stone sink served by a water barrel. A middle-aged woman with her sleeves rolled up and an elaborately coiled napkin covering her broad head stood before a well-scrubbed table whereupon lay a corpse. She had a wash-tub at her feet into which she bent to dip her cloth. She wrung it out and stood up again before noticing Francis. "How may I help you, sir?" She seemed unperturbed by his intrusion. Indeed, something in her smile suggested she welcomed it. "That's Arthur Grenville, isn't it?" "The earthly remains of one who went by that name, sir, or so I'm told." A woman with a precise habit of mind. "I'm Francis Bacon. I understand there's some question about the manner in which Mr. Grenville met his death. Since I have some experience in these matters, I thought I might see if I could clarify the situation. If you have no objection." "Not my place to object, sir. Just one moment, if you please." She took a sheet from a stack on a shelf and draped it across the body's lower half. "He wasn't injured in that area, sir. You have my word on that." "I appreciate the consideration." The nakedness of the body reminded him of the first logical question. "Do you have the clothes he was wearing?" "Yes, sir." She pointed at another table along the wall under the window. Francis examined the outer garments first. The doublet and round hose were of the finest quality, a dark green velvet with bands of gold ribbon and a double row of gilt buttons. The hose and sleeves were lined with silk. The stockings were also silk, the same rich green as the velvet. Grenville had been wearing his best clothes. He must have been on his way to the feast. The heralds had summoned them to be seated around 6 o'clock, but some people had already begun queuing through the gates or finding their way around to approach the tables from the river. Francis gazed out the small window, absently fingering the plush velvet while he revisited the scene in his memory. He'd been seated already, preferring to avoid the crush. He remembered well the ignominy of being ushered to the lesser person's table instead of the one at which Lady Stafford already sat. Sir Robert hadn't yet arrived. Her ladyship had been watching a group of young ladies coming up from the path along the river, doubtless wondering what they had been doing down there. Though her primary responsibility lay in caring for the Queen's wardrobe, the matronly older woman took it upon herself to maintain a watchful eye on the maids of honour. Ladies Mary and Anne had joined Francis on his bench not long after. They had come up from the river a few minutes after the other girls, walking arm in arm, making an entrance in their shimmering silver and white gowns. As the usher seated them, they joked about how well Francis's black clothes set off their costumes. Then a servant had delivered a bottle of wine, and he'd stopped watching the guests. Even if he had been paying attention, it would be impossible to state conclusively who had arrived when and from which direction. Over 100 persons had attended the Midsummer Eve supper. Several of them had found reason to dispute their placement, creating eddies of confusion in the general flow. Mr. Grenville had not been among them, however. Lady Mary had commented on his absence soon after taking her seat. She'd been expecting him to sit next to her and had been looking forward to twitting him about some offence. His place had remained empty. So, Grenville had dressed in his finery, but had never reached the event. He must have detoured through the orchard for some reason. To follow someone, perhaps. It was a good time to leave a secret message, come to think of it. Everyone in the palace, servants included, would be focused on the front lawn. That narrowed the time of death to the half-hour before supper, assuming the youth wouldn't don his fine clothes too far in advance. Francis pressed the hose, feeling for objects in the pockets, and found nothing. He held up the doublet to study its front, then spread each sleeve out in turn. No irregular tears or bits of twig or leaves, which one would expect if Grenville had fallen through the tree. The kidskin slippers were clean, if a bit stained with damp, and the silk stockings unharmed. He turned to the midwife. "I wonder, Mrs. Woolley. Mrs. Woolley, did you find anything in the pockets?" Her expression became guarded. "Nothing much. A few coins?" Francis nodded. He didn't care if she'd taken them. Such tips might constitute a significant portion of her income. He returned to the laying-out table and watched in silence as she worked her cloth around the feet and between the stiff toes. "Have you noticed any injuries other than those on his forehead? Bruises or scratches, especially on the hands and face?" "None, sir." "Does that seem normal to you? They say he fell off a ladder from a height as great as 8 or 12 feet. "I couldn't say what counts as normal around here, sir." A touch of amusement sparked in her blue eyes. "I've been laying out bodies at Richmond Palace most of my life. My mother had the job before me, and I used to help her. I've seen every manner of death, short of out-and-out war." "I suppose you have." Francis thought about the range of sports courtiers engaged in, especially on a summer progress. Hunting, jousting, archery, tennis, which could be a very aggressive game, horse racing, boating, fencing. The only game these young bloods played that wasn't hazardous was hazards. No wonder he and Robert kept bumping into one another in the library. "I found no bruises on the torso," Mrs. Woolley said, "but the grass in the orchard is thick, and the gentleman was fully dressed. I can tell you one thing, he couldn't have got that by falling onto the ground." She pointed to a wound on the forehead. Francis smoothed his moustache with 2 fingers, as if preparing his nose for an unpleasant experience, although the body didn't smell so bad. The clean scent of the rosemary in the washing water predominated. He moved toward the head, steeling himself to look. 2 dark red gashes dug into the ashy flesh at the crown of the forehead, about 3 inches apart. The skin had been broken in a line between them, deeper at the corners and torn on either side, defining 3 sides of a rectangle. "Well, they're brick crumbs, no doubt about it, and those deep points are about the width of a brick." She went to the hearth and picked up one of the bricks used to set kettles on, wiping it with another rag from a basket. She held it above the wound on Grenville's forehead. "It fits, all right." Francis risked a glance with one eye. It did fit the injuries almost perfectly. "Can you think of anything else that could make such a wound?" "Another brick." She chuckled at her wit. "All right, then. We may conclude that a brick was the proximate cause of death." Mrs. Woolley raised her thin eyebrows at his choice of words and added, "The short end of a brick, sir, if you want to be precise. It entered the flesh about 1/4 of an inch, in my judgment. That would take a fair bit of force." "Could a woman do it?" "Are you a married man, Mr. Bacon, if you don't mind my asking?" "No, to both questions." She smiled. "Well, women are stronger than you might think. If she can lift a 2-year-old child, she could strike that blow. Bricks have some weight to them, and that would help. If she could reach it, that is." "Reach up to his forehead, do you mean?" "No, sir. I mean reach down to it. That brick came from above. See how the point's dug in there, just below the hairline?" She pursed her lips together, frowning at Francis. "I know you don't like to look, sir, and it is a sorry sight. I'm a coward." Not at all, sir. I'm accustomed to it, that's all. There's nothing I haven't seen. Francis had learned enough with his one brief glimpse anyway. I believe I can recall the position. It's right about here, isn't it? He rubbed a spot just under the brim of his hat, an inch or so above his right eyebrow. About half an inch higher, Mr. Bacon, and you're spot on the mark. But then I'm up under my hat. Their eyes met as they each arrived at the same thought. His hat should have been crushed, Mrs. Woolley said. I didn't look. I'll do it. Francis went back to the small table and found a green velvet cap adorned with a gold brooch. He turned it around in his hands, but could see no hurt on it anywhere. He brought it back to the washing table. You'd expect the brim to be crushed. I wonder. May I have that for a moment, sir? Francis handed her the cap, which she fitted gently around the top of Grenville's head. A touch too small. £3 worth of silk and velvet, relatively unscathed. More than this midwife earned in a year. Happily, it was not his concern. He went back to stand across from her again. I surmise the cap fell off before the blow was struck. Perhaps he looked up at the brick as it was raised, Mrs. Woolley said. That's plausible, Francis said, and it suggests that the striker was taller than Mr. Grenville. Or he was standing on something. No one mentioned anything other than the ladder, Francis said, which was lying flat on the ground. How tall is this man, do you suppose? I can tell you to the inch, Mr. Bacon. She went to the back of the room where she kept the tools of her trade and found a coil of tailor's tape. I'll have to measure him for the coffin anyway. She tucked one end between the stiff toes and uncoiled it among the length of the body. 5 feet and 9 inches, sir. That's how tall I am. Someone taller than you, then. She rolled her tape back into a tight coil. That brick would have blood on it too, I warrant, if that's of any use to you. I'm told there weren't any loose bricks in the vicinity of the body. Perhaps the killer took it with him. If you found it in their room, that'd be something, wouldn't it, sir? She smiled, amused at her little joke. It would indeed. More likely they just tucked it back into the wall, supposing that's where it came from. That's precisely what I'm supposing, Mrs. Woolley. Francis flicked his gaze across the corpse, grateful for the cover over the private parts. Is there anything else this body can tell us? She shook her head. Only that the gentleman was healthy and well cared for, and that he died too young. But you knew that already. Francis nodded. I thank you for your invaluable assistance, Mrs. Woolley. I think we can conclude that Mr. Grenville's death was not an accident. Wouldn't you agree? She shook her head. I'm only the midwife, Mr. Bacon. I'll wash 'em and I'll lay 'em out. It's not my job to think about how they came here. Francis met her wise blue eyes. It wasn't his job either, in this instance. But it ought to be someone's. 7. Tom spent half an hour or so wandering around the orchard, stopping every servant he saw to ask his questions. He learned nothing of any value. They'd all been released from their duties early, on account of the feast, and gone upriver to a favourite tavern to enjoy their liberty. He found a letter waiting for him in the kennel office, which sent him on an errand to Petersham, the nearest village. The last step in Trumpet's plan, neatly checked off the list. Mr. Bacon had blatantly avoided him after dinner, so he'd gone back to the kennel office to find something else to do. Mr. Lacey had invited him to take the dogs out to try their noses in Richmond Park, and he'd leapt at the chance. He'd spent the rest of the day in that good company, soaking up fresh air and stretching his legs. No strife, no conflict. He could get used to that life. The steward seated him at Stephen's table for supper in the great hall that evening, several seats down from the mighty Earl. He was grateful for the distance and for the strangers on either side. They were polite but uninterested in him. He returned both favours. He wasn't in the mood to make new friends. He had a tryst with Trumpet later. It would be the first time they'd been truly alone in how many months? His skin tingled just thinking about it. He gulped wine and looked around to distract himself. This hall had a soaring hammer-beam ceiling, like the one at Gray's Inn. It had similar long tables and tall windows with portraits of great warrior kings in between. The servants were more attentive, and the wine was better, but the main difference was the presence of women. Their high voices and musical laughter improved the whole tenor of the echoing roar of conversation. He enjoyed the sight of their vivid costumes and pretty faces too, but he had no desire to return the inviting smiles sometimes sent his way. When the meal ended and everyone rose, he lingered, in no rush. He wouldn't meet Trumpet until 8:30. He followed the throng into the middle court to stand by the famous fountain adorned with lions and red dragons. He looked up at the clear sky, willing the sun to sink lower, faster. "You should come with us, Tom," Stephen said, striding up to slap him on the shoulder. He tilted his head toward a group of bravely dressed men. "We're going downriver to a place called the Goat and Compasses. They're reputed to offer an exceptional range of services." He dug an elbow into Tom's side. He got the message. There would be whores. 2 years ago he would have leapt at the invitation. Now he couldn't think of anything he wanted to do less. He shook his head. "I promised Mr. Lacey I'd finish copying the Mastiff pedigrees for him. He's thinking up names for that new litter." "What have those wearisome old barristers at Gray's Inn done to you?" Stephen goggled at him in mock concern. Tom hung his head in feigned regret. "I'm tired, my lord, to be honest. I'm not used to spending so many hours walking any more." "Suit yourself." Stephen turned away, but Tom grabbed him by the arm to stop him. "Stephen, don't catch anything you wouldn't want to pass on to your wife." Stephen held his gaze long enough to show he understood. "I'm going to drink some ale and play some cards in the company of wenches in unlaced kirtles. I won't even go upstairs. I know my duty." Then he flashed a grin. "Besides, why pay when there are ladies right here in Richmond thirsting for—" Retaliation from her father and her noble bridegroom had held him back. She'd stopped trying soon after that. They couldn't risk a pregnancy. They'd both be ruined, especially her, and would probably never see each other again. They hadn't risked being alone again, usually relying on Catalina to keep them within bounds. She did a good job of it, too. She didn't want her mistress to be ruined either. There was only one big rule: no kissing until Trumpet was married. One thing led to another too quickly for them, and the longer they had to wait, the worse it got. But the ban would be lifted in 4 short days. He could steal a kiss or two tonight, surely. Maybe 3, if they could find a quiet spot. Every time the chapel bells tolled, he made a mark on a scrap of paper. After the 6th mark, he got up to pace back and forth with his hands behind his back. When the bell chimed the 3/4 hour, he strode out the door and down to the river path, heading for the orchard. He let himself in through a door at the end and walked up to the spot where Arthur Grenville died. Trumpet reasoned that if it was private enough for secret messages, it ought to be a safe enough place to meet, and it had the advantage of being unambiguous. He was early, but found her waiting, a small figure with a long dark veil falling past her shoulders. He tilted his head courteously and said, "A lovely evening, my lady." "It's me." She turned toward him and lifted her veil with both hands. The ardent look in her eyes sent Tom's resolve flying. Devil take that cursed ban! In 2 swift steps he grabbed her and pushed her against the wall. He lifted her chin with one hand and kissed her thoroughly. She twined her arms around his neck, tilting her head back and leaning into him. His other hand found her round buttock through the layers of cloth and gripped, hoisting her up a little higher. They lost themselves until voices sounded somewhere behind the wall. "Pox take them!" Trumpet turned her head so abruptly Tom sucked in a mouthful of hair. She sank back to her feet and pushed him away. We can't do this here. We can't do it anywhere. It's too soon. I'm sorry. I saw you and I couldn't help myself. Me neither. We should talk about Friday, he said. But where? Let's walk. She dropped the veil back over her face. They strolled toward the trees at the north end of the orchard. Have you heard from Nash? Thomas Nash was one of their few mutual friends. They'd gotten to know him during Tom's adventure in Cambridge and renewed the acquaintance 2 years ago when Nash came to London. A poet and a pamphleteer, Thomas Nash was homely, quick-witted, unscrupulous, and well-liked among London's writers and the wenches who took care of them. Tom had asked him to find a green-eyed whore who looked something like Trumpet. Nash had leapt at the commission after Tom agreed to pay all reasonable expenses. "I had a letter from them this morning," Tom said. "All is well. He found a woman named Jane Swit who has agreed to our terms. He'll put her in a wherry himself on Thursday. I went to Petersham before dinner and reserved a room for her at the Old Ship. I even arranged for a man to bring her to Richmond on Friday afternoon." Nash claimed to have outdone even himself with his discovery. Trumpet's artful maidservant Catalina would wield her tools to perfect the illusion. Then the substitute would take Trumpet's place in the marriage bed. It was a bold gamble that depended on Stephen being 3 sheets to the wind, but if anyone could pull it off, Trumpet and Catalina could. Tom's job was to keep the bridegroom's cup overflowing. "Didn't Stephen wonder where you'd gone?" "He didn't show his lordly face all day. He's learning to play tennis with some new friends. He went out with them after supper, too, in search of a tavern." He decided not to mention the specific nature of the said tavern. "Good. The more new friends, the merrier for us. Didn't he ask you to go?" "I told him I had to copy pedigrees." She laughed, a girlish trill that sent flames of desire licking up Tom's spine. "And he believed that?" Tom shrugged. "I spend a lot of time making fair copies, my lady." "Only for Mr. Bacon." They reached the wall and turned down the next row. Birds twittered all around them, and the sweet evening breeze fluttered leaves over their heads. Trumpet's skirts swished in the grass. They walked slowly, side by side, flinching every time their hands met, as if each touch burned. Then they spotted another couple strolling toward them. "Let's go out into the garden," Tom said. "Maybe there are fewer people there." They found a door opening into a large garden where level paths crossed geometrical beds of herbs and flowers. The westering sun laid bands of golden light across the ground, casting long shadows and setting white blossoms aglow. Several other people, including 2 women in veils walking with men in deep-brimmed hats, meandered along the paths. "Let's keep going," Trumpet said. "Let's walk out toward the park." The central path curved up and away from the palace complex. They walked in silence until they reached a fork in the path, where they turned to follow a narrower trail winding up a hill dotted with copses. Trumpet glanced around, then took Tom's hand and drew him off the trail to stand behind a wide oak. He lifted her veil and bent to kiss her, but she shook her head and placed a finger on his lips. So he kissed that instead, taking her hand and opening it to plant another kiss inside the palm. He folded up her hand, but held on to it. "Let's elope. Let's run away together. Let's go tomorrow. We could catch a wherry before sunrise and be in London by 10 if the tide runs our way. We could sell our clothes and keep going as far as we can." She bit her lip, regarding him solemnly with her green eyes. "We could buy some Captain Silence and take a ship to France. There's a war in France." Tom's belief in his mad idea crumbled at the first obstacle, but he tried to push it a little farther. "Maybe we could sail past the war. We could sail around Brittany and across the Bay of Biscay. We could live among the pirates in Saint-Jean-de-Luz. You'd like it there." "That's the first place my father would look if we got that far, which we wouldn't." Trumpet sighed and took her hand back. I'd be missed by 7 o'clock at the latest, when I failed to appear in the Queen's chambers. She'd send someone to look for me. If my clothes were gone too, she'd send someone after me. She hates elopements on general principles, and all noble marriages are hers to arrange. She'd be furious even if you were an earl, and you're a nobody. No offence." He shook his head. He was a nobody, so far. But he'd turned himself into a gentleman by dint of hard work and expensive clothing. He'd climb farther before he was done. Never far enough to reach Lady Alice Trumpington, though. She'd throw you in the Tower, and me into Newgate to await her pleasure. Tom had spent a week in that inhospitable prison, and had no desire for another visit. "I know it's impossible. I just somehow felt it had to be said." She nodded. "I'm glad you said it." Then she startled, as if stung by a bee. "I nearly forgot. Speaking of my father, he'll be here on Friday." "Your father?" Tom stepped 3 feet away from her without even realizing he'd moved, until he saw her rolling her eyes in exasperation. "My Lord of Orford! He's coming here! Now!" "I am his only child, you know. Is it so terribly strange that he should wish to attend my wedding supper?" Strange enough. Trumpet had been 10 years old when her mother died. To hear her tell it, she'd taken charge of her own life from that point forward. She'd managed the crumbling castle on the Suffolk coast and arranged her own education, while her father plied the coasts from here to Cartagena, capturing Spanish ships and gambling away the proceeds. The Earl of Orford was a privateer, like Tom's father had been, but less sensible about money. "It's the end of June," Tom said. "He should be somewhere off the coast of Puerto Rico right about now." Privateers did most of their work in the summer months, when the winds were kinder. Although, why waste his breath objecting? This man must be on his way already. He must be in England somewhere, riding steadily toward them. Trumpet didn't seem the least alarmed. "I wasn't expecting him, to be honest. We only set the date after Stephen's father died, and the Queen gave us permission to marry here in the Chapel Royal." She snapped her fingers. She wrote to him, or more like she asked Sir Walter to do it. He would know how to find a man at sea. That makes sense. Tom reached for her hand again and kissed it, for comfort, his as much as hers. "But of course your father would want to be here. I didn't mean to suggest he wouldn't." "I know." She sounded like she didn't care, but her chin had that upward tilt that meant she was feeling defensive. "Are you nervous?" "About my father?" She shrugged. "Not really. I know how to manage him. He has friends he'll want to see. He'll spend most of his time with them, I imagine. Are you nervous?" "Me?" Tom laughed, a false, shrill sound he didn't recognize as coming from his own mouth. "Why would I be nervous? I won't meet him. Will I meet him? I will be the father of his grandchildren if everything goes according to plan. I should meet him. Don't you think? Unless he's like you. Is he anything like you? Because you can see through me like a rain-washed pane of glass. No, you're laughing, but it's true. I should absolutely not." Trumpet flung herself at him and stopped his pusillanimous babbling with a kiss. Tom hauled her closer with one arm and stumbled back to lean against the tree. Another minute, or 5, of uttermost bliss. Then a giggle rose from somewhere in the woods, and they sprang apart, panting. They saw no one, but feared a watcher, and walked on up the path. "We have to stop doing that," Tom said. "It's too risky." "Why do we have to keep waiting?" Trumpet said. "It's only 3 days. Surely that's close enough." 4, counting all of Friday until your wedding supper ends. And what if something happens to Stephen in the meantime? At best, you'd have to do that test again. Trumpet shuddered. When her first husband turned up dead the morning after the wedding, she and Tom had been seen together in a state of semi-undress. Trumpet had been obliged to undergo an examination by 8 matrons of good repute to confirm her virginity. Tom would have fought them off with a sword if they'd come anywhere near his privates, but she'd submitted meekly for the greater cause. "You've gone through too much for this," he said. We don't want to ruin it all on the eve of victory." "I suppose. But the odds of my falling pregnant in the next 4 days are, well, I don't know what they are, but you're probably not particularly fertile." "What? I most certainly am." "Think about it, Tom. How many whores have you bedded in the past 5 years?" "More like 8 years," he said, counting back. He'd been a forward lad. Trumpet rolled her eyes. "Many whores is the point I'm making. How many children do you have?" "How would I know?" "The women would come to you for money, wouldn't they?" Tom shrugged. "How would they know it was mine?" Her chin jutted out. "They might look like you, for example." Tom thought about it. "You don't tend to see toddlers around in your average brothel. They have their ways, whores do, of not having the babies in the first place. You should ask Catalina. This is the sort of thing she knows." Trumpet didn't like to lose arguments. "Well, my point is simply that I'm very unlikely to fall pregnant the minute you touch me." Tom caught her round the waist again and grinned down at her, his best dimpled grin, the one she could never resist. "I've barely started touching you, my lady." She pushed him away with both hands. "Don't you shine that dimple at me. You're the one that's so worried about consequences. I'm the one saying let's go. Let's stop waiting." "We'll compromise. We'll find a place where we can dally for a little while, but fully clothed." He took her hand, less worried about being seen out here beyond the palace grounds in the lengthening shadows. They crested the hill and wound down the other side. Tom spotted a small, round building with a dome pocked with square openings. "Look, a dovecot. Let's see if we can get inside." "Ugh, won't it be full of bird shit? We'll besmotter our clothing." "Not if we stand up the whole time." Trumpet stopped in her tracks. "Standing up? Is that possible?" "Why not?" Then Tom caught her meaning. "Oh," he grinned at her, waggling his eyebrows. "Well, yes, as a matter of fact it is, but we're not going to do that tonight." She bit her lip. "Am I too ignorant?" "No. In fact, you know more than a maiden of 21 years ought to know, thanks to Catalina." "That's good, though, isn't it? I don't want to be bad at this." Tom laughed, but stopped when she failed to laugh with him. He cupped her chin and looked into her eyes. "You could never be anything less than extraordinary, Alice." Then he winked. "And you'll have me for your tutor. What more could you want?" She swatted at him, humours restored. They tripped down the path to the dovecot, hand in hand. Tom tried the door, which opened silently. "Someone's looking after the place." The interior smelled musty and somewhat bird-fouled, but not too bad. Trumpet pulled him inside and wrapped her arms around him, arching her firm body against him and lifting her face with parted lips. Tom accepted the invitation with a groan of delight. 2 couples, caught in the act, stared at one another. Trumpet, Bess Throckmorton, and Tom spoke together. "Bess! Alice! Sir Walter!" Sir Walter Raleigh glared at Tom, plainly struggling for the name. He gave up. "You're the one with the dogs." "Thomas Clarity, at your service." Tom bowed, torn between alarm and laughter. His offer was met with silence. A long silence. Sir Walter broke it first. "What will you do?" "Nothing," Trumpet answered without hesitation. "Nothing at all. No one says anything to anyone about anything. Not one word, not ever. All agreed?" "Agreed," Raleigh said. Bess echoed. "Agreed." "Agreed," Tom said. "Silence all round. Best for everyone." He flashed Raleigh a man-to-man grin and subsided into chuckles and sighs. Trumpet drew in a breath and let it out with one last Then she looked up and down the path. "Which way?" They'd come far enough for the lights in Richmond's high towers to appear like twinkling yellow stars. Real stars shone in the indigo sky behind the palace. Tom pointed in that direction. "We'd better get back." They started walking, taking their time. "No need for me to rush back," Trumpet said. "It'll take Bess at least 15 minutes to get her bodice back on." "I noticed. Sir Walter has less chest hair than I would have expected." They laughed again, but not for long. When Trumpet spoke next, her tone was sombre. "They have a motive, Tom. A big one." "For Grenville?" He nodded. "Stephen said he'd been following Bess Throckmorton around. He must have caught her, or him, putting a message in the wall." Tom stopped. "Although that's not enough, unless he read the letter. He'd have to catch them together like we did." "Maybe he did. Or maybe he saw them acting romancy, which roused his suspicions. Maybe he saw one of them leaving a letter in the wall, read it, and then followed the other one into the orchard to catch them in the act of retrieving it." Tom saw an overturned boat and waved her toward it. They perched awkwardly on its sloped surface. "Mr. Bacon would say that's a lot of maybes. But we know Grenville was following Bess, and now we know she had a big secret to hide. But is a little love-making really worth killing for?" "Jesu, Tom, how can you ask that? It's huge." Tom shrugged. "Like us, more or less, isn't it? If we get caught, we'll be sent home in disgrace, as long as you don't turn up with lasting consequences. I might lose my place at Gray's, but not forever, I'll bet. Lady Russell has a stake in my prosperity, and she's a formidable advocate. I'd never be allowed back at court. You'd be in bigger trouble if Stephen refused to marry you, but it's hard to say if he would or wouldn't. You could blame it all on me, and let those dreaded matrons examine you again. Not good, but you wouldn't kill someone to prevent it." Trumpet growled at the memory. "Don't be so sure. But there's no comparison. Sir Walter is the Queen's favourite. He owes everything he is, or has, or hopes to is. But she's an almighty, like a god. And like a god, she is jealous. She has moods. Storms rise up and strike swiftly, dashing all to pieces. She demands absolute loyalty. When he first came to court, Sir Walter was little better than you. No offence." "None taken." Tom was honoured by the comparison. "I think he first spent some time in the service of the Earl of Oxford, but he soon left. They're nothing alike. Then he served the Earl of Leicester for a while, and that's how he came to her attention. She sent him to Ireland, where he performed admirably. He came back, she liked him, and she raised him up with more lands and important posts to maintain them. He owes everything he has to her, and she can take it all away with one glorious snap of her fingers." He's a proud man, they say." "None prouder, and if Bess is expecting to marry him, the stakes are the same for her." Trumpet found his hand and squeezed it. If the Queen fell along the sandy path, not worried now about being caught walking together. Trumpet had her veil, and nobody paid any attention to them. Many people were out in boats enjoying the cool river, playing lutes and guitars in the light of lanterns swinging in the bows. Others walked about the lawn or sat in groups laughing and singing. Summer night at Richmond Palace. They walked across the grass to the gate leading into the middle court. They stopped for the last time, loath to separate. "What should we do about this new development?" Tom asked. "Say nothing to anyone. We all agreed." "But what about Mr. Grenville?" "We don't know they did it," Trumpet said, always the contrarian. "They had a powerful motive, as you explained, and he was in a hurry to cut off the question-asking. He's always like that." "Well, I'm going to keep poking around," Tom said. "Not them, don't worry, I'll steer clear. Besides, we know their secret. But Grenville was a notorious gossip. Stephen said so, and he should know. I'll bet he poked his nose into more than one hornet's nest." Trumpet nodded. "There are plenty of them. I'll ask some discreet questions among the ladies and see if I can catch a glimmer." Tom looked down at her, wishing he could see her face under the veil, loving every familiar line of her head and figure. "Good night, my lady. Sleep well, And don't fret about your chambermaid being out too late. She's in good hands." He chuckled at his joke as he touched his hat and turned away, but she grabbed his sleeve to stop him. "Don't joke about it, I beg you. Sir Walter is a dangerous man." Her tone was deadly serious. "And Tom, watch your back." 8. Bess crept into bed sometime during the wee hours. She'd whispered, "Alice," as she'd burrowed under the covers, but Trumpet kept her eyes shut, pretending to be asleep. She'd cleaned her body and her teeth before Bess so much as cracked open an eyelid. Trumpet was seated at her dressing table, letting Catalina brush her long black hair by the time Bess reached out a hand to open the bed curtain. Flail at it feebly, more like. Her maid had to help her. Trumpet said, "You'll spoil your looks, keeping such late hours so often." Beth didn't bother to answer. She sat up and met Trumpet's laughing eyes in the mirror. "Did you mean what you said last night?" "I always mean what I say." Trumpet couldn't let that stand, in all honesty. "Unless I'm lying on purpose." "Say nothing to anyone, ever." "That's the agreement." "Especially not Mary and Anne. They're the worst gossip-mongers in court now that Arthur Grenville was gone. Trumpet blinked at her blandly. "I would assume they fall under the heading of anyone." "All right." Bess staggered out of bed and let Maud guide her through her morning rituals. Trumpet pretended to be disdainful, but she burned with curiosity. Had Bess and Sir Walter spent all those hours together in that dovecote? They must have brought blankets, or more likely kept them there or hidden some nearby. What could they find to do all that time? She had the sense from comedies at the theatre that the act of love didn't take all that long. Catalina had told her you could do it more than once in a given session, especially if the man was young, like Tom, but even so, maybe they'd fallen asleep. But Bess didn't look like a woman who was getting enough sleep. Well, she'd find out all about it in 4 more days, counting Friday. "Who is your young man?" Bess asked. "Walter called him the one with the dogs, but surely you're not walking out with a man from the kennels, although he is very handsome." Trumpet was offended on Tom's behalf. "Oh, I don't know her, but she has a reputation for being tenacious." "A reputation well-deserved," Trumpet said. "What's more, Mr. Clarity is a pupil of Francis Bacon, who is Lady Russell's nephew." "Francis Bacon." Bess sat at the dressing table so Maud could brush the bits of leaf and litter from her tangled hair. "Does your Mr. Clarity know Sir Robert as well?" "I should certainly think so." Although Robert had never come to dinner, and you'd think he would have, being Lady Russell's nephew also. Too busy or pretending to be. Still, drawing a line from Tom to the man most likely to be named next Secretary of State couldn't hurt. They'd finished dressing without further talk and hurried across to the Privy lodgings. "Is she awake?" Trumpet asked Mr. Volsham. "A few minutes ago, but she's not up yet." He opened the door, closing it silently behind them. The shutters had been opened, filling the stuffy room with clear light that reflected off the polished panelling and the gilt carvings of the Queen's bedstead. The big, gold-threaded tassels hanging from the valance above the purple bed curtains gleamed like golden bells. The portrait of King Henry beside the fireplace stood out, each detail revealed. The portrait must have been placed deliberately in that particular spot so the sleeper would see the mighty visage on first awakening. A servant knelt beside the fire, stirring it with a stick to bring up the glow. Another emerged from behind a painted screen, carrying a covered chamber pot. She walked serenely toward the door, which Trumpet opened for her. Lady Stafford, dressed in black, apart from her ruffs and coif, stood before the fire, draping linen towels on a rack. Her sharp eyes swept the latecomers from head to toe, inspecting their appearance. Then she nodded, greeting them and granting approval at the same time. Not too late, then. The bed curtains had been drawn back. The Queen sat up against her lace-trimmed pillows, blinking at the new day. She yawned luxuriously, stretching out both arms. Good morning, ladies." "Good morning, madam," Trumpet and Bess answered in unison, sinking into deep curtsies on the thick, rash mutting. "We're wearing red today," Her Majesty informed them. "Lady Stafford says we'll have drizzle, and thinks the presence chamber will want cheering up." "Yes, madam." She'd woken in a good humour, it appeared. That would make everything go more smoothly that day. Bess had dressed in black and white, while Trumpet wore white and black, a safely neutral background to whatever colour the Queen chose to wear. It also saved money, since the two chambermaids could trade sleeves and foreparts to add variety to their costumes. Trumpet started folding a stack of underclothes discarded the night before. Bess picked up a wisp of linen, but Lady Stafford said, "Stockings, if you please, Mrs. Throckmorton." So she opened a carved fruitwood chest and began searching for a matching pair. "Sir Charles owes me 19 shillings, the Queen remarked, watching her. "He's the worst card player at court." Bess laughed. "Make him pay his debt in dances, madam. He wants exercise." "I'll do it, and I'll have Sir Walter play with me tonight. He can't spend every night attending to business." She shifted to the edge of the bed and extended her royal toe. "I should never have made him Lieutenant of the West Country. What she'd achieved for England depended upon her strength and continued good health." No one wanted to see an ageing woman in a shabby gown sitting on the throne. Anne and Mary were already there, one primping a huge lace-trimmed ruff, the other mixing the lotions that would embellish the royal face that day. Anne gave her a sly look. "Late again. Bad dreams? Worried about your wedding night?" She'd been taking little jabs at Trumpet for several days now, ever since she'd started casting sheep's eyes at Stephen. Trumpet had no experience with this viperous competition for men and hadn't decided how to handle it. She wanted to encourage the little flirt-gill while pretending to have no idea what she meant. A delicate balance. For now, she simply told the truth. "I was tucked into my bed by 10 o'clock and slept like a little lamb." She went to the wig cupboard and assessed the choices arrayed on the wooden stands. She chose one with warm brown tones under the ginger, overhead. She poked the point of the comb into that spot, imagining it sinking into the soft flesh instead of meeting polished walnut. She changed the position of the comb in her hand and pretended to strike the spot from below, touching her own eyebrow for reference. Sure enough, that would produce a different pattern of injury. "Huh. What are you doing?" Mary asked. "You aren't still thinking about that horrible—" No. Trumpet clucked her tongue. "Who could think such a thing? He was très galant. He thought of nothing but romance. Who would he have married, do you suppose? One of us?" She wanted a weighty secret to counter the massive one of Bess and Sir Walter. She wanted a plausible alternative, more than one if she could get it, to argue about with Tom in a tavern somewhere up or down the river, where no one would notice him sitting with her and Catalina dressed like men. They could sneak out this evening if they skipped supper. She'd gone a whole year without getting to help investigate one of Mr. Bacon's special commissions, and she missed those lively, beer-soaked debates. She wanted one more chance before her life changed forever. She wouldn't be nearly as convincing as a young stableman with a baby on her hip. "Well, certainly not you," Anne said, "since you're marrying my Lord of Dorchester on Friday." "I didn't mean me, of course," Trumpet said. "But why not you?" "He couldn't afford me," Anne retorted. She and her sister were heiresses to an immense fortune, assuming they outlived their father. Trumpet blinked at her, smiling her idiot smile as an ominous realization struck her. If she and Tom were caught together, and Stephen decided to repudiate the marriage contract on grounds of infidelity, Anne Courtney might be the first maiden thrust into the breach. She'd been too young, and he hadn't been attractive enough as the son of a tight-fisted Calvinist. But now that he was the Earl himself, his merits as a match had bounded up the scale. He could secure a tidy fortune and marry a woman who genuinely wanted him. Trumpet pushed that uncomfortable thought away. Luckily, Mary had followed a different thread in the conversation. "Not to speak ill, but I think Mr. Grenville was more interested in other people's secrets than in romance for its own sake. He could be a bit of a pest, couldn't he, nagging for details about whose parents had been writing to which guardian?" Anne shrugged. She tested a dab of cream on her own face, picking up a hand mirror to inspect the result. Her complexion was similar to Her Majesty's: pale cheeks, brown eyes, ginger hair and eyebrows. Her hair was lighter than the Queen's natural colour, but they could take a snip from Anne's head in a wig emergency. "That's too thick," Mary said. She had been trained in still-room methods by her mother and had appointed herself mistress of the paint cabinet. Not that she had any use for such arts herself. All the Queen's gentlewomen were beautiful. That was a minimum standard, but Mary stood out even in such select company. She was a classic English beauty. White skin with a touch of rose in the cheeks, blue eyes, and hair like spun sunshine. Her features were neither too large nor too small, her voice neither too shrill nor too deep. Tom's ideal woman, in former times, although shorter than his usual choice. "Jesu, Alice, are you still harping on Mr. Grenville's accident?" Mary snapped. "I can't help it," Trumpet whined, as if she'd been scolded for stealing a sweet. "I keep thinking about why Mr. Grenville would do such an odd thing right before a feast. I mean, the kitchens were certain to supply the best of everything, weren't they? Why did he choose that moment to go to that place? I keep wondering what, or who, led him there to meet his death." A startling crash label. Herbs, powders and oils, enough to supply a whole troupe of actors. Catalina had a chest especially made for such materials, but Trumpet left that domain of knowledge entirely in her capable hands. "Ceruse, vinegar, alum, a bit of ash, and another egg." "Give me that rouge," Mary commanded. Trumpet handed her another small plate. She mixed in a drop of precious cochineal, stirred it vigorously, and dabbed in her fingertip to test on Anne's cheek. Anne flinched at the touch, but then held her cheek out for general inspection. "That's better," Mary said. Just in time, Bess appeared at the doorway. "What's keeping you? She's gowned already." 2 maids of honour had arrived in the meantime to help dress her. The Queen now sat at her dressing table, gazing at her image in the mirror with an inscrutable expression on her face. She saw the ladies approaching with their instruments of beauty and gave her own reflection a wry smile. She was so easy to work with in this humour. Sir Charles Blunt must be witty company, if a poor card-player. Trumpet doubted Stephen could leave his Queen feeling anything more than resigned tolerance or peevish exasperation. He should be deterred from joining Her Majesty's midnight games at all costs. Her Majesty closed her eyes as Mary applied the white paint with a linen pad. Trumpet worked from behind, removing the coif and combing Her Majesty's natural hair, which was kept short these days now that it was turning grey. Then she worked the thin knitted cap of the wig onto the royal head, starting at the forehead. She adjusted the front a bit, watching the image in the mirror. To land a blow with any force right at the top of the forehead, the striker would have to be taller than the victim, no two ways about it. Trumpet noted that both Bess and Anne were tall as Grenville, perhaps, if they stood on their toes. She and Mary were shorter than average. "I understand your father will be here, Lady Alice." "My who?" Trumpet shook herself, appalled at the trend her thoughts had taken, with the Queen's head between her hands. "I'm sorry, madam. Yes, he will." The Queen opened her eyes to twinkle at Trumpet in the mirror. "Daydreaming about your wedding night, may we assume?" She shot a wink at the other ladies, who giggled obediently. "Your Majesty!" Trumpet ducked her head, pretending to be shocked. "I wouldn't dream of dreaming about such things." The Queen chuckled. "I forget you have no mother to advise you at this time. Alas, I am unable to fulfil that role for you. Perhaps you should have a quiet chat with Lady Stafford." Trumpet would rather be examined by 8 matrons of good repute than have a conversation about sex with Lady Stafford. Besides, Catalina must know 10 times as much as that ancient dowager. "Just grit your teeth and think of your estates," Beth said, laughing. "That's what my mother told me once." The Queen burst into a great guffaw, showing her sugar-darkened teeth. "Ha, ha! 2 earldoms should be worth a little discomfort." "I'll do my best, madam," Trumpet said in a meek voice. Bess and the Queen flicked their nearly invisible eyebrows at one another, their jesting spoiled. Anne must have missed that interchange. "I've heard men like their wives to be maidenish. If they don't enjoy it, they won't be tempted to go out looking for more." "Now, there's a philosophy I hadn't heard." The Queen gave her a quelling look. "Where did you pick up that bit of dubious wisdom, my lady?" Anne covered her mouth with her hand, getting rouge on the side of her nose. "I don't remember, madam. One of the servants, perhaps?" A cowardly ploy, blaming the staff. Trumpet crowed inwardly at her would-be rival's discomfiture. The pribbling ninny had brought it on herself. "Not one of my servants," the Queen said, meaning everyone. "Has your father met your bridegroom, Lady Alice?" "No, madam. They'll meet for the first time on Friday." "Bring them to the presence chamber, and I'll make the introduction." She smiled at Trumpet's pleased response. "I've finally found something to entice Orford off his cursed ship, although I do appreciate the odd chest of Spanish gold he adds to my treasury now and then." "He serves you in his own way, madam." The Queen treated that platitude to a cat's slow blink. She knew Trumpet wasn't an idiot. It was a difficult role to maintain, day after day in such close quarters, under such wise eyes, but she allowed herself to forget most of the time. Trumpet tried not to remind her. The Queen closed her eyes again to allow Mary to dab the lids with a touch of rouge. When she opened them again, she said, "I know more about my Lord of Orford from Sir Walter than from the Earl himself, or his daughter. He's a staunch ally, a bold man in battle, and an implacable enemy if crossed." She flicked a glance toward Anne, then fixed her potent gaze on Trumpet. "Your husband would be wise to treat you kindly, my lady." "I trust that he will, madam." Could she know about Stephen and Anne already? They hadn't done much yet, as far as Trumpet knew. Her Majesty claimed to loathe dalliances, but she filled her court with healthy young persons and gave them nothing to do but amuse one another. Somewhere in her heart, she must enjoy the shifting patterns of romances and disasters as much as Arthur Grenville had. That thought led to another. Stephen was as weighty a philosopher as his new playmate. He accepted the idea that love-making with his wife would be strictly a matter of duty to the earldom, finding his pleasures elsewhere. But he could have heard stories about his future father-in-law's implacability and feared a privateer's reprisal. Could he have met Grenville in the orchard and stopped his gossip with a brick? That seemed too energetic for Stephen, but men could change, and even chickens would lash out to defend themselves when cornered. 9. "How long do you think it will be, Mr. Bacon?" "What's that?" Francis startled. How long had Sir Charles Blunt been standing there? His mind had wandered, as it often did during these long hours attending upon the Queen in the presence chamber. She rarely wanted him for anything, but he feared to let his privilege of attendance lapse, so he stood under a painting of the defeat of the Spanish Armada and let his mind wander. He'd been watching his cousin Robert enter the room, pausing at the door to speak with Lady Mary Buckley. The Queen's gentlewomen took it in turn to greet people as they entered, sometimes gently turning them away. Robert bowed over her hand as she murmured a few words. He must be paying her to give him a confidential word about the Queen's humour that morning. Robert waddled up the red carpet to the dais, where he paused, kneeling, to await an invitation to proceed. He scarcely had to wait a second before she beckoned him forward with a crooked finger. He stood on her right side and began to speak in a low voice, making frequent reference to a parchment roll he'd drawn from his sleeve. "Will she do it before the end of the summer progress, do you think?" Sir Charles asked, "or wait till we're back in London?" "I couldn't say." Francis had seldom offered an answer more sincere. He had no idea what Sir Charles was talking about. "I'm betting on the former. Most of the council travels with her anyway. There's no advantage to Whitehall." "The council?" Ah, now Francis understood. Sir Charles was speculating about Robert's rumoured appointment to the Privy Council. He's far too young, surely. He just turned 27. Why else would she knight him? Francis only shrugged. He'd had enough of that topic. Sir Charles grunted to show his understanding. "I think she should do it. The old guard is fading fast. Better to start mixing in younger men before the old ones disappear, taking their experience with them." "Wise words," Francis said. "Have you mentioned this idea to her?" "I have not. I don't offer opinions. I smile, I dance, I lose at cards. I fight when and where I'm told to go. I know my place." He smiled ruefully. He did more than that. Sir Charles was the model courtier. He was handsome, with black hair, dark eyes, and excellent legs. He dressed well, but not too well, steering a sartorial course between the ostentation of Sir Walter Raleigh and the self-effacing plainness of Sir Robert Cecil. He danced with vitality and grace, and possessed a pleasant singing voice. He could discourse fluently about literature and philosophy with a homely touch of the West Country in his accent. He had served in Ireland with Sir Walter and in the Netherlands with the Earl of Essex, performing whatever task was given him with ability and without complaint. "We've lost Walsingham," Sir Charles continued, "and now both Sir Christopher Hatton and Lord Burleigh are sick at home. Who's next? Is anyone on the Privy Council under the age of 50? Francis turned his gaze to the embossed and gilded ceiling while he ran through the roster in his mind. Burleigh, Whitgift, Cobham, Hunson, Knollys, all over 60. Fortescue, Heneage, Howard, Buckhurst, all in their 50s. Sir Christopher Hatton is not yet 50, and the Earl of Derby is still in his 30s, but they are the only ones of that generation." Sir Charles smiled as if he'd won a bet. "You're a fountain of knowledge, Mr. Bacon." Francis frowned, not much flattered, though it must have been meant as a compliment. A fountain, was he? One into which all and sundry dipped at their pleasure. Perhaps he could find a way to charge by the bucket. "Not well enough appreciated, in my view," Sir Charles said. "Put aside the question of a council appointment, and Her Majesty would have as good a reason to acknowledge your contributions as Sir Robert's. Your advice letters are studied by everyone who concerns themselves with the health of our nation at home and abroad. We each serve in whatever way we are able." Now he really was being flattered. But why? What could this man want from him? If he imagined Francis had influence with the Cecils, whether father or son, owing to the family relationship, he'd badly misread that situation. "You're too modest, Mr. Bacon. Your insights are always illuminating and your arguments sound. That's why the Queen keeps you close at hand. For example, do you agree that appointing one young man to the council would set a useful precedent?" Useful? Francis felt a tingle at the back of his neck. Surely Sir Charles wasn't hinting that he be considered for a seat on the council? Impossible! No one had ever intimated anything along that line. Not ever. Sir Charles tilted his head down and lowered his voice. "There is one even younger than Sir Robert who deserves such consideration, as you must know." The tingle vanished. "You mean my Lord of Essex?" "Why not? He has broad experience for his years, and would bring the perspective of an active soldier to the table, one sorely lacking among the present company of old men." Francis chuckled. "If he ever stays home long enough to sit down." He was spared the need for further response by the arrival of a group of 3 Russians, or Poles, in vast pluderhosen that billowed below their knees. They bowed just inside the door, walked forward a few feet, and bowed again. The Queen halted Robert's discourse with one hand, while smiling a welcome at the visitors. "Welcome, Royal Deputy Fisker. What news do you have for me today?" Lithuanians, then. Francis was grateful for the stir they created, ending the conversation about Privy Council appointments. That topic edged dangerously into questions of the Queen's prerogative. Interesting to learn that Sir Charles had moved into Essex's camp, however. Francis had thought him to be a greater friend of Sir Walter, who held himself aloof from the growing conflict between Sir Robert and the Earl. Perhaps Robert's knighthood had been meant to place another weight on the Cecil scale. Sir Charles wasn't the only man under the age of 40 chafing at decisions made by their father's generation. The friction wouldn't be noticeable to occasional visitors like these Baltic envoys, but those who followed the court could see islands forming around 3 peaks: Sir Walter Raleigh, Sir Robert Cecil, and the Earl of Essex. Wise men like Sir Charles were assessing their options and making their bids. Sir Walter had retainers, but none of great name. As the Queen's favourite, he might think himself sufficient unto himself. That was his nature as well. A more arrogant man had never lived. But Her Majesty had never granted him a seat on the Privy Council. She knew him best, and must have her reasons. He did form an imposing counterweight to the council. Maybe that was part of his function. Robert had inherited a web of long-established connections, woven of men who owed their positions to his father's influence. He didn't like war, or value the experience of soldiers, so he would be less interested in the service of a man like Sir Charles. The Cecils valued university men, clerks and lawyers, except for one. That left Essex, the quintessential man of parts, who combined the military, the scholarly, and the political in one well-proportioned frame. His warmth, intelligence, and loyalty to his friends attracted many able men to his side. 3 aspiring men, already in high positions, strove mightily to rise still higher. They weren't yet in open opposition to one another, but the competition was sure to grow hotter as the Queen grew older. Meanwhile, lesser men did what they could to advance themselves. Young men new at court, like Arthur Grenville, cast about for an influential patron, offering whatever services they could to gain favour. Grenville's speciality seemed to be gossip. That avid pursuit must have uncovered someone's dangerous secret. That person must still possess it. If the risk of exposure remained, so did the latent need to prevent that calamity. Francis remembered that Sir Charles, like Grenville, came from Dorset. They must have known each other, at least to some degree. "I was sorry to learn about the death of your countryman." "Who? Oh, you mean Arthur Grenville? Yes. What a tragedy. What possessed him to go pick fruit right before supper?" Sir Charles shook his head ruefully. "A lady, I have no doubt. I suspect the cherries were merely a ruse." "He went there to meet a lady, you mean?" "It's more likely than picking fruit in your best clothes." Francis hadn't thought of that angle, nor had his assistants. Grenville might have met a lady and been surprised by a jealous lover. "Did you know him well?" "No, not well. My father knows his father, but our paths never crossed until this summer." Sir Charles frowned, shaking his head again. "We should have taken him under our wing, Sir Walter or me." "Did he seek such shelter?" "He tried, certainly. Sir Walter is the first objective for any West Countryman new at court, but he doesn't suffer fools in his retinue, and I'm afraid Mr. Grenville had little to recommend him. He followed me around for a day or two, but I'm only a second son. I can't afford a retinue, nor do I share Mr. Grenville's taste for lewd gossip." Sir Charles's lip curled. Francis wouldn't have suspected Sir Charles of such fastidious views. Perhaps he had a personal reason for quashing Grenville's gossipy chatter. He cast a glance up at his co-conversant. He was tall enough. Unmarried and attractive to women, he might well be pursuing a covert liaison this summer. Where had he been sitting on Midsummer Eve? Next to Lady Rich, Francis thought, a few yards down from Lady Stafford. I steered him toward Lord Dorchester, Sir Charles said. More his style, I thought. They seem to be getting along. Did you know his lordship was a pupil of mine at Gray's Inn? Only for one term. I did not know that, Sir Charles laughed. That must have been a painful task. Francis chuckled, but waved it away. In fairness, his lordship has his qualities. Perhaps marriage will steady him, and help to bring the best ones to the fore. Not to that lady, I fear. Sir Charles pointed his chin toward Lady Alice, who sat on a nest of cushions with Bess Throckmorton and another gentlewoman, chattering and twining daisies into chains. One of their duties was to add their feminine beauty to the lustre of the ornate chamber, and entertain visitors waiting for a moment of the Queen's attention. I doubt she'll be much help to him, though she is very pretty. Just then Alice trilled a laugh and clapped a hand over her mouth as if she'd forgotten where she was. The Queen shot them a reproving yet indulgent look. She turned back to the Lithuanians with a wink and said something that made them laugh. Sir Walter laughed too, but the smile he cast toward the ladies held a gleam of admiration. Francis shook his head in a different sort of admiration. He'd watched Trumpet play the giddy damsel at court for months, constantly impressed by her skill at deception. It must be more difficult in many ways than playing a young law student at Gray's. Her male counterpart had essentially the same character as the actual woman. He just wore different clothes. But when would she begin to play herself, inside and out? And what would happen when that day arrived? Then a most disturbing realization struck him. That lady was more self-sufficient than Sir Walter, more cunning than Sir Robert, and more daring than the Earl of Essex, or at least their equal in those qualities. But unlike them, she had to hide her lights under a bushel. Francis didn't know what the consequences would be if anyone exposed any of her many secrets, but he knew she wouldn't like them. It was lucky she was so short. Otherwise, she'd be his first candidate for Arthur Grenville's killer. 10. Tom managed to avoid Stephen all morning by the simple expedient of sticking to his desk in the kennel office, copying pedigrees. That was another thing he'd learned at Gray's. Sometimes just doing your job was the best disguise. But an hour or so after dinner, his lordship drifted down to the kennels in search of entertainment. His friends must still be napping. Tom was ready for a breath of fresh air, so he suggested they look up Mr. Lacey to see if they could take the bloodhounds out. They found him much caring what the altercation was about. Rondo had a scrap of something, deerskin possibly, that he kept thrusting into Lacey's hand. Lacey thrust it right back, shaking his head and pointing toward the park. A question of theory versus practice, Tom guessed. Rondo kept shooting odd glances at Stephen, as if he knew something about him or wanted to know something. "Why does he keep looking at me like that?" Stephen asked anxiously. Tom shrugged. "Maybe he's never seen an earl before." Stephen laughed, reassured. The man needed a constant companion to help him navigate the rocky shoals of casual social interactions. Another reason to mourn Arthur Grenville's death. Tom distinctly did not want to take the man's place. Rondo waved his scrap and shouted something like, "En avant!" The dogs jumped up and ran straight to Tom, standing in front of him, wagging their whole bodies. He grabbed their leashes, laughing, and called to them. "That's true," Tom said. "Their king is a Calvinist." Stephen made a sour face. I suppose that's good for England, but I'm glad I don't have to visit him. I had enough of that kind in Nuremberg." "I get enough of that view from my guardian," Tom said. "Much ado about very little," Lacey said, "as far as I can tell. You saw which ones the dogs like, the ones that like them too. They're never wrong, these wise creatures. They have an inborn sense about human natures." The boy returned and passed out wide-brimmed straw hats to protect their faces from the beating sun. Tom and Stephen handed him their tall felt hats to take back to the office. They donned the straw ones and grinned at the rustic effect. Lacey pointed toward the river path and said, "Allons-y!" The dog stood up and led the way. They walked at a comfortable pace along the Thames for a while, then turned left to climb up a steep road that soon turned back to run parallel to the river, still rising steadily. Stephen was panting by the time they reached the top, but even he had to confess it was worth it. The view was magnificent. The hill fell steeply away on its western face, affording a magnificent view of the Thames bending south, its blue waters glinting silver in the sun. It flowed around an islet thickly covered with trees. On the far bank, swathes of grass, the colour of trumpets' eyes, ran between woods composed of a wondrous variety of trees. The layers of blues and greens, extending into the shimmering distance, felt like a balm to Tom's city-stained spirits. He spent too many hours studying squiggles of black ink on dull paper. Now all he could hear was the wind blowing straight up from the river, rustling the leaves of the trees behind them, and a few birds calling here and there. No squealing carts or shouting workmen, no clatter of horses or clang of machinery. Pure peace. "Don't get too close to the edge," Lacey said. "It's a nice view, but a nasty drop. I'd like to take the dogs farther into the park to see if they can manage without you gentlemen for a little while." He winked at Tom as he said it. Stephen granted his permission with a wave of his hand, then found a largish rock to sit on. Tom joined him. They sat in silence, appreciating the brisk wind blowing across the open vista. After a few minutes of rest, Stephen gave Tom an odd, sideways look. "Have you learned anything about Grenville's death?" "Me? No. How would I?" Stephen poked his tongue into his cheek to show his disdain for that disingenuous answer. "I know you and Mr. Bacon do that sort of thing sometimes, inquiring into odd deaths." "How in God's name would you know anything about that, if it were true?" Stephen puffed a dismissive breath. "I helped the first time, remember? Old Mitchell Truth for an answer. I asked Mr. Bacon about Mr. Grenville, as a matter of fact. He said he had no intention of getting involved. No one has asked him to, and it's not his place. Sir Walter Raleigh and the coroner made their determination, and that's the end of it, as far as I know." Stephen gave him a long, cool look, cool enough to give Tom a bit of a chill. Then he shrugged one shoulder and turned away. He picked up a small rock and pitched it into the empty air beyond the cliff, his arm arching over his head. The sight of that arm sparked a vision in Tom's mind of Grenville surprising Stephen in the orchard, grabbing his arm, laughing, until Stephen swung the brick in his hand down upon his head. You couldn't defend yourself from such a sudden attack. You wouldn't even have time to duck. Tom studied his old friend out of the corner of his eye and saw lines in the jaw and a hardness around the eyes that hadn't been there 5 years ago. He was a good friend, wasn't he, Grenville? Stephen shrugged again. For a while. He found another rock and threw it, watching until it vanished into the many-hued scene below. Then he turned to Tom with his chin tilted up, in that prideful pose he used to strike when he felt an affront to his dignity or doubt about his position. Who knew what it meant now? "I trust you, Tom," he said, "for old time's sake. But you'd be wise not to cross me. Things have changed a lot for me this year. I'm not the man you knew." Soon after, the hounds came bounding out and surrounded Tom, licking his hands and face. Lacey caught up to restore their leashes, and led them all back down to the palace, taking a different route through the park to come in across Richmond Green and down past the outside of the great court. Tom and Stephen agreed to change clothes and meet at the main entrance to the privy lodgings in half an hour. Combed, perfumed, and dressed in their second-best finery, they met as the clock struck 4:30 and climbed the wide oak staircase to the first floor and passed into the presence chamber. "Where shall we stand?" Tom asked. "Let's make a circuit," Stephen said, eyeing the other gentlefolk standing about in beautiful clothes. "We'll examine the decorations." He placed his hands behind his back and began to stroll at a stately pace. Like all the state apartments, this room had tall windows on one side, looking onto the middle court. The doors in each chamber, framed in half columns with a Greek capital over the top, stood close to the windows, leaving the rest of the room free of passing traffic. Gentlemen ushers, chosen for their height and comeliness as well as their families, stood beside each door. Stephen paused at a window to gaze down at the people milling around the fountain, nodding as if he'd instructed them to be there. He continued on to the door, where he granted the usher a patronising smile, Tom in genuine delight. Tom returned the grin without reservation. The room had been designed to awe, and it achieved that effect in full measure. Not one square inch had been neglected. The walls were painted with red, green, and gold chains of diamonds. On top of that were gilded mouldings shaped like shields and urns, framing figures of mythical giants or knights of yore. Add to that the multicoloured marble mantelpiece and the carved frame around the throne's draped dais, lavishly embellished with dragons, lions, and naked cherubs, and a man could barely see the room for all the decoration. The decorations were so rich and so dense, it took many minutes to peruse them all. But at last, Stephen circled back to the inlaid marble mantelpiece and came to a halt. "Now we stand and converse." Tom dutifully followed Stephen to the chosen spot and positioned himself slightly behind him to signal his lesser status. "What should we talk about?" "How should I know? You're the one that studies all the time. Tell me something about the law I don't already know." "Anything, then." Tom began to recount the last trial he'd attended at the Queen's Bench, a thrilling tale of clashing torts. Stephen listened for almost half a minute before his eyes glazed over. He was rescued by a bustle at the outer door. Tom stopped in the middle of a word, his jaw hanging open as the Queen entered the room with Sir Walter at her side and a small retinue in her train. Stephen puffed up like a rooster, thrusting his chest forward, placing a hand on the hilt of his rapier. He held that pose while everyone else lowered themselves in a bow or curtsy, then swept off his hat, extended a leg, and bowed head to knee. "Your Majesty," he murmured. "My Lord of Dorchester." The Queen brought her small procession to a full stop. "How good to see you." She smiled as he straightened, arranging his feet so that one angled slightly behind the other. "You must be eager for this week to end." "How so, madam?" She laughed. "Your nuptials, my lord, on Friday." "Oh, yes, I'd forgotten, Thank you, madam. Naturally, I'm possessed with impatience." Her eyes flashed with amusement, but she didn't laugh again. "I'm fond of your bride, you know. She amuses me, and I'm pleased to unite two prominent Protestant families." Stephen's mouth opened and closed, unable to produce an answer to that. The Queen nodded as if that were the response she'd wanted. "Not too ostentatiously Protestant, of course, which is the way I prefer it." "Oh, indeed, madam." His body visibly relaxed. Nothing was being asked of him. "That's the way I like it too." "May your wedding feast be merry. And, my lord," her twinkling hazel eyes met his, "treat your wife with courtesy, always. I'll hear of it if you don't." "I would never dream of doing anything less, madam." She flicked a glance at Tom, smiled slightly, then tilted her chin at Sir Walter. Stephen and Tom bowed deeply again as she and her entourage moved on. "God's bones," Stephen breathed. "We have the big hunt to look forward to. You'll be beside her all day long." "With Sir Walter, too." He sounded proud rather than envious. He'd held on to his youthful admiration for the bold adventurer. Tom had too, until last night. He hadn't missed the steely gaze Raleigh had levelled at him past the Queen's shoulder over the bland smile painted on his face. Why couldn't they have stumbled on an ordinary couple in that cursed dovecote? Even catching Stephen with Anne Courtney would have been less trouble than holding a secret over Sir Walter Raleigh's head. Stephen grinned at nothing, nodding, pleased with himself. She stopped to speak to me alone. I mean, I'm the only one she stopped for. Did you notice that? It's about time Her Majesty gave you the recognition you deserve, my lord. A woman spoke behind them, making them both jump. As they turned, she made a small curtsy, smiling at their recognition as she rose to meet their worshipful eyes. "Lady Rich!" Tom backed up a step so he could bow properly. What a day this was turning out to be. First the Queen, not 3 feet away, now Lady Penelope Rich, immortal subject of a cycle of sonnets dedicated to her wit and beauty. She'd married since the poems were written, but hadn't lost a particle of her allure. Her fair hair gleamed beneath her fashionable, man-styled hat. Her ruff, composed mostly of lace, was open at the front to reveal the hollow of her throat, while the back tilted up to frame her head. Her black velvet bodice descended in a steep point over her flat belly, sweeping open to expose a white satin forepart embroidered with silver thread. Her huge puffed sleeves were made of the same costly fabric. She wore a yard-long string of pearls and carried a jewelled fan. "My lady," Stephen said, "we're honoured." "The honour is mine, my lord. I hope you'll forgive my forwardness, but I believe we've met before. Years ago at Whitehall, wasn't it?" They'd gone to court for the first time to deliver a message to her from Mr. Bacon. She'd terrified them, as Tom recalled, haughtily treating them like the callow youths they'd been. "Of course I remember," Stephen said. "You were graciousness itself. I wished we'd had time to linger and enjoy a longer conversation. Alas, our errand was most urgent." He shot a glance at Tom. "Or I think it must have been." "Most urgent, my lord," Tom said. Her onyx eyes turned toward him, her slender eyebrows arching in a question. Tom nudged Stephen's foot with his to prompt the introduction. "This is my old retainer, Thomas Clarity," Stephen said. Tom bowed again, murmuring some polite nothing while she blinked that cat-like blink of hers. He'd dreamt about that blink from time to time. He always woke up gasping, staring into the darkness until his heart stopped pounding. "I was so sad to hear about your friend, Mr. Grenville," Lady Rich said to Stephen, "though I only knew him by reputation. What a tragedy. Cut down so young." Tom wondered at her choice of words. Cut down implied a deliberate hand. "Yes," Stephen said, "I'll miss him. He made me laugh." Lady Rich accepted this weak eulogy gravely. "Would that my friends can say as much of me when my time comes. I understand your Lady Alice was one of those who discovered him. She sent for you, and you sent your Mr. Clarity to attend upon her in her terrible ordeal." "Yes," Stephen said, "more or less. She mistakenly sent the messenger to the kennel office rather than my lodgings, or naturally I would have gone myself." Lady Rich breezed past the spluttering excuse. "Very wise of you to send a surrogate, my lord. You ensure all your interests are protected without appearing to encroach on Sir Walter Raleigh's prerogative." Stephen's mouth opened in surprise, but he recovered and turned the gape into a throaty chuckle. "Yes, indeed. I can always rely on good old Tom." Now the lady turned her attention to Tom. "Mr. Clarity is a man of parts, or so my brother tells me." "I'm flattered, my lady," Tom said honestly. He'd never met the Earl, although he knew that Mr. Bacon had consulted him in the course of their commissions. "You're Francis Bacon's clerk, aren't you? At Gray's Inn?" "Yes, my lady." "We started there together," Stephen blurted in an obvious grab for attention. "I was a student of Bacon's myself, if you can believe it. One term of that dusty stuff was enough for me, I can assure you." "I can only imagine." Lady Rich shook her head in apparent sympathy. "Tom seems to like it," Stephen went on. "He left me, after so many years together, to keep slogging away at those old books." "So wise of you to maintain that connection, my lord." Lady Rich had the knack of turning Stephen's gaffes into achievements. "My brother holds Mr. Bacon's counsel in the highest esteem." "So do I," Stephen said. Tom doubted he understood what she meant. She turned to Tom again. "I understand Mr. Bacon has been asking questions about poor Mr. Grenville's death." Tom's mind buzzed with his options for responding. He'd just told Stephen the complete opposite, which, as far as he knew, was the truth. But it was an odd card for the lady to play without something else in her hand. Tom hadn't spoken with Bacon since yesterday morning. Something might have happened to change his mind. Besides, a murder in the Royal Orchard ought to be investigated, and if it were to be done, Tom wanted to do it. He liked investigating. It gave him a purpose, other than following Stephen the Simple around, explaining things without seeming to explain them. Last, but hardly least, he'd decided long ago that one of his jobs was to prod Mr. Bacon into doing things he ought to do, because otherwise the man would just lie around all day reading Italian philosophy. "Yes," Tom said at last, winning a slow blink and a smile of approval from the lady, and a sharp glare from the lord. "There were oddities that demand explanation." "Which Sir Walter swept aside with a wave of his mighty hand, one presumes," Lady Rich said. "More or less." "Why shouldn't he?" Stephen snapped. "Isn't Sir Walter's determination the end of it?" He'd remembered Tom's words nearly verbatim. When had he acquired that skill? "A very important question, my lord," Lady Rich said, turning his question on its head. "I'm glad you asked it. It's certainly worth having Mr. Bacon look into it. He'll get to the truth. My lord brother tells me he's quite implacable once his mind is engaged." She smiled at Tom. "With your invaluable assistance in the field, Mr. Clarity, of course. It isn't everyone who can claim a gentleman of the Inns of Court as an intelligencer." Pride swelled in Tom's chest. "I do what I can, my lady. I've learnt so much from Mr. Bacon over the course of our, She put a finger to her lips, smiling so sweetly they might have been talking about a secret supply of marchpane. She turned that complicit smile back to Stephen and lowered her voice. "I, for one, applaud your desire to seek justice for your slain friend." "My slain friend," Stephen echoed. His expression straddled the fence between confusion and suspicion, which did not bode well. The conflict would soon resolve into irritation, which would make him look like an idiot in front of the sister of the Earl of Essex, the Queen's rising favourite, and the man every other young earl in England most wanted to impress. Tom jumped in. "My Lord of Dorchester has always been a loyal friend to both his retainers and his peers." He gave Stephen another sharp nudge with his foot. "Loyalty is the most important quality a man may possess," Stephen said, looking at Tom. "Or a woman." Lady Rich's gaze shifted toward the entrance, where a tall, dark-haired man now appeared. "Oh, there's Sir Charles. I wanted to ask him something about my horse. Will you permit me to take my leave, my lord?" She dropped into a curtsy. "Of course." Stephen waved his hand, all benevolence. But after she walked away, leaving the scent of jasmine and civet in her wake, he turned narrowed eyes toward Tom. "You lied to me." "I lied to her. I didn't know Mr. Bacon had taken an interest in Grenville's death." He curled his lip, not believing it. "She said you were some sort of intelligencer. I find that incredible. Why were you keeping it a secret?" "It hasn't come up, has it, my lord? It isn't the sort of thing you go around announcing to people. Besides, Lady Rich seemed impressed by your cleverness in getting Mr. Bacon onto it, so I'd just be pleased about it if I were you." Stephen pressed his lips together. He glared at Tom for another moment, then turned to watch Lady Rich and the newcomer chatting near the door. "I did impress her, didn't I? The immortal Stella of the sonnets." He sighed, and the moment of suspicion passed. Then he delivered the lesson he'd learned from that strangely artful conversation. "That's the one lady in this whole court who knows how to dress." 11. "Monsieur was pleased with the arrangements last week," Francis told the mistress of the Goat and Compasses. "He wishes to repeat everything just as it was. The room, the refreshments, and the persons." Here it was, only Wednesday, but Monsieur Chaste was thirsting for another afternoon with his strumpets. In truth, Francis didn't mind being freed from the futility of loitering in the presence chamber. Still less did he mind spending the afternoon with Michel Joubert. "We'd like a room for ourselves as well," Joubert told the portly board. He flicked his dark eyebrows at Francis. "We require privacy for our own conversation, wouldn't you agree?" Heading toward Monsieur Chaste's chamber, which they entered to a rousing cheer. While the door closed, Michel shook his head admiringly. "My master pleases his doxies as much as they please him, it would seem." "May we both enjoy such vigour at his age," Francis said. A servant showed them into a room where the ceiling slanted acutely over the bed. Still, it looked clean enough, and it did have a goodly window overlooking the Thames. Francis unhooked his doublet as soon as the servant left. The wool was summer weight and the lining silk, but they both were black, and they tended to absorb the sun's warmth. He draped it over the back of a chair, and then sat down. Michel followed suit, taking his time, making a bit of a show of releasing his surprisingly broad shoulders from the confining contours of his own black doublet. He held the garment up with a wry smile. "How dull we men of intellect are, Mr. Bacon? All is bright and gay at court in summer, yet we still cloak ourselves in these sad colours. I can't remember the last time I wore something other than black or grey. It's expected of us. Some day you will come to France for Easter, and we will buy you a suit of red silk with big pink feathers for your hat." Francis laughed out loud. "And I will hide in my room the whole week, Monsieur Joubert. But you must call me Michel now that we are alone together, en déshabillé." "Then you must call me Frank." "Frank?" Michel nodded. "I like it. So strong and Anglo-Saxon." He opened the diamond-paned windows as far as they would go, and a refreshing breeze entered the room. Michel leaned on the plastered wall by the windows, crossing his arms. "How has your week been, Frank? Not too much travail, I hope?" "None whatsoever. I stand, I wait, I chat, I observe. I am unwanted, like a thick doublet on a hot day." "Nonsense. I want you?" An unmistakable invitation sparked in his dark eyes. Francis felt a shiver of anticipation. The servant returned with a tray laden with a tall bottle, a sweating jug of cold water, and several plates of comestibles. She set them on the table, asked if they wanted anything else, and left. Michel poured wine, adding a splash of water to each cup, and leaned a hip against the table near Francis's chair as he handed him one. "You claim to do nothing, but a man of your talents must be given some vital task, surely." Francis shook his head, not caring much at the moment. It was marvellous how a pair of sympathetic eyes could lessen a man's grievances. "I am charged with seeing to the needs of Monsieur le Ambassadeur and his confidential secretary. And so, here I am. And so, here am I as well." They toasted one another and drank deeply of the tart but not unpleasant wine. "Speaking as a confidential secretary," Michel said, "I wish to confide that I appreciate you, Frank. I only wish there was some way I could demonstrate the truth of what I say." Francis took another drink, then set his cup on the table. He rose to stand in front of his new friend, finding he had to look up to meet his eyes. "I would be gratified by an opportunity to show my appreciation for you as well, Michel." The secretary nodded, eyes alight. His gaze shifted downward, and he clucked his tongue. "Oh, this must be much too hot." He reached around Francis's neck and untied his ruff, drawing it slowly away from his tingling skin and tossing it onto the chair. Francis smiled, ready for the games to begin. "Already I breathe more freely." Their mutual appreciation fully expressed, the two men of intellect rose and restored their clothing, at least as far as shirts, stockings, and trunk hose. They weren't sure what time it was, and didn't want to be caught in too informal a state when the ambassador sent for them. "More wine?" Francis asked. "The water's not so cool anymore." "Whereas I feel wonderfully refreshed," Michel grinned. "Yes, to the wine. No, to the less than cool water." Francis filled their cups and sat at the table, picking through the edible offerings, feeling somewhat sharp-set. Minced tarts. I love these." Michel joined him, taking a piece of cheese and a sliver of pear. They snacked in comfortable silence for a few minutes, listening to the sounds of the waterfront below their window. A boatman shouted something in an unintelligible dialect. A goose honked, perhaps in answer. The breeze continued to waft fresh air into the small chamber. It must originate higher than the wharf, or it would be laden with the smell of fish and tar. Luckily, the sun sinking into the west was behind the inn, leaving their window in the shade. Michel leaned back in his chair, resting his cup on his taut belly, and regarded Francis as if planning to paint his portrait. "Have you ever thought of returning to France, mon ami?" "Oh, no," Francis chuckled. "I hate travel. It discommodes me." "But to be in Paris in the spring! You spent some years there in your youth, did you not? Have you no desire to make another visit?" "Desire?" Francis shrugged in the Gallic manner. "Sometimes, perhaps. But I know I will stay where I am. There are 2 women keeping me in England." He gave Michel a sly smile. 2? Women? Should I be jealous?" Francis laughed, shaking his head. "My lady mother and my sovereign queen." "Ah, very well. I must accept it. But those inestimable ladies are growing old, are they not? And you are quite young." "Not so young any more. At 30 one's youth is past." Francis picked up a dried fig and chewed it thoughtfully. "In all honesty, mon ami, I am content with my life at Gray's Inn most days. I study to my heart's content. Almost. I enjoy the conversation of intelligent men. I take a little legal work now and then, mainly to prove that I can." Michel laughed, and Francis acknowledged the arrogance of that remark with a rueful grin. If it weren't for the nagging sense of failing to live up to my abilities, to achieve the position I believe God intends for me." Michel nodded, understanding him perfectly. "You suffer from the sense of destiny obstructed. Your family, by whom I mean your uncle, Lord Burleigh, fails to take the place of your late father to help you achieve the place you deserve." He cocked his head, as if exploring the thought for the first time. "Rather, I think he frustrates you. How do you say contrecarrer? Thwart. Not an easy word for a speaker of French to pronounce." Although Francis enjoyed watching the working of Michel's lips as he made the attempt. He'd enjoyed this whole session, in fact. It had been so long between lovers, he'd almost forgotten how good it felt. "Between you and me," he said, "I think your suspicion is well-founded. They don't even pretend otherwise anymore. Knighting Robert last month at my uncle's house, knowing I would be there, perforce. 2 years younger than me, with no greater achievements to show on the surface." He popped another fig in his mouth, but it wasn't as sweet as the first. "And beneath the surface?" Francis met his eyes, recognizing an invitation of a different kind. Some men, and women, would gladly accept the opportunity to relieve pent-up resentments or display themselves as knowledgeable members of some inner circle. They might have nothing but minor scandals, but when the listener was a member of a foreign embassy, the lines between gossip and espionage blurred. Everyone always sought those bits of confidential information whenever a chance arose. The best means of advancement in any political career was the possession of reliable knowledge about the plans of one's enemies and allies. Often the best way to deduce those plans was to keep track of the shifting alliances among persons of influence and power. Francis shrugged. Why not give a little? It's no secret that Robert has been doing much of his father's work in the past year. My Lord Uncle's health is failing. He has weeks when he can't even sit at his desk. Robert fills the breach, under his father's guidance, of course. I don't believe he takes any decisions on his own yet. Michel lifted one shoulder. You are correct. That is no secret. Francis shot him a tart look and took his time choosing a salted almond. He could give a little more in exchange for the sympathy and caresses. I could tell you one small thing. Robert is even more opposed to continental wars than his father or the Queen. He'll oppose our involvement in France as strongly as he dares. The things he saw on his journey from Ghent to Antwerp in 1588, after the Duke of Parma had been there, shocked him to the marrow. Not just the violence, but the terrible waste. The thrifty Cecils. Michel wrinkled his long nose. Lives lost, communities shattered, goods and houses destroyed. I would agree with him if we did not have the Catholic League marching against us. The Catholic League had been formed by the Duke of Guise 20 years ago with the explicit aim of driving all Protestants out of France by whatever means necessary. Much blood had already flowed in that unholy cause. King Philip of Spain, Pope Sixtus, and the Jesuit priesthood had joined the party as major supporters. They had prevented Protestant Henri IV, the legitimate King of France, from entering Paris, his capital city. Only last year he had been forced to retreat to the south. Fortunately, the League was unable to produce an alternative candidate for the throne. The best they had so far was Philip's 25-year-old daughter, Isabella Clara Eugenia. Most Frenchmen rightly believed her accession would place their country under Spain's thumb. It would threaten the English as well. The narrow sea between Dover and Calais was only 20 miles across. Once the League had eliminated every Protestant in France, it would turn its sights on England with the same murderous intent. That horrific possibility filled the pamphlets in St. Paul's churchyard and haunted many men's dreams. Francis granted Michel a twisted smile, but he couldn't bring himself to express support for another potentially endless war. Many of the Queen's other advisers agree with you. as I'm sure you know. My Lord of Essex, Sir Walter Raleigh. They press her constantly to send more troops and more money. Your gallant lords marshal, we are grateful for them. But what does Her Majesty herself think? No one knows that. Francis laughed at the very idea. Her Majesty's mind is inscrutable. But, like all of us, she fears the Spanish. After that long, terrifying year fending off their mighty armada, we have no doubts about their intentions. But the Queen hates war as much as the Cecils. It's risky, expensive, and closes off options. Francis shook his head. I genuinely have no idea. She doesn't share her thoughts with me, or anyone, not completely. If you want my guess, I'll believe she'll resist as long as she can, then grant half of what's wanted. Michel sighed. Then we must hope our handsome soldiers will prevail sooner rather than later. Francis tested a cheese puff, found it delicious, and popped the whole thing in his mouth. Too much, but it gave him a chance to decide how to pose his question. He swallowed it down, finished his wine, and then refreshed both their cups. Then he sat back with a smile, tolerant king. You wonder if any of my fellows are in the pay of the Catholic League. Michel sounded weary, or perhaps disappointed. But Francis knew it wasn't a trivial question, not with Arthur Grenville being sent back to his parents inside a wooden box. It would be surprising if there weren't, but useful to know which one. I have asked myself that question, you know. It isn't so easy to answer. I can't read every letter, not if I'm to spend afternoons dallying in a riverside tavern. Francis smiled to show his appreciation for the sacrifice. Would you tell me, if you knew? Possibly, Michel shrugged, but I would tell my master first, and then you could watch the traitor be sent home with his tail between his legs. That wasn't really an answer, but it was the best Francis would get. He couldn't expect a confidential secretary to empty his master's laundry basket onto the table. Still, he did wonder if Grenville had stumbled onto an assignation between the spy in the embassy and his English informant. That discovery would bring charges of treason down on the heads of both conspirators. Michel inched his chair closer to the table and shook out a napkin. I'm hungry. He gobbled up a small pie, redolent of mushroom gravy, washing it down with more wine. The sustenance restored his playful humour. One question remains. What does must know? I agree that it is in every way to England's advantage to have a France that is fully independent of Spain. A Protestant king on the throne in the Louvre would be an extra plum in that sweet cake. We must support you. That much is obvious. The question is, to what extent? And at what cost to the English people? What does your brother Anthony advise? He is a great friend of my brave king. Francis shook his head. Anthony doesn't make recommendations. He supplies news and observations from his comfortable house in Bordeaux. Astute observations, from what I understand. Michel chewed on an olive, spitting the pit into his palm. I read your Notes on the Present State of Christendom. I found it most illuminating. God's light! That's an old one. But you're right, it was largely a compilation of material from Antony's letters. The Bacon brothers, when they work together, are très formidables. Francis shook a stalk of boiled asparagus at him in mock outrage. You flatter me, sir. You flatter me. Do you like it? Michel waggled his black eyebrows. Francis drew in a breath between his teeth. I don't altogether mind. But why would you read that old article? The matter must have been familiar to you. Some, perhaps. It improves my English to read such beautiful prose. One seldom finds such clarity of expression in our field. Sadly, that is all too true. He knows a great deal about France, your brother, does he not? Indubitably. It was prescient of him to become such good friends with Henri of Navarre, long before anyone thought he would ever become king. Francis took a draught of wine, then decided to share another titbit not generally known. He's coming home soon. Michel gaped in surprise. Anthony Bacon? Leave France? Say it is not so. His health is not good, as you may know, and the constant warfare makes it so hard for us to receive letters or even know how he is, sometimes even where he is. My mother and I have been pleading for him to return for some time now. Papers and money have yet to be organised, but I'm hopeful we'll see him again before the year is out. Your gain will be our loss. It has been very useful for your queen and her councillors, especially your Lord Burleigh, to receive such astute observations about politics in my country, has it not? Without question. But Antony has agents who will carry on for him when he comes home. That would be good news. Michel delivered himself of a heartfelt sigh. I only wish my king had equally good observations about the politics in your country. He gave Francis a droll but pointed look. Francis pretended to be outraged. Aha! This is what you've been wanting from me all along, isn't it? The wine, the breeze, these little cheese puffs that I can't stop eating? No. I assure you, my dearest Frank, I would have manoeuvred you into this private room even if you had no brothers, and wrote like a pig. They laughed heartily, both mature enough to recognize that man may pursue several goals simultaneously when circumstances allowed. Michel tilted his head to give Francis a coy look. I would be your liaison, naturally. We would be forced to spend many afternoons together. A most enjoyable prospect. For me as well. And, do you know, Frank, we can offer you more than cheese puffs. There would be payments in money. I like money, Francis said. I never seem to have enough of it. You should have everything you need, my friend. And more than merely money, you would have our appreciation and our gratitude. 2 more things, 12. She says we can go out, Anne Courtney announced, clapping her hands with delight at her news. She'd swept into the presence chamber in a rustle of silk, dropped a brief curtsy to a group of gentlemen talking earnestly, then pattered toward the circle of gentlewomen sitting on their poufs in the corner. Better still, my Lord of Dorchester has offered to take us out to the park to practice shooting. He's to meet us outside the orchard wall. Her joyousness faltered a little as her gaze lit on Trumpet, but she recovered and clapped her hands again. Quick, everyone! Let's go before she changes her mind. She was the Queen, of course. She must be meeting with the Privy Council this afternoon. Trumpet stuck her needle into her work and rolled it up. No one had to ask her twice. She'd rather muck out the kennels than sit indoors embroidering on such a fine June afternoon. And she could guess the true source of the idea of a shooting expedition. Tom must have a plan for slipping into the shrubbery out there somewhere. She hopped to her feet and held out a hand to her chambermaid. Coming, Bess. They dashed over to their room, where they found Maud Digby sewing by the window. Trumpet leaned out as far as she could, stuck her fingers between her lips, and whistled. Catalina liked to bring her sewing down into the courtyard, where she could flirt with members of the palace staff. A minute later, the dark-eyed maidservant appeared at the door and hurried across the room to help her mistress out of her expensive court clothes. Off came the silks and velvets, on went the lightweight worsted. Trumpet chose a wide bum roll instead of a farthingale, easier to climb over stiles and under branches. Catalina had devised a hunting costume in shades of green, with brown trim and a wide hemguard. Trumpet could become nearly invisible in the woods, especially if she pulled the matching hood out of her pocket to cover her black hair and white face. Bess, on the other hand, wore tawny with shiny orange linings that would draw the eye like a yellow-breasted bunting. "Will Sir Walter join us, do you think?" Trumpet asked. "I hope so. If she's with the Privy Council, he might. Don't you leave messages for one another somewhere? like in a hole in the orchard wall? Bess gave her a level look from under her furled brows that Trumpet didn't know how to interpret. It either meant, "You are far more brain-sick than I imagined," or, "Now that you know, I'll have to kill you too." No explanation followed the look. Bess merely shook her head, adjusted her brimmed hat in the mirror, and said, "Let's hurry, shall we? Anne will persuade them to leave without us if she can." They fairly flew out of the main gate, laughing at the porter as they passed. They hurried around the garden wall and past the little cluster of buildings where the friary had once been. There they found a group of ladies and gentlemen milling and chatting while waiting for everyone to arrive. Sir Walter was there, taller than the rest and thus easy to spot. Bess flicked a wry smile at Trumpet and moved toward him. He stood in a group that included Penelope Rich and several of her friends. Trumpet intended to make her way into that select circle after she found a suitable house in London and persuaded Stephen to go fight in the Low Countries or conduct an embassy to Poland or something equally far away. Tom stood next to Sir Charles Blunt, chatting over the heads of the French bloodhounds. The dogs lay quietly on the grass, with their massive heads on their huge paws, their sad eyes rolled comically up toward Tom. He wore his brown and beige hunting clothes, an undecorated doublet, and galligaskins banded a few inches above the knee, plain clothes made elegant by his effortless grace. He truly was the most beautiful man in the world, even alongside the likes of Sir Charles and Sir Walter. "How fares my lady today?" Stephen asked, bowing as he took her hand. "I am well, my lord." Trumpet dipped her head in mock bashfulness. The next few weeks would be vastly easier if Stephen believed she found him intimidating. It wasn't too hard, since he liked believing it. He looked her up and down, appraising her costume, then nodded his approval. "Artfully done, my dear, and perfectly appropriate. Is this your maidservant's design?" "Yes, my lord. She's very clever." "I agree. You may tell her I said so." He beamed as if he'd given Trumpet a treat. She pursed her lips in a prim smile and cast her gaze toward the turf. "I brought you this." He slipped a bow from his shoulder and handed it to her. She hadn't noticed he was carrying two. "Can you shoot, my lady?" "A little." She accepted the quiver too, slinging it over her shoulder. "Thank you, my lord." "Not much fun to go out shooting without a bow now, is it?" She shook her head, already weary of the conversation. But it had been thoughtful of him to bring a weapon for her. He'd clearly chosen it with consideration for her smallish stature. She didn't like it when Stephen was nice. It made things harder. Then Mary's voice sang out. "Here we are!" She and Anne sauntered toward the group, arms linked. Anne's eyes met Stephen's, which brightened as an eager grin spread across his face. Trumpet's momentary twinge of guilt vanished in a blink. Stephen spoke to Tom with his eyes still clapped on Anne. He was flirting with his paramour right over his future wife's head. Tom handed the she-cat his extra bow and quiver. She began playing with it, asking Stephen for advice. Trumpet turned her attention to the dogs. She bent to pat each one in turn, stroking their silky ears. "My lady, and they need a good long walk." "We all could use a good walk," Sir Charles said. "Lord Dorchester, won't you lead us onward?" Stephen flashed a broad grin. "Come on, Tom, let's put these dogs through their paces." He strode forward, leaving the ladies behind. Tom shot a wry glance at Trumpet, clucked his dogs to their feet, and followed. Sir Charles angled toward the group around Lady Rich. Anne gave an irritated little cry of constraint. "He is so handsome, isn't he?" Anne said. "My Lord of Dorchester?" Trumpet answered with a touch of crispness. The ninny seemed to relish the overt rivalry. If it would encourage her to keep Stephen occupied, Trumpet was happy to oblige. "All of them," Mary said. "I especially like your husband's gamekeeper." "He's a gentleman," Trumpet said, "if you mean the one with the dogs. But my lord is far more beautifully dressed." "His lordship does have exceptionally good taste." Anne's smirk made it clear she included herself as an example of same. "Sir Walter overtops them all," Mary said. "It's no wonder the Queen admires him." They all hummed their agreement at that. If there were no such person as Thomas Clarady, Trumpet would doubtless be in love with Sir Walter Raleigh. But Tom did exist, and Sir Walter remained near the top of her list of candidates for Arthur Grenville's killer, right below Bess Throckmorton. "Do you think he was right?" she asked, starting small. "Who was right about what?" Anne said. "Sir Walter. Was he right about Mr. Grenville falling off that ladder in the orchard? He was such a good dancer." "Sir Walter?" Mary asked. "No, goose, Mr. Grenville. You'd think a man who could dance with such agility would have a better sense of balance, wouldn't you?" Anne gave Trumpet a sidelong look, biting her lip as if debating with herself, but she only said, "He was a lovely dancer." "Sir Walter wouldn't mistake such a thing," Mary said. "He's Raleigh." "Well, yes," Trumpet said, "he is, but he's still a man, for all that, and his first concern is not troubling Her Majesty. He might have snatched the first explanation that presented itself." "There was something odd about that ladder," Anne said, earning a sharp glare from Mary. "Well, Mr. Grenville was a good dancer. You should know that better than anyone, Mary. You were his favourite partner." "Dancing has nothing to do with it," Mary said. "One doesn't dance on a ladder. And Sir Walter has spent months at sea. Months! Have you ever been on a ship?" The other two shook their heads. "Well, I have," Mary said. "My family accompanied Sir Edward Stafford to France 2 years ago. Ships have ladders everywhere, large and small. Sailors run up and down them all day long. They must fall off them sometimes. Sir Walter must know everything there is to know about falling off a ladder." Catch up. Lady Rich's group had already moved past him, following a wide track into the woods. They all had their bows in their hands, but none of them seemed to be scouting for prey. 2 other gentlemen stood a little distance down the hill on the other side, taking turns firing arrows into a big straw target. "Do you prefer birds or rabbits?" Stephen asked as the 3 ladies reached him. "Or practice with targets, like those 2 lads?" "I want a French hound to guide me," Trumpet said. She reached toward the leashes in Tom's hand, trying not to touch him. "Which one is Guinevere? I feel certain she and I have a kindred spirit." "Here, my lady." Tom put the end of a leash in her hand. "Don't worry, she's quite docile." "I don't know about this, Tom," Stephen said. "Are you sure she can handle that animal?" "Of course I can, my lord. We're the best of friends already." Trumpet patted the great beast, inwardly girding herself for a fast run. "How do I ask her to find me around in time to catch Stephen and Anne walking briskly in the opposite direction?" Tom and Lancelot were jogging her way, panting eagerly. Well, only Lance was actually panting, but Tom should have to work a little too. Trumpet said, "Cherche!" and let Gwen lead her toward a narrow path winding into a cool thicket, lush with tall bracken. She dodged a few overhanging branches, padding along in near silence until they reached a clearing. Both woman and dog stood and waited, watching the way from which they'd come. They heard Lance snuffling a moment before the 2 shapes emerged from the shadows. "Assis," Tom said, and both dogs dropped their haunches to the leafy floor. Then Tom said, "Coucher," and they lay down. "Rest." He dropped Lance's leash. "They'll stay put. You don't have to keep holding her." Trumpet dropped her leash and took 1 step toward Tom. The next thing she knew, she was on her toes, with her body stretched hard against him, their arms twined around each other, and their cheeks pressed together, gasping for air. There had been a world-shattering kiss in between there somewhere. She only needed a little air, and then she wanted more. Tom's fingers worked at the small of her back, tugging at her laces. She felt a gap open up between doublet and skirt, and remembered all those people still within hailing distance, including Stephen. She sank onto her feet and stepped back. He growled and tried to pull her toward him again, but she said, "No, we agreed to wait. 2 more days, not counting today." "Today counts?" She sighed. "What have you learned?" "That Stephen is a monstrous ass." He laughed, moving a little farther away. It was easier just to be friends for a while. "I mean about Mr. Grenville." "Oh, well, nothing. We think Sir Walter did it, don't we? And we agreed not to pursue it." "I never agreed to that. I only agreed not to speak of the other part. But I think Bess did it. She was Grenville's idol, don't forget. She's tall enough, I think, standing on her toes, especially if he were bending down a bit. Maybe he bent to kiss her and she rose up to swing her brick. Sir Walter would come up with any stupid story to protect her, and we could bring her to justice if she's guilty. She's nobody's favourite, except his, I suppose." "I'm sure her mother loves her." "I'm serious, Tom. We should keep trying until we obtain proper proofs. It's better to know for certain who it was. That way we can defend ourselves. And get justice for Mr. Grenville." She should have put that argument first. Defend ourselves from what? He licked his lower lip, blue eyes blazing. "This?" He lunged for her, but she twisted away with a little squeal that made both dogs raise their heads. "From the murderer, goose. We think Grenville was killed for asking questions. Well, we've been asking lots of them. Nobody has so much as looked at me sideways." Tom gave her a look so taunting and so tempting it sent a shiver running up her spine. She took one step toward him, swinging her hips, then squealed away again as he grabbed at her. He shook his head in mock disapproval. "You're frightening the hounds, my lady. Why don't you just stand still?" She blew kisses toward the dogs, who wagged their tails. "They like me." "Only because I like you, and they adore me." "Thomas Clarady, beloved of the hounds." She stuck her tongue out at him, and he drew in a hissing breath. "Have you spoken to Mr. Bacon?" Tom sighed, surrendering for now. "He's avoiding me. I've been to his room twice. Pinnock tells me he's out, but his hat is right there on the hook. The second time, I think I even saw his foot twitch back behind the bed curtain. I spend most of the day in the presence chamber, not 10 feet away from him, but he scarcely looked in my direction. He spent most smiled at him, letting her tongue tease the corner of her mouth, wanting him to lunge for her again. But he snapped his fingers. "Say, I have a question for you. What do you know about Lady Penelope Rich?" Trumpet let the flash of lust subside. Another would come along in a minute. "Her husband merits his name. He's obscenely rich. His grandfather won vast estates from King Henry, and the next baron added more. I suppose the baron manages his own estates, because he rarely comes to summer to play soldier in the Low Countries. I suppose that's why Penelope's here, to keep his name in Her Majesty's ears." "The Earl of Essex doesn't play soldier. What a thing to say! He's a genuine hero." Tom sounded defensive. No, he sounded assertive. Had he and Stephen been talking about going off to fight for France? Oh, Stephen, yes, fine, if that's what he wanted. He'd actually be quite good at organising food and clothing in the background, if lords were allowed to do such things. But Tom? Never. Trumpet levelled a steely glare at him. "You are not going to France." He laughed in her face. Somehow he'd eased a few inches closer. "I have no desire to go, my lady." He held up a dissenting finger. "Other than as part of a diplomatic mission to the king. Or to learn the civil law for a few months." "If you go abroad for more than 2 weeks, I'm going with you." "As you wish," he shrugged, making Gwen's eyebrows twitch worriedly. "But you're right." She blew out a breath and changed tacks. "Why did you ask about Penelope?" "She came over to us in the presence chamber yesterday, and was extremely gracious. Extremely so. Worlds apart from the imperious lady we met 5 years ago." "People change." Tom shook his head, grinning. "She was flirting with Stephen." "With Stephen?" Trumpet shook her head, frowning. Not you? A touch with me, just a touch, to let me know she saw me. But she agreed with everything he said. I mean, the stupidest things. You know how he babbles when he gets nervous. But she repeated things, rephrasing them so it sounded like he'd said something interesting and wise. He was deeply flattered. That's good for us, Trumpet said. The more people pulling his attention away from me, the better. But what was she up to? Stephen doesn't have anything anyone wants, does he? You tell me. He's an earl now. Maybe that's enough. Trumpet didn't know what to make of that odd bit of news. It's something to bear in mind, anyway. We could tell Mr. Bacon, if he would listen to us. Which he won't. Still, she wants something from Stephen or me. No, Stephen and me, I think. She can have Stephen, Trumpet said, but she cannot have you. She reached for his doublet and used it to draw herself forward, closing the distance between them. She stood right up against him, leaning in, and walked her fingers under the doublet to the thin shirt beneath it. She could feel his warm skin and the slight flinch as she touched his belly. I'm keeping you on a short leash, Mr. Clarity. She tugged a lace free as she tilted her chin up, lips parted, and looked him straight in the face, daring him to steal a kiss. He stared down at her for a long moment, something unreadable moving in the depths of his eyes. Then he took her by the shoulders and pulled her hard against his chest, covering her mouth with his and kissing her with such intensity fireworks exploded inside her head. He broke it off abruptly, letting go of her and taking 2 steps back, leaving her wobbling, with her body singing hallelujahs and her mind awhirl. Finally, her balance settled over her feet, and her vision cleared enough to see the satisfied smirk on his face. That'll teach you to play with me, Alice. Trumpet sniffed and tossed her head. Too soon. She lost her shaky balance and tripped over the dogs, falling onto her arse in the mulch. The hounds leapt to her rescue, treating her to lavish slurps up both sides of her face. Her howls of outrage only made them slurp harder, and Tom laugh all the louder. 13. Tom stuck close to the kennel office Thursday morning, hoping to stay out of everybody's way. He intended to make some progress on the pedigree records, but his mind kept wandering back to that kiss. That kiss. Just the edges of that thought, the merest shadow of it, set his body on fire and blanked his mind. He'd kissed Trumpet many times before over the past couple of years, but he'd always held back. More love-play than love-making, affection rather than passion. Yesterday he'd clapped on all sails and surged ahead, meaning to teach her a lesson about teasing him. He knew how to control himself, but he could only take so much. If their plan were going to succeed, she'd have to learn to control herself too. But that kiss, she'd thrown herself into it, body and soul, the way she threw herself into everything once she made her mind up. That would happen again on Friday night, only more completely. Both of them wholehearted, no stops, no stays. Just the two of them, alone, naked at last. It was a sobering thought, thrilling beyond measure, but sobering nevertheless. There'd be no turning back. He wished they could get away for a week or two. Mr. Bacon had a lodge right across the river. It must have a bed and a fireplace for toasting sausages, the only dish Tom knew how to prepare. They could sneak into Twickenham for food every other day. But what excuse could they offer for a prolonged absence? Stephen, for one, would notice if they both disappeared at the same time. Besides, that lodge was probably packed full of lawyers taking advantage of the easy access to the court, and innkeepers everywhere could be bribed to give information. They'd have to go far, far away, which was flatly impossible, unless they abandoned their present lives altogether, which neither of them wanted. No, they'd have to muddle along with the current plan, though Trumpet had no idea how hard it was going to be to act as if the whole world hadn't transformed around them in the space of a single night. She'd be glowing. God's bones, he'd be glowing. Maybe Catalina had some sort of paint to dull their faces. But that wouldn't help with the sudden giggles and the heartfelt sighs and the overpowering reveries that caught you off guard in the middle of anything. The door swung open without a warning knock. Tom grabbed his quill and ducked his head toward the pedigrees, then glanced up, pretending to be surprised by the interruption. Then he sat back, eyes popping in genuine surprise. The figure looming before the now closed door. Tom regained his seat, acutely aware of the small distance between them. He felt like there wasn't quite enough air in the room. "How may I serve you, Sir Walter?" Raleigh smiled and leaned forward to peer at the paper Tom hadn't touched that morning. Anyone could see the ink was bone dry, but he didn't mention that. "Are those the pedigrees of the Richmond dogs?" "Yes, sir. Mr. Lacey was wishing for better copies, and since I do a lot of fair copying at Gray's, and my duties here aren't demanding, I thought I'd help out." "Nice of you. You have admirable handwriting. Very clear." Raleigh smiled again. The smile was almost as alarming as the cool gaze that seemed to be his normal way of assessing people. Raleigh had the reputation of being the proudest man in England, but he'd come by that pride honestly, if the legends about him could be believed. One of Tom's favourite stories showed off Raleigh's heroism and sheer courage. It happened in Ireland, some time after the Battle of Smerwick. Raleigh had been given a commission to evict a usurping landowner from a castle near Cork. As he and his men were crossing an estuary, they were ambushed by 6 horsemen with enough foot soldiers to outnumber Raleigh's small party by 20 to 1. The Irish attacked as Raleigh, who was riding ahead with the guide, entered the ford. The guide fled. Raleigh managed to get across, but one of his men was thrown when his horse foundered in the incoming tide. Raleigh raced back to him and protected him with only his staff and one loaded pistol until the rest of his party arrived and drove off the attackers. Tom met the legend's intelligent brown eyes and knew there could be only one reason for this visit. "I haven't breathed a word to anyone, Sir Walter, just as we all agreed. Not one single word." "I believe you, and I thank you." Raleigh regarded him with that cool gaze, nodding. "You're the spitting image of your father. It's almost uncanny." "Thank you, sir." Tom relaxed. Any mention of his father gave him the warm sense of his sheltering presence. "I suppose you knew him?" "I knew Captain Valentine well. He was a brave, generous, life-loving, honourable man. His death was England's loss, as well as his family's." "Thank you." Tom didn't try to hide the moisture that welled into his eyes. "What do you want, Mr. Clarity?" Tom blinked, caught off guard by the abrupt shift of topic. It took him a moment to understand the question. "Nothing, Sir Walter. I don't need payment to keep my word. Your private life is no one's business but your own." Raleigh laughed shortly, as if that idea were the silliest thing he'd ever heard. "I didn't ask you what you needed." If your Valentine pretended to consider the oblique offer out of courtesy, but he knew the answer. "This may sound stupid to you, Sir Walter, but I'm right where I want to be. My guardian keeps me on short rations, it is true, but I don't need much money at present. I study most of the time, and she supports my life at Gray's well enough. I learn a lot from Mr. Bacon, and he's not a difficult master. I intend to stay the course my father set for me and become a barrister. After that, we'll see. A career in the law, most likely. That's what my father wanted." "Yes, he spoke of you often. He'd be proud of you. I can tell you that." Tears sprang into Tom's eyes again. He blinked them away. Raleigh tapped a long finger on the desk. "What about Mr. Bacon? You must have told him about our encounter. You are his man, after all." Tom shook his head. "No, sir, not precisely. I'm his clerk. He's also my tutor and my master in that sense. I am loyal to him, but I don't tell him things he doesn't need to know. More importantly, I don't tell him things he doesn't want to know." Raleigh laughed, tilting his face toward the ceiling. "Ha! Ha! You're wiser than you appear, Mr. Clarity. I'll remember that about you." He stood up, leaving one hand resting on the desktop. "My secret will come out sooner or later. I'm counting on it, in a way. Not because of me, or Lady Alice." "I'll leave her to Bess." He lifted one shoulder. "We'll weather it somehow. She'll forgive me, eventually, I think. She forgave Lester. She knows in her heart there comes a time when a man longs for a son as much as he longs for wealth and glory. What else is it all for?" Tom knew she was the Queen, the only one whose forgiveness meant the difference between success and disgrace. He had been thinking about sons himself lately, among other looming terrors. "It's a terrible risk, though. I wonder that you take it." Raleigh gave him a wry smile. "I love her. You should understand that." This time the woman in question was Bess. At least Raleigh could marry his lady when they decided the time was ripe. Tom was only beginning to realize that his peace, Mr. Clarity. I'll know that too. What's more, I'll owe you a favour. He grinned to underscore the importance of that future gift, turned around, and walked out. Tom blew out a loud "Whew!" and sank back into his chair. A favour from Sir Walter Raleigh? Visions of a fully provisioned ship or a monopoly on tin danced before his eyes. Then he remembered that the only way he'd win this great favour would be for Sir Walter to fall out of favour with the Queen. He might or might not find his way back in. Ah well, working for Francis Bacon got a man used to being paid in promises. His mouth felt parched, as if he'd just run a mile. He got up and went out the door to summon one of the boys hanging around, waiting for errands to run. "Bring me a jug of ale, will you? Or no, beer, cool if you can get it, and something to eat, whatever's quickest." He handed the boy a twopenny piece. The urchin cocked a wise eye at him. Everything cost double at court. Tom gave him 2 more pennies and went back to his desk, leaving the door open. The chapel bell had not yet chimed again before the boy reappeared with a green clay bottle, a cup, and something wrapped in greasy linen, all of which he unloaded onto the desk. Tom uncorked the bottle and took a sniff. Beer, with a touch of bilberry. Good. He unwrapped the cloth and found half a loaf of cheat bread, still warm, with a big hunk of hard cheese. Just what I wanted. He gave the boy another penny. "Close the door, my friend, and thanks." Tom drank off a full cup of beer, smacking his lips. He used his knife to saw off some bread and cheese. He'd just filled his mouth with savoury goodness when the door swung open again. He said, assuming the boy had come back. "Oh, I'm disturbing your lunch." The cultured voice was not that of a local urchin, but of Sir Robert Cecil, Mr. Bacon's very important cousin. "Do forgive me." The shrimpish administrator could not be more different from the magnificent Raleigh. Sir Robert was scarcely 5 feet tall, with a crooked shoulder that made him list to one side. His face was too long and his chin too narrow for comeliness. He had light brown hair and hazel eyes, like Bacon, but his eyes were sharper, more like a bird of prey. Tom gulped down his food, got to his feet, and gestured at the stool where Sir Walter had sat. "May I offer you—" He turned to the green bottle before realising he didn't have another cup. "Ah." Sir Robert waved a hand, rejecting both offers. "I won't be a minute, but please sit and enjoy your drink." Tom complied, noticing that it put their eyes at a more advantageous level. Sir Robert smiled, or rather, his lips turned up. "Mr. Grenville's death has reminded me of the excellent work you did for us 2 years ago." Strictly speaking, Tom had been working for Mr. Bacon, not Lord Burleigh or his son, but he had shared his findings with this man. He could guess where this was going, and was fairly certain he wouldn't like it. "I understand you were one of the first to arrive at the scene of the supposed accident." "Yes, sir. My Lady Alice sent for her betrothed, Lord Dorchester, but the messenger found me first." Sir Robert met that tired lie with the minimal response. Tom remembered that Sir Robert knew Trumpet had been involved in the affair 2 years ago. Having a brain nearly as good as Francis Bacon's, he could easily deduce who she had really sent for when she stumbled across a fresh corpse. He'd been making other deductions as well. "I believe Mr. Bacon has questions about Sir Walter's assessment of the situation." Tom shrugged, pretending indifference. "He always has questions." The thin smile again. "I haven't come here out of mere curiosity, Mr. Clarity. It's my job to stay a step or two ahead of problems that might disturb the Queen or unbalance the court at a time when critical decisions are being debated." "I understand, Sir Robert, but Mr. Bacon has no interest in Arthur Grenville's death." Or so he had said. "We both know that's not true, is it? He wouldn't visit the midwife while she was laying out the body from a lack of other entertainments." "Of course not." Bacon had visited the midwife. Why not tell him about it? He must not have learnt anything useful, or he would have sent Tom to follow up. On the other hand, he might have learned something disturbing, and not yet steeled himself to face up to it. Tom knew better than to lie to a man with Robert Cecil's gifts. However, he could stall with the best of them. "I couldn't discuss Mr. Bacon's preliminary thinking without his permission, Sir Robert." "I wouldn't ask you to, but you pursue your own questions from time to time, as I recall. Make your own observations. You're free to share those, I should think." Sir Robert paused to give Tom time to absorb that. Then he made his offer. "I will pay you 10 shillings a week to be kept apprised of developments in the matter of Arthur Grenville's death." A smile slid across Tom's face before he could stop it. Coins were much better than uncertain promises, although this particular man was in the position to do him a substantial favour. "There is a favour I might ask, now that you mention it." "Oh?" "I plan to sue my aunt for livery of my estate when I pass the bar and can argue the case myself. The fees, as you know, are considerable." "Nothing can be done about the fees," Sir Robert said. "The Court of Wards has its own protocols, long established." "I understand that, sir, but your Lord Father is the master of the court. Your good word would go a long way to smoothing my path through those protocols." Sir Robert gazed at him, or rather continued to face him with his eyes open, but a screen had been drawn against his thoughts. His gaze was neither hard nor cold, neither threatening nor stubborn. It revealed nothing, like looking into the eyes of a cheap painting. Then he twitched his lips. "Well, it's years away yet. Let's see where we stand when we get there." Another vacant promise. "On second thought," Tom said, "I'll take that angel." Sir Robert chuckled and reached into his purse. He took out a shiny gold coin, but held on to it, displaying it between the thumb and forefinger of his right hand. He had long, pale fingers, adorned with several small rings. "Have you made any observations thus far?" "I have." If Sir Robert knew about the midwife, he probably knew about the wounds. Why else would Bacon visit her but to verify his assistant's descriptions? Tom held out his hand. Sir Robert dropped the coin into his waiting palm, and Tom tucked it into his purse. "First, the reason Lady Alice sent for me was the wound on Mr. Grenville's head. They say he struck it against the brick wall." "No, sir, not possible. There was a gash right here." Tom tapped his own forehead, "about the width of the end of a brick. A gash, not a bruise, with red brick dust around it. But there were no loose bricks in the vicinity. I looked." "He was struck deliberately?" "I don't think it's possible to hit a man with a brick by accident, Sir Robert. The second thing was that we could see at once the body had been moved. Here, I'll show you." He pulled out a piece of paper, dipped his quill in the inkpot, and made a rough sketch of the wall, the tree, the body, and the ladder. He studied it for a moment, and added the cap. "I'm not perfectly certain about the position of the hat. Lady Alice said it was lying on his face, partially covering it." This was giving away a little more than Bacon had, but only a little. Besides, Bacon must have gone to the midwife soon after telling Tom and Trumpet he had no role and wasn't interested. He deserved to be a little behindhand. Sir Robert picked up the sketch to study it, smiling with genuine approval. "This is very helpful. Keep it, if you like, sir." Sir Robert shook his head and put the sketch back on the desk. "No need. The wound and the ladder suggest an act of murder, followed by an attempt to conceal that act. Do you agree?" "I think it is the only possible conclusion." "Then why didn't Sir Walter reach it?" Tom startled at the question. I can't answer that, Sir Robert. Perhaps you could ask him. Maybe he did see what I saw, reached the same conclusion, and then took the next logical step." "Which was what?" "There's nothing to investigate, sir. No threads to pull on, no trail to follow." "Have you questioned the orchard men?" "Of course," Tom said, mildly offended. "I asked everyone I could find. This must have happened after 6 o'clock on Midsummer Eve, remember. The workmen had all gone off to their own celebrations." "And the brick was presumably returned to its place?" "That's about the size of it." "In which case, Sir Walter would conclude that it was better to let the Queen and everyone else believe it to be an accident." Sir Robert nodded. "Well, I prefer to know the facts. Then I can determine how to work with them. If you come up with anything else, send me a note. I'll meet you here." He looked around the office, no doubt recording every detail in his capacious mind. "It's very quiet." "There isn't much call for the dog's pedigrees." "I suppose not. I prefer birds of prey, myself." That came as no surprise. No strength required, just patience and cunning. Perfect for a small man who would look foolish on a big horse with dogs barking all around him. Sir Robert moved toward the door, then stopped. "Good to have this little chat, Mr. Clarity, and be reminded of your qualities. I'd like to maintain this connection." "Nothing would please me more, Sir Robert." Tom rose and bowed. Then the door closed, leaving him alone again. He watched the small but powerful secretary through the window until he passed out of sight, then addressed a loud complaint to heaven. "God's great dangling testicles! How do I get into these things?" He'd just agreed to let wily Robert Cecil question him whenever he liked about whatever he might learn in the matter of Arthur Grenville's death. He'd already learned things he wished he could forget. If he spoke amiss, he'd bring the wrath of Sir Walter Raleigh down upon his head. But he wasn't sure he was up to fending off Sir Robert's sharp wits and shrewd guesses. He felt like a juicy pigeon caught between a stalking tiger and a circling hawk. 14. On Friday evening, Francis Bacon sat again on a hard bench, waiting for a feast to commence. This time, however, the seating plan had been arranged by a person who liked him. Not only was he near the top of the table on the bride's side of the dais, his supper companion was Michel Joubert. Lady Alice must have seen them conversing in the presence chamber. He appreciated the gesture, as well as the subtle reminder that the ladies sitting on their poufs kept their eyes and ears open while they sewed. "Did you watch the bridal procession?" Michel asked. "Only the first one." The bride and her train of gentlewomen had paced solemnly around the great court, passing through the gate to circumnavigate the fountain in the middle court. They came to a stop before the steps up to the chapel, where her groom awaited her, flanked by his gentlemen. "I didn't see you inside the chapel." "Alas, I could not squeeze myself in, so great was the crowd. Did you witness the oil ceremony? The vows, the rings, and, most importantly, the signing of the contract afterward." Francis raised his cup to acknowledge the most important component of a successful alliance. "Ah, yes, that is the way of le mariage in France as well. But look," Michel held up a bright copper penny. "I caught this from the groom during the second procession. It will bring me good luck, I hope." He twitched his dark eyebrows suggestively at Francis, who smiled into his cup. "You won't need luck tonight, my friend. Not if the rest of the wine is as good as this first bottle." "Good wine, do you say?" A melodious woman's voice sounded over their heads. Lady Penelope Rich had materialized behind them. She gestured toward the empty space on Francis's left. "May I join you?" "By all means, my lady." He slid closer to Michel to make room for her skirts. A waiter brought her a cup filled to the brim. She tasted it and murmured, "It is good." Francis asked, "Have you been introduced to Monsieur Michel Joubert, my lady? He is the secretary to Monsieur Chaste, the new ambassador from France." He leaned back so they could face one another. "I have not had the pleasure." She held out a hand covered in embroidered ivory kidskin. Michel puffed a kiss a quarter-inch above its surface. "It is a great honor to meet the famous Lady Penelope Rich, sister of that most excellent soldier and leader of men, my Lord of Essex." "Any friend of Mr. Bacon's is a friend of mine, monsieur, and of my brother." They beamed at one another. Francis enjoyed the rare sensation of being surrounded by friends. "What good fortune to find you seated with us, my lady." She gave him a dry look under her well-plucked brows. "Not luck, Mr. Bacon. I tipped the usher to move Lady I Don't Care somewhere else." A tantara of horns announced the arrival of the wedding party. Boys in dark red livery entered first, followed by girls in pink dresses, followed in turn by half a dozen gentlewomen of the privy chambers, arrayed in silver and white. Behind them came the bride on her father's and ink-black hair, though his lordship's short beard and moustache were streaked with silver. Both were short of stature, but had the same erect carriage and martial stride. Stephen walked close behind them. Though a head taller than his new father-in-law, he managed to seem to be in their train rather than of their party. Half a dozen lords followed him, including Sir Charles Blunt, Lord Admiral Howard, and Sir Walter Raleigh. The procession moved sedately up the hall, separating into two groups to go around the upper table to their appointed seats. The newlyweds sat side by side in the centre, with Lord Orford next to his daughter and Lady Stafford next to the groom. She must be filling in for the Dowager Lady Dorchester, who reputedly never left her house. "I believe every lord in Dorset is here today," Lady Rich said. "Most impressive." "Is that so?" Michel studied the peers ranged along the dais. "Do tell me which is which, Mr. Bacon." Francis obliged, pointing with his chin. It was a compliment to Stephen that so many great ones had consented to attend. By tradition, he was their lord, but the character of the new earl must be known by the men of his own county. They probably didn't want to miss the chance to begin shaping the soft clay of his malleable nature to their own ends. Stephen was lucky to have attached a woman with Alice Trumpington's steel. "I like the matching costumes of the bride and the groom," Michel said. "But is not the combination of red and pink somewhat unusual?" Lady Rich shot him a swift grin. "That's oxblood and carnation, if you please, monsieur, with ivory pricks and bronze embellishments. Her ladyship told us in gushing tones that his lordship designed their costumes himself. Note how the brim of her hat is exactly the right width to support her garland of white roses, which echo the purity of his tall white feathers." "Oh, does that represent purity? I had thought another symbol appropriate to this joining. Not, my lady, how his feather stands up so stiff and straight, while her garland creates a nice round hole." Lady Rich swatted at him with her fan. "Monsieur Joubert, if I weren't a married woman, I would be mortified." They all laughed. This feast was already more fun than the last one, and they hadn't even started the first course. Ushers began to circulate through the great hall with parcels wrapped in fine linen, handing one to each guest. Francis's parcel bore a small tag with his name written on it. These gifts had been assigned individually. He loved presents. He untied the bow eagerly, unrolling the wrapping to reveal a pair of exquisite black gloves made of the finest Spanish kidskin. He balled up the linen wrapper and tossed it toward the front of the table where the servants could collect it, then held the gloves to his nose. "Civet. Very masculine." Michel's pair were a silvery grey. "Mine are scented with civet as well." "Mine are rose," Lady Rich said, displaying a pair of scarlet gloves that matched her overgown. She stripped off her old pair to try on the new ones. "A perfect fit. My estimation of Lady Dorchester grows by leaps and bounds." Francis tried on his black gloves, which also fit to perfection. "I don't usually wear black gloves. They make you look very Italian," Michel said with a twinkle in his eyes. "Oh, don't tell me that." Francis resolved not to wear them in front of his mother. "Oh, yes," Lady Rich said, "thoroughly Machiavellian. The gloves of a wise and crafty counsellor." "A counsellor with neither brief nor patron," Francis said. "Not so, Mr. Bacon." Lady Rich smiled at him. "Not so." Before they could pursue that fascinating theme, servants appeared in droves, collecting the wrappings and setting forth the feast. The three friends gave the supper their full attention for a while, spooning special titbits onto each other's plates, passing dishes around, summoning the waiter to refill their cups or ask for a different wine. Lady Rich sampled the latest offering, a sweet red hollock. She set her cup down and leaned across Francis to include Michel again. "The gentleman on my left says he has it on the highest authority that Lord Orford haunted the Bay of Biscay for an entire month to capture ships bearing cargoes of delicacies for his daughter's wedding supper." "Oh, my lady, you fill my heart with sorrow." Michel pretended to be dismayed. "I hoped to find a new friend for France at that table tonight." "This is Spanish wine, mon ami," Francis said. "You needn't despair of her ladyship's friendship yet." "Aha!" Lady Rich gave him a coy look. "Then you assume the lady is one to be cultivated?" "But it is obvious, my Lady Rich," Michel said. "At least in this case. See how the bride watches the servants and the guests, making sure all is well, while her husband stares into the air as if he does not know how he came to be here." Lady Rich chuckled. "He does seem to be somewhat overwhelmed. I also notice that his bride never looks at him beyond the merest flick of her eyes. To see that he is still there, perhaps, Michel said, and not fled in terror. The three friends grinned at one another, enjoying themselves at the groom's expense. Then Tom emerged from the flow of gentlemen servers passing behind the great persons on the dais. His impeccable black garb stood out amid the colourful costumes of the others, making him look taller and more distinctive. Such a contrast to the garish young man Francis had met so many years ago. He had made one independent sartorial choice, decorating his black hat with ribbons of white and purple, the colours of Gray's Inn, not oxblood and carnation, not Stephen's colours, a small declaration of his preferred allegiance. Tom leaned forward. "That beautiful man," Michel murmured. The thrum of desire in his voice set Francis's amour-propre buzzing. "My clerk," he answered crisply. He couldn't compete with Thomas Clarady in terms of appearance. Few men could. "Ce n'est pas possible," Michel exclaimed with a wink to show he was teasing. "He isn't just a clerk, though, is he?" Lady Rich's voice held that purring undertone that often afflicted women in Tom's presence. "Is he not?" Michel asked. "Do tell, my lady. I am all attention." She proceeded to give him a surprisingly complete account of Tom's circumstances. She hinted at his role in the confidential commissions Francis had undertaken on behalf of Lord Burleigh, but without revealing names or other sensitive information. Perhaps she didn't know those things, though it would seem the Earl of Essex had shared more with his sister than Francis would have guessed. He'd consulted the Earl in strictest confidence, or so he thought. Attention was gratifying. Michel was taking advantage of the opportunity to delve into the connections among the English aristocracy. Alliances shifted with every marriage and every death. "It appears this versatile clerk is a good friend of our newly married Earl of Dorchester. Is it not so? Also, it would seem he is known to many of the lords here arrayed. Look how he is caught by one after another to say some words that make him smile that... so charming smile he has." "His father was a privateer," Lady Rich said. "Some people say they look very much alike. I suppose all these seafaring men do know one another. One imagines they meet in houses of ill repute in the Canaries." "Saint-Jean-de-Luz, my lady," Michel corrected. "More convenient to the border of Spain." They laughed together. Francis smiled absently. His mind had caught on the fact that Tom did seem to know most of the lords of the West Country, at least those who were here. He'd never mentioned it. Perhaps he'd forgotten. His father must have often brought him to watch ships setting out or returning from the New World. He would, naturally, have introduced him to the men of importance they met along the way. They would tousle the boy's golden curls, make some joke about the resemblance between father and son, and think no more about it. But now the curly-headed boy was a grown man, dressed like a barrister, with cultured manners, easy charm, and evident intelligence. The lords, seeing him here tonight, would think about him again tomorrow, wondering how they could make use of him. Now he stood between Admiral Howard and Sir Richard Bingham, bending nearly double as he listened to something the Admiral was saying. Tom nodded, then shot a grin at Sir Richard as he lowered his head still more to tell them some tale that made both men howl with laughter, slapping their hands on the table. Tom rose to fill their cups. Bowing again, he left them smiling in his wake. He had the gift of striking the right balance between respect and familiarity that had always eluded Francis. As he watched his pupil now, it occurred to him that he might have competition for Tom's services one day soon. The last savoury course was removed, and a myriad of small dishes of sweetmeats were delivered. Wine cups were replaced, the fresh ones brimming with white canary. Candles were brought out and placed on the tables. More were lit in sconces attached to the walls. Evening applause rose from the guests, who settled into their benches, making themselves comfortable for the serious drinking to come. Francis took a deep draught of his wine, hiding a sigh inside the cup. He had chosen the life of a courtier in the forlorn hope of one day attaining a position that would allow him to achieve his destiny. That meant enduring many long evenings at crowded banquets, letting the clamour assault his ears and the antics of a band of strangely androgynous. Lady Dorchester, she has excellent taste. She does know how to please an audience. Her maidservant had travelled with a troupe of comic actors in Italy for many years before finding her way to England. These acrobats might be her former colleagues, for all one knew. Lady Dorchester had already collected a most unusual set of retainers and allies. Another fanfare announced the next entertainment, a small troupe of actors dressed like Italian ladies and gentlemen of the previous century. They bowed all around and began performing a comedy about mistaken lovers. Francis had to look twice at the last one to enter. He'd thought it another actor arriving a bit late, but it was his cousin Robert, stumping along with the air of a man who had torn himself away from vital business to pay the minimum respect to a tedious occasion. He walked toward the upper dais until a steward caught him and ushered him to the bottom of the table on the groom's side. "Oh, mon ami." "She shouldn't have done it," Francis said. "It was meant to be disrespectful, and he knows it. He'll make her pay later somehow." "Not much," Lady Rich said, "especially if she delivers a healthy baby boy in 9 months' time. That would make her untouchable for a while. But observe the new couple, gentlemen. I see interesting implications for the future." Trumpet and her father sat turned toward one another, hands clasped, shoulders touching as they watched the actors. They laughed together, clearly enjoying each other's company more than any other part of the wedding supper. She kept half an eye on her guests, as she had done all evening. Stephen, on the other hand, had shifted from his centre seat as soon as the acrobats arrived, moving to the lower table, where his boisterous friends regaled themselves loudly with quantities of drink. The lady held her post, while the lord abandoned his. She divided her attention between her family and the guests. He hid among the worst-behaved group in the hall. Michel quirked an eyebrow at Francis. "I did not realize you were such good friends with the new countess, mon ami." Francis was glad to be able to offer him a portion of the truth, enough to serve for the rest. "She lived in Blackfriars for a year with my aunt, Lady Russell, who is also the guardian of my clerk, Mr. Clarity." "Ah, the webs of connection. So subtle they can be, yet so important, n'est-ce pas?" Lady Rich said, "So true, Monsieur Joubert. I also observe that the lady has hitherto unsuspected talents. I suspect she will cease to play the ninny in a matter of months." 2 weeks, Michel said. Francis shook his head. "She won't last that long. It must be exhausting for a woman of her intelligence, and now it isn't necessary. She's won her place." "Now she must work to advance her husband," Lady Rich said, "using all the skill and patience she used to acquire him." She leaned past Francis to wink at Joubert. "The lady will need a wise counsellor to guide her through the intricate and shifting alliances at court, won't she, monsieur?" He gave her an answering wink. "We should all have such good counsellors, my lady." "My lord brother has told me that he esteems the advice of Francis Bacon above that of any other man," Lady Rich said. "As do I, my lady," Michel replied. The two had moved closer to one another, snugging Francis between the barrister's smooth gabardine and the lady's costly taffeta. The scents of civet and rose and the sound of their mellow voices enveloped him in a sensuous cocoon of friendship. He felt cushioned and supported between these most congenial companions. Boon companions, he might almost say. His head bobbled a little as he turned to meet Joubert's twinkling eyes, and he realized he was almost as drunk as he'd been on Midsummer Eve. He also realized he was being seduced by both of them at once. He liked it. He liked it a lot. It was so much better than being snubbed and held at arm's length by his own kinfolk. He noted that Robert's eyes were turned in his direction, undoubtedly observing the closeness of the trio and drawing his own conclusions. Let him. It was high time for Francis to give up on the Cecils and find a patron who appreciated his service. 15. "It's 9 o'clock, my lady." The steward bent to murmur the words in Trumpet's ear. It must be fully dark outside. Time for the bride to leave the feast. She looked towards Stephen, carousing in the centre of his noisy group of friends. "Ask my lord to join me in half an hour, not sooner." "Yes, my lady." The steward bowed and went to deliver his message. Trumpet wouldn't wait for an answer. She patted her father's hand with a wistful smile. "It's time for me to say good night, my lord." "Not yet, daughter. Let me escort you." He rose with her and tucked her hand inside his elbow to lead her off the dais. To her surprise, many people cheered and pounded their cups on the table. "Ignore them," her father said, chuckling. "The bride must maintain her dignity." She nodded, not caring about the crowd. She was glad to have a few more minutes with her father. They'd spent this whole marvellous day revelling in each other's company, practically ignoring everyone else. Stephen hadn't seemed to mind. Perhaps he understood. He'd just lost his own father, after all. Or maybe she'd played the unwilling bride so persuasively he'd given up any thought of having a claim on her affections. Her father had spent few days at home over the course of her childhood, especially after her mother died. And then he'd been occupied with the steward and the local justices, men of authority who required his approval or his seal or some other thing. Trumpet remembered dinners passed in silence, each seated at one end of the long table. Sometimes he would ask her questions, deriving from his misguided ideas about a young lady's life. Trumpet held that sort of life in utter contempt, which she allowed to colour her answers. She volunteered nothing, and he stopped asking. But time had passed, and she had grown up. The great, unexpected joy of this day, which she had been dreading, was discovering how much she liked her father. People had always told her she resembled him, in character as well as looks, but she'd never believed it. They'd been right. They walked across the courtyard under a waxing moon. 1 more hour, a little less, and she'd be in Tom's bed, losing south to Portsmouth to rejoin his crew. "I'm a seafaring man, daughter. I never feel like myself in England." "I know. I'm glad you came." "I wouldn't have missed it for the whole Spanish treasure fleet." He took both her hands in his. "He's not good enough for you, Alice, that bottle-headed cackler, whatever his rank." Trumpet chuckled. "He'll do, father. I didn't have much choice." "That's partly my fault, I know. I suppose he could be worse. He's not bad-looking, and he seems biddable. But I can't see you settling down to a quiet life in Dorset after spending so much time in London and travelling with the court." Now she laughed out loud. "Nor can I. I'll make a progress through my estates annually to meet with the stewards and hear grievances and so forth, as Lady Russell recommends. But my principal home will be in London. I want a house on the Strand facing the river, with gardens and an orchard. I've made an offer to the owners of Sir Duval House. We shall see if they meet my price." Pride, blended with amusement, shone in her father's eyes. "They won't be able to resist you." "Not for long," she grinned. "I spent a week in that house. I know its flaws." "You're a pirate at heart, daughter, like me." His expression grew serious as he gripped her hands more firmly. "Your mother will be so proud of you," as if inhaling the rare words of thanks to store them up inside his chest. Then he let it out with a shake of his head. "We never used words like allow and let in reference to you, Alice. From your earliest days, you have always known your own mind." She nodded. She'd always known that too. You blamed me for your mother's death. He shook his head. You were probably right to do so. I was greedier back then, and I've always been a selfish man. Trumpet shrugged. She didn't want to spoil this perfect day with sad memories and futile recriminations. I had allies, good ones. My uncle, my aunt, I still have them. Friends, too, I hope. Friends, too. She thought of Tom and Catalina, as well as Lady Russell, and, in his own odd way, Francis Bacon. Maybe Bess Throckmorton, if she turned out not to be a murderer. It's kind of you to cast my neglect in such generous light. I confess that children baffle me, and you were a most unusual child. I am a terrible father. His face took on an indescribable expression, as if self-doubt were trying to form on features that weren't made for it. But I can be a good friend, if you'll allow me. I do love you, Alice. She held his gaze, biting her lower lip. Then she nodded. I believe you. He smiled and kissed her on the forehead. Be happy, my child. He gave her hands one last squeeze and turned toward the outer gate. She caught his sleeve before he took a full step away. Father, She licked her lips. There will always be a room in my house for you. Thank you, daughter. I'll make sure to stay in it sometime. And then he left. Trumpet skipped all the way to Stephen's rooms, her heart soaring. Her father loved her. Who would have guessed it? And in a matter of minutes she'd be with Tom. This time nothing would hold them back. She danced into the anteroom, finding it empty as planned. Stephen's men had been sent off with coins in their purses to do as they pleased on this night of nights. They were not to show their faces until 9 the next morning. She opened the door to Stephen's chamber just to make sure. No one there, but Catalina had filled the pitcher by the wash-basin with water so he could wash his hands and face. She'd also set out a jug of wine and a silver goblet on a small table pulled out from the wall where he'd almost trip over it when he came in. Trumpet frowned. They didn't want him too drunk. She'd learned from Tom, back when he thought she was a boy, that men's ability to perform the sexual act could be impaired by too much drink. She debated the question in her mind, then pushed the table back toward the wall. Satisfied, she crossed the anteroom to enter the ladies' bedchamber. Her chamber now, although she'd left most of her clothes in the room she shared with Bess. This room was also handsomely appointed. The rose shades of the woolen bed curtains, silk pillow covers, and tufted satin coverlet went together so well. Stephen must have chosen them himself. 2 women turned toward the door as she entered, one eerily like Trumpet in general contours. "My lady." Catalina reached for her arm, drawing her inside as she closed the door. "You are late." "Only a little. I was talking with my father." "Oh." Catalina's wide lips curved in a warm smile. "I like your father." "So do I, as it turns out." Trumpet turned toward the other woman with a short nod. "You must be Jane Swit." "Yes, my lady." The whore dropped a nimble curtsy. "I must say, you do look astonishingly like me." Trumpet cocked her head and walked all the way around her, studying Catalina's work. The substitute wore Trumpet's least alluring nightdress, an opaque linen shirt that hung loosely to her ankles and closed at the neck of a high, ruffled collar. It was richly embroidered in white silk thread, so it would pass for a bridal garment, but it would never arouse any lusty thoughts. One could almost wear the thing out of doors without loss of modesty. Catalina had dyed Jane's long hair black, remembering to darken the eyebrows and the lashes. The hair had been polished with silk and shaped into loose curls with chin-length wisps drifting across the face. Trust Catalina to think of every detail. She dusted a fine powder all over her face and upper chest to match Trumpet's colour. Ladies were supposed to maintain that perfect whiteness, but she hated vizards or anything that obstructed her view, and she'd spent many hours walking abroad with a bare face during her year as a boy. She'd done her best to restore her complexion since then, but she was nothing like as pale as a whore. A mirror hung on the wall above a wide table littered with jars of unguents, pots of paint, small brushes, and wet rags. She linked arms with Jane and stood before it. God's blessed breast, we're as alike as two peas. Not really, but perhaps as like as a large pea and a small Brussels sprout. The hair was the same, thanks to Catalina's alchemy, and Jane's eyes were almost as green. But their noses were quite different. Trumpet's was straight, if a trifle long, while Jane's had a noticeable bump and wider nostrils. Worse, Trumpet's eyes tilted up at the corners, giving her an elvish look, while Jane's were round and sat closer to the nose. But the overall effect was really quite good. "Close enough, my lady," Jane said, "with the veil and one small candle and me gritting my teeth with my eyes squeezed shut. He won't know the difference." "Are you sure he won't insist on nakedness? He won't demand the right to explore or inspect?" Both experienced women shook their heads. Jane answered, "Trust us, my lady. Once he understands that you don't want it, he'll aim to get it over with as quick as he can." "He will want to leave as soon as he may, my lady," Catalina said, "to meet the Lady Anne. Your Tom, he told me he heard them say it during the acrobats." Stephen had gotten up after the sweet course to wander down the dais to sit with his friends. They'd been passing some little bottle around, Trumpet had noticed, waving it at her once or twice. Maybe it was a sleeping potion, meant to put her to sleep so he could do his duty without conflict. Or a love potion. She'd heard dark tales about those too, back when she'd been a boy. "Don't drink anything he gives you," she warned her substitute. "I saw his friends passing an odd little bottle around." "I'll be careful, and I'll make sure it doesn't take long." "Good. The quicker the better." Trumpet turned to Catalina. "Let's try the veil." The maidservant drew out a length of white gauze and draped it over Jane's head. Trumpet helped her straighten the folds, then stood back to admire the effect. "I might think it was due myself, my lady," Catalina said. Trumpet nodded. She reviewed the scenario in her mind, imagining Stephen's point of view as he came through the door, half drunk, to find this muffled creature waiting reluctantly to receive him. She felt a twinge of guilt. He hadn't done anything to deserve this deception other than not be Tom. He could scarcely be blamed for that. "Don't help him any more than you must," she said. "Whimper a little, but not too much. Don't overplay it. No need to make him feel like a brute." "Perhaps a little sigh at the end, like this." Catalina acted out her suggestion. "So he does not feel so bad." Jane lifted the veil to glare at them, offended. "I think I know my business, my lady. I've played the Virgin 100 times. I got my phial of pig's blood under the pillow, ready for the right moment." "I'll leave it in your hands, then," Trumpet said. "Help me change, and I'll be gone." 3 pairs of hands made quick work of getting her out of her bridal garb and into her working woman's costume. Catalina draped a cloak over her shoulders and drew the hood down to her nose. Trumpet cracked open the chamber door to peek out. All clear. Then she turned back toward her co-conspirators with an excited grin. "Good luck," Catalina said. "Have fun, my lady." How not? After 2 long years of planning, she would finally get to spend a night with Tom. Trumpet had to drag her heels against the cobbles to keep from sprinting across the courtyard. She mustn't attract attention at this late stage. She kept her eyes on the ground and her lips pressed together to keep from singing along with the heavenly choir chanting "Tom, Tom, Tom" inside her mind to the rhythm of her racing heart. She found the small door leading up to the rooms built above the kennels. Tom's was the 3rd one, over Lancelot and Guinevere's den. Those names had never seemed more fitting. She knocked once. "It's me." He opened the door and stood back so she could enter. The room was barely 10 feet on either side, with a narrow bed, a small table, and a single chair. Tom's 2 large chests provided more surfaces, but left little space for moving around. He'd lit several candles, setting them on the high shelf that served as a mantelpiece for the mean little grate, just a brazier set into a stone hollow. He'd also scavenged some food and drink from the feast, leaving jugs, cups, and things wrapped in coarse linen jumbled on the table. She remembered the elaborate preparation she'd made for her last wedding night, the one that had ended so badly. She'd scattered rose petals around a silk-lined chamber twice this size, with windows overlooking the Thames. Tom had turned her down that night. But that was then, and everything was different now. The look in his eyes as he took her cloak cast her into a sort of waking swoon. The words she'd planned caught in her throat. She untied the bow at the top of her bodice lacing, and in the next moment she found herself pressed full length along Tom's tall frame with his strong arms around her, lifting her right off the floor. Their lips parted as they gasped for breath. "Clothes," she said, wanting to be rid at last of the layers separating her skin from his. He set her down, and she started unhooking his doublet, while he loosened the lacings of her bodice and skirt enough to slide the whole works off her shoulders and over her hips. She reached around his waist to untie the laces holding up his trunk hose, and down they fell. Tom kicked his feet free, bending sideways to pull the bows of his garters loose, and used his toes to push off his shoes and stockings. They stood face to face in their shirts. He smiled into her eyes, and she smiled back. A sort of quietness spread through her, balancing her excitement, tempering it. All her plans and preparations ended here. Now it was up to Tom to take them the rest of the way. He nodded as if he heard her thoughts. He untied the lace at her collar in one slow pull, then touched the hollow of her throat with one finger, tenderly, as if making a prayer. Then he took her face in both hands and gazed deep into her eyes. Candlelight cast a golden glow across the planes of his cheeks. "I love you, Alice. I think I have since that moment when I fished you out of the duck pond and first knew you for a girl. You might not believe me, but it's been years since I even thought about another woman. Seriously thought, I mean. You're always with me, always in my head, always in my heart. It's only you. It's always you. And now..." Trumpet put a finger on his lips. "Tom, please shut up and make love to me. We only have till sunrise." "As you wish, my lady." He reached behind his head and pulled his shirt off in one swift motion. Without giving her time to do more than gawk at the naked chest before her eyes, he pulled her smock up and over her head as well. She shivered as her backside was exposed to the cool air, but forgot the chill when she placed her whole palm on Tom's bare chest for the first time. She spread her fingers and moved her hand slowly across the flat muscles over his stomach, through the coarse curls over his heart, and up the smooth expanse of his collarbone and shoulder, wondering at the sheer solidity of him, trying not to laugh. She could write a whole book about that spine-melting dimple. She knew how he smelled, too, every way that he smelled. Perfumed for court, sweaty after a hard bout of fencing, or drenched in slimy pond scum. She'd even seen him stripped to his breeches, back when he'd thought she was a boy. But he'd been a youth then. His body had hardened in the past 5 years, crafted into this sculpted figure, as perfect as a marble statue, but warm, golden-hued, and covered in fine, blonde hairs that glinted in the candlelight. She stroked a questing hand across his lower belly and smiled at the rippling tension her touch provoked. She moulded the curve of his waist and smoothed both hands up his broad back, pulling her own exquisitely sensitive body toward him, inch by deliberate inch. He chuckled, a throaty sound. "That's enough, Alice." He tilted her chin up and kissed her on the mouth, thoroughly, deeply, until everything fell away except his warm skin, his weighty mass, and his strong, knowing hands. He loved her with skill and purpose, tenderly but comprehensively. She finally learned what rapture meant. Catalina hadn't described it properly at all. She even revelled in the pang when he took her maidenhead. She'd finally left her girlhood behind. A while later, they got up and stripped the stained sheet from the bed, bundling it carefully into a ball. Trumpet would take it back with her to replace the one with the pig's blood. She didn't know who might inspect the proof of consummation, and feared an experienced midwife could tell the difference. They shook out a clean sheet, though neither of them was much good at bed-making. Tom poured wine and unwrapped the collection of oddments he'd stolen from the banquet table. Trumpet drank thirstily, but had no appetite for food. "How do you feel?" he asked. "Like a whole new person. Like every inch of me has been stripped off, refashioned and put back again." He nodded. "Me too. Everything's different now, which I have to say surprises me a little." She squealed in mock outrage and launched herself at him, knocking his cup into the rushes. This time there was no pang. She knew what went where and how it got there. This time she took her natural role as the instigator. Trumpet felt as if she were throwing herself off a high cliff purely to enjoy the sensation of flying, secure in the knowledge that her best friend in all the world would be there to catch her. 16. Something rattled against the windows, a series of short raps, piercing Tom's dreamless bliss and forcing his sated body into wakefulness. His eyes fluttered open, finding scarce enough light to see the window. Birds tapping on the glass? No, there weren't any trees in the kennel yard. Another spatter of raps rattled across the diamond panes. This time he recognized the source. Catalina must be throwing pebbles at the window to wake them up. Time for Trumpet to sneak back to her own bedchamber. He shifted his weight, kissing her on the head as he eased his shoulder out from under her. "Wake up, sweetling. It's morning." She groaned. "No, not yet. Sleepy." She rolled over, pushing her beautiful round arse against him, and buried her face in the pillow she'd stolen and then not used. Tom chuckled and wrapped his hand around one perfect buttock and gave it a nice firm squeeze. She squealed and kicked him. He knew she hadn't gone back to sleep. One thing Her Majesty's service taught you was discipline. He sat up, yawning. The touch of his bare feet on the cold floor made him wish for stockings, so he stood up and felt along the shelf over the still glowing brazier for a splint to light a candle. Then he pulled the covers all the way off his lazy partner. "Arise, Lady Slugabed. You don't want the sunrise to catch you out of doors." I know. Trumpet rolled over and yawned, stretching her strong arms over her head and displaying her delicious body for his enjoyment. He watched with full appreciation as he pulled on his shirt. He was both sorry and glad that he didn't have it in him to go another round. Their whole plan depended on her getting up and out before the palace began stirring. He'd spend an easy day in the kennel office and be ready for more fun tonight. She rose and found her white chemise with its wealth of black work running down the front. No working woman could afford such a shirt, but then she wasn't. But her eyes held something else, something more serious. Their night of marvels and mutual discovery was over. It was time to go. They faced one another, knowing the world was waking up outside, but not yet ready to leave their sanctuary. Tom looked into that heart-shaped face, and his chest swelled as if it would burst apart with love for this matchless woman. He wanted to say the perfect thing to commemorate their first enchanted night together, but he knew she would scoff at any effort to be artful. Trumpet had never appreciated his poetry. So he just grinned at her, the way he always did. "You snore." "I do not." "Oh, yes, you do. You sound like this." He closed his eyes, dropped his head to his shoulder, and produced a chortling nasal snore. She folded her arms across her chest and glared at him through narrowed eyes. "Well, I made you whimper. More than once." "You did," Tom grinned. "Remember, and don't you forget it." Tom caught her chin to hold her gaze, putting everything he felt for her into his eyes. "Not if I live to be 100. Not one single minute." She nodded. Tears glistened in her green eyes. He bent his head to kiss her tenderly, but someone pounded on his door, startling them both. A hoarse voice called, "Tom, wake up!" Trumpet whispered, "That is not Catalina." "It's a man." Tom glanced at the door and shrugged. "I'll have to answer. He'll wake the dogs." "Curse the man, whoever he is." Trumpet looked around the tiny room, which offered scant choices of places to hide. "He mustn't see me here." "Jump back in bed and pull the covers over your head." "He'll still know you have a woman in your room." Tom shrugged. Well, that was nothing. "But he won't know which woman. Just stay quiet. I'll get rid of him as fast as I can." He rubbed his hands over his head and slapped his cheeks, reminding himself there was a world beyond that door. He gave himself a good shake and blew out a noisy breath. This had better be important. The hollow pounding sounded again, a coiled fist beating on the oak. Tom opened the door a crack, holding it with his foot. "Stephen? What in the name of all that's holy are you doing here?" Stephen stood on the landing, wearing his wedding clothes under a dark cloak. "God's teeth, you are a horrid man to wake. How much did you drink last night?" "Not much. What do you want?" "I need you." He cast a glance at Tom's unlaced shirt. "Get dressed. Be quick. You must come with me at once." He tried to press his way into the room, but Tom blocked him. Stephen pushed harder and got his head far enough inside to see the 61-inch lump under the bedclothes. "Oh, a woman. Who is she?" "Someone who prefers to remain anonymous." Tom moved to block Stephen's view. "As you can see, my lord, I'm a little busy. Can't this wait?" "No, it can't." Stephen drew back, jerking his head to signal a private conversation. Tom stepped out onto the cold landing, drawing the door almost shut behind him. "What is it?" Stephen bit his lip and turned to stare into the grey shadows outside the window. "It's Anne. Lady Anne Courtney. Do you know her?" Tom shook his head. "By sight, maybe?" Clutched at his chest, his face contorted. Whether imitating the woman's death or reacting to it, Tom didn't know. "What do you want me to do?" "What you do, you and Mr. Bacon. You investigate these things. Strange deaths. You admitted it yourself." Stephen grabbed Tom by the shoulders. "Don't you see? They'll blame me. I just got married. They'll say I murdered Anne to keep my wife from finding out about her. And she's in my bed. I don't know what to do." Tom stared at his one-time friend, rubbing his chin with his fingers. A portion of his mind snagged on the thought that he should have gotten a clean shave yesterday in consideration of a lady's tender skin, but only a portion and only for a moment. Poor Stephen. And poor Lady Anne. He gripped Stephen's shoulder. "Courage, Steenie. You're right, Mr. Bacon will sort it out. Give me a minute to get dressed." Tom cocked his head toward his chamber. "Wait outside, will you? The lady doesn't need to know about this." "The fewer the better." Stephen walked back down the stairs. Tom waited until he was out of sight before slipping back into his room. He kept his voice down on the odd chance Stephen had come back up. "Did you hear any of that?" "Just that Anne Courtney is dead. What happened?" "Poison, sounds like. I dunno." Tom pressed his palms into his temples. This was not how they'd expected this morning to start. "All right, I'll go back with him. What will you do?" "I've got to get inside those rooms before you do. Can you fetch Mr. Bacon first?" "I guess I'll have to." Tom glanced out the window. The misty darkness was fading into dim daylight. "He won't like it." "All the better. It'll take longer to roust him." true. What happened to Catalina? Trumpet stood next to the window, snugged against the wall where she couldn't be seen, peering into the early mist. She somehow managed to maintain that ineffable air of command, even with her black hair matted and blown as if she'd spent the night steering into the teeth of a hurricane. She's probably right around the corner, waiting for Stephen to go away. They agreed that Tom would leave first and lead Stephen straight to Bacon's chamber, taking as long as possible to rouse him without seeming to dawdle. Meanwhile, Trumpet would slip out and creep in her hooded cloak back to her bridal chamber. If she didn't meet Catalina on the way, she would surely find her inside. She'd swap clothes with Jane Swit while Catalina traded the piggy sheet for the real one. Then Trumpet would burrow into the bed and pretend to be asleep, resisting the urge to eavesdrop on the discussion in Stephen's room. They embraced one another tightly, but not lustily, in confirmation of their unbreakable bond. They had crossed a bridge together last night. They were one now, never to be parted, except temporarily and only then on the surface. Their souls were forever intertwined. Tom kissed her lightly on the lip. Stephen shook his head. The poor man looked distraught. Tom could only imagine the hell he'd been through before he came running to the kennels for help. They strode past the stables and on through the yard surrounding the huge kitchen. Some people were already at work, getting fires lit and water boiling to supply the needs of a few hundred pampered gentlefolk. No one gave them any notice. Young gentlemen frequently stayed out until dawn. They crossed the great court and went up the stair to Bacon's small room on the top floor. Enough light entered the window on the landing to distinguish door from wall, but not to reveal the huddled lump of blankets lying on the floor. Tom stumbled into them, unwitting. "Oi!" Simon Pinnock's voice rose from the mass. "Let a man sleep, won't you? Wake up, Pinnock. It's Tom, with Lord Dorchester. We need Mr. Bacon to come with us, quickly." Pinnock barked a laugh, then clambered to his feet, wrapping his covers around him like a jug-eared Roman senator. "He's still sleeping." Traded looks, not bothering to correct that assumption. "This won't be easy," Tom warned Stephen. "He won't want to get involved. It would help to offer him some sort of gratuity." "Anything, if he can get me out of this." Stephen looked at the rings on his hands, twisting the newest one, his wedding ring, before catching himself. Then he removed a different one from his little finger. "Anne gave me this. It's got a ruby, a cabochon. He can have this." "What do I get?" Pinnock asked. "A box on the ears if you don't stand aside," Tom said. "Come on, you know he'll want this. I'm going in." He pressed Pinnock aside. "Don't worry, I won't even notice the friend, whoever it is." To Stephen he added, "Best you wait out here, my lord. If we embarrass him, it'll just take longer." "All right, but hurry. We have to move Anne somewhere else, and it's getting lighter by the minute." Tom rapped on the door and opened it without waiting for a response. "Mr. Bacon? It's Tom. You've got to get up. There's another crisis at hand." Groggy sounds emerged from behind the bed curtains, followed by muffled whispers, followed by Bacon's terse command, "Go away." "No, sir." Tom approached the side of the bed whence the voice had come and twitched the curtain back enough to let in the grey light. He found Bacon glaring at him and another man ducking beneath the sheets. Not quite fast enough, Tom recognised Michel Joubert, the secretary to the French ambassador. Trumpet had seated them together at the wedding supper, where they had seemed to be enjoying one another's company. Which had nothing to do with the present emergency. "It's Stephen, Lord Dorchester." "Stephen's been killed?" Bacon threw off his covers and swung his bare legs over the edge of the bed. He ran a hand through his tousled brown locks, blinking at the weak light. "Did Lady—" He glanced behind him at his friend, covered head to toe, but still presumably able to hear every word. "It isn't Stephen," Tom said, "but he's involved. He needs our help. He'll pay you." "God's mercy," Bacon muttered and got up, closing the curtains. "Where are my clothes?" Then he looked directly at Tom for the first time. "How much?" "A ruby ring," Tom gave it to him. He waited while Bacon made use of the chamber pot, then helped him sort his clothes from the secretary's. Bacon went around to the other side of the bed and poked his head inside the curtains. "Ne m'entends pas, mon ami." The secretary mumbled something in French. Then Tom and Bacon went out to meet Stephen, who was standing at the window, staring across the vast yard toward his own chambers. Tom cursed himself for leaving him with that view, but no harm seemed to have been done. Only one window showed a yellow glimmer in the long row of houses. "Did you leave candles lit in your room?" "I must have," Stephen said. "I hope my wife is still asleep." Trumpet must be in by now, with her part of the stage set. Pinnock had gone, leaving his blankets in a heap, probably to visit the communal office of easement beyond the kitchen yard. "I'm sorry to wake you so early, Mr. Bacon." Stephen glanced uncertainly at Tom. "Did you tell him?" Tom shook his head. "We can't talk here. Let's just go." They walked in silence to Stephen's rooms. Tom held his breath as he opened the door to the anteroom, but all within was still. Stephen shot a wary look at Trumpet's door, then held a finger to his lips as he led them through into his bedchamber. What they found within was as sorrowful a sight as Tom had ever seen, and he'd once discovered his own tutor hanging from a roof beam. A young woman lay naked in a spatter of vomit on the richly appointed bed, her once beautiful face contorted in frozen agony. Her death had not been quiet, and it had not been quick. Tom forced himself to walk close enough to notice the waxiness of her cold skin and to smell the sour tang of spewed wine. The stains on the rumpled sheets were red, but like wine, not blood. Her body was curled as if her belly had contracted, her slack arms still curved protectively inward. He forced himself to look at her face. Her eyes were open, the pupils huge, as if staring into the darkness beyond the veil of life. Tom looked away to steel himself, then turned back to gently close the vacant eyes. Then he walked away from the bed. Bacon had moved toward the shuttered windows, where he stood at an angle to the bed, obliquely watching the brief examination. Tom shrugged at him. She was obviously poisoned. What I mean is she wasn't stabbed or shot or strangled or dropped from a great height. Bacon frowned at him. This is no time for levity. I wasn't joking. He was trying to ground himself in the practical. He'd seen corpses before, but none so piteously young. I can't tell you any more than that, because I don't know anything about poisons. Bacon accepted that with a grunt. He asked Stephen, "Can we cover her, my lord? A sheet? A cloak?" "Yes, thank God." Stephen found a lady's cloak, dark green velvet, and shook it over Anne's body. "I thought you would want to see her." "And now we have." Bacon turned his head to one wall and scanned the large chamber, his gaze moving from the plastered ceiling to the rush-matted floor. His inspection stopped at a table beside the door where a silver goblet stood next to a figured pitcher and a small glass phial. Another goblet lay on the floor near the bed. Bacon's eyes lingered on that phial. It seemed to cost him something to summon up his fault, Stephen. "It feels like my fault," he whispered. "I do not believe it is, my lord." Bacon spoke in the tart voice that banished nonsense. "Now we must find out whose fault it is. Where did the phial come from?" "I don't know. Someone brought it to the wedding supper. They were passing it around, laughing. Then Anne handed it to me, saying, 'Give this to your bride, my lord. It will rouse her want and spirit and make her lust for you tonight.'" His mouth twisted. I don't remember the exact words. Tom's jaw tightened. That was meant for Lady Alice. His fists clenched. He had to force his hands to relax, but he vowed to make it his personal mission to punish whoever had brought that poison to the feast. Stephen didn't notice the fists or the hardened voice. He was so wrapped in his own misery. "Of course I wouldn't use it. I wouldn't want a woman to want me because of that." "That is to your credit, my lord." Bacon spoke smoothly. He probably had noticed the fists and understood them. "Try to remember, if you can, who brought the file to the feast." "I don't know, Mr. Bacon. I've been racking my brain. They started joking around with it when I went to sit with them." "Who was among that group?" "Well, Anne, of course, her chambermaid, Mary Buckley, Bess Throckmorton, Elizabeth Bridges. Those are the ladies. The gentlemen were Robert Carey, Sir William Gifford, and Henry Folsham." Tom summoned what he knew of those ladies and gentlemen. It wasn't much. Trumpet would know a lot more. "Where did the file itself come from?" Bacon asked. "I don't know." Now Stephen sounded petulant. "I don't know anything about the blasted file or the stuff inside it. I told you that already." Bacon nodded, imperturbable. It was at times like this when Tom admired him most. "I know this is difficult, my lord. I want to form as clear a picture as possible before we determine a course of action. Can you tell me what happened after she drank the contents of that file?" Stephen nodded, willing, though he looked close to the end of his rope. He wouldn't hold up much longer. "All right," he said. "Let's see. She was happy, laughing. We both were. We had just made love again. Last night was our first night together." He shot a panicky look at Tom. "I don't know what to do about my wife." "One step at a time, my lord," Bacon said. "Please finish your account." "Well, she said she was thirsty, so she got up to get a cup of wine. The file had been sitting there since she came in. I suppose she'd had it in her pocket. She picked it up and waved it at me. I remember how it glinted in the candlelight. I turned it down again. To be honest, I was ready to stop, to send her home and go to sleep, but she said, 'No, you'll see, I'll make your needle sharp again.'" He grimaced at the vulgar term. Bacon ignored it. "She emptied the file into her cup and drank it off. Then what happened?" "Nothing, for a minute. She stretched and posed a little, showing me her figure, which I admired. I told her to come back to bed before she got cold, and she said, 'No, I'm hot.' She started rubbing her chest and her belly. I thought she was just showing me her breasts. I liked it. I said, 'Come back to bed, minx,' or something like that. She shook her head and stumbled, almost falling down. That's when I knew something was wrong. I got up and I pulled on my shirt. 'Come to bed, sweetling,' I said, but she started swatting at the air, saying, 'The cats, madam, the cats.'" Bacon shook his head. "What did that mean?" "I don't know. She went toward the window and started struggling with the shutters, panting. I went to her to guide her back to the bed, but then she fell asleep, or so I thought. I started to lift her to tuck her in properly, but I realized she wasn't breathing. I felt her neck, and I held my knife under her nose to find her breath, but she was gone." Stephen's eyes had filled with tears as he spoke. Now he stood there with his arms hanging limply at his sides, shaking his head, his mouth turned down. Tom went to him and put his arms around him, hugging him close. "I'm so sorry, Stephen. I'm so sorry." He felt no guilt about stealing the man's wife. That was Cupid's work or some other angel. He could no more stop loving Trumpet than he could bring Lady Anne back to life. But he never wanted Stephen to suffer, especially not like this. Stephen let out a wail and sobbed into Tom's shoulder. After a minute, he lifted his head, took a step back, and drew in a snuffling breath. "I'm all right. Thanks. What are we going to do?" Bacon had gone over to pick up the file and was standing with it in his hands, turning it to study the engraved glass. He gave it a tentative sniff and frowned. "Is there anything to say where it came from?" Tom asked. Bacon shook his head. "It's Venetian, I would guess. It smells like distilled liquor with cinnamon and something bitter." "Let's worry about that thing later," Stephen said. "Where can we put her?" Tom looked toward the windows. Even with the shutters closed, he could see enough clear light to know morning had come. It's too late, Steenie. There'll be people everywhere. The great court at Richmond Palace was the least private place he'd ever seen. A vast open pavement surrounded by windows full of curious courtiers. Couldn't we roll her in a rug and take her to our own room? Stephen went to raise a slat and peer out, as if assessing the distance. Where did she live, my lord? Bacon sounded as if he took the idea seriously, though Tom knew he didn't. In the gentlewoman's house, in this range, but a few doors to the north. With Mary Lady, I believe you said. Bacon regarded him sombrely. They'll have a servant or two, one supposes. They'll all be asleep, Stephen said, pleading. Bacon shook his head. I don't believe it can be managed, my lord. Well, what about the hall? Stephen turned to Tom. Or somewhere outside? Steenie, listen to yourself. We cannot dump this poor woman outside like a load of rubbish. No, of course. You're right. Stephen's shoulders sank. But what then? Tom shot a glance at Bacon. He'd thought of the perfect solution, though no one would like it. We can't move her. Therefore, she must stay here. But you mustn't be blamed for her death. Therefore, you can't be here when she's found, which means that we must move you. Move me where? Stephen demanded. Into your wife's bed. Tom nodded as Stephen's mouth dropped open. That's right. Here's the story. You spent the night in the arms of your loving wife, to your mutual surprise. Anne, meanwhile, determined to retain the affections of her one true love, that's you, my lord, sneaks into your bedchamber. She, like you, was expecting Lady Alice to kick you out once duty had been done. Anne wants to make a big impression, so she strips, drinks her potion, and starts to climb into your bed, but the poison overtakes her and she dies as we found her. Stephen gaped at him in gratifying awe. God's bones! Tom! That's pure genius! Tom felt rather proud of it himself. Even Bacon gave it a grudging nod. It's plausible, but how will the story be conveyed without his lordship's testimony? Tom frowned at him, stuck for a moment, but inspiration struck again. He snapped his fingers. Lady Alice's maidservant. Wasn't she once some sort of actress? I think so, Stephen said. Well, she's some sort of gypsy anyway. Well, Tom said, let her tell the tale. She can say she heard a sound, peeked through the door, and witnessed the whole thing. That would put Trumpet in charge of the situation here too, which was all to the good. The three men looked at one another, weighing the proposal, then nodded their agreement. They decided that Stephen could reasonably have undressed in this room, leaving his clothes before going to his wife. He stripped to his shirt and stockings, then stood awkwardly shifting from one foot to the other. How can I keep this from her? Alice, I mean. He scratched the back of his neck and mumbled, I'm not sure she'll let me in. Tom and Bacon traded smiles. They needed no further proof the Earl hadn't done this deed himself. He barely had the nerve to crawl into bed with his wife. You can't, Tom said. You'll have to tell her everything. Trust me, my lord, she doesn't want you to be accused of murder any more than you do. You both knew this wasn't a love match. But she'll respect the alliance and stand with your house. Go now, my lord, Bacon said. We'll take a last look around to make sure nothing here will incriminate you. Stephen nodded. What will you do? Nothing, until the alarm is sounded, Bacon answered. I'll speak with the midwife and try and find out what the poison was. That might help us narrow the field. I can't thank you enough, Stephen said, his eyes glistening. I don't know what I would have done without you. He started to open the door, but stopped. Hold on. He looked around the room and grabbed a silver beaker. Here, Tom, take this. It's only fair. Tom accepted it, surprised. Stephen had never been so generous. Then again, he had just saved the man's life, or at least his reputation. Bacon cleared his throat. A small gift for the midwife would not be amiss. She'll need to hear the full story, the true story, to identify the poison. How about a spoon? Tom suggested, pointing at the collection of silver objects on a side table. Stephen chose one with a simple diamond finial and handed it to Bacon. Wedding gifts. I don't even know what I have. He turned toward the door and sighed, wiping his brow with the back of his hand like a man returning to heavy labour. And then he left. What now? Tom asked Bacon. We'll have to leave that file, he said, though Tom hadn't thought of taking it. It supports the story that the lady came here intending to seduce his lordship. But I would like to know where it came from. Tom shrugged. The thing looked expensive, something only a lord or lady would possess. Trumpet will have better luck with that than me. She can ask among the other gentlewomen. When do you go see the midwife? I'll have to wait until the body is discovered, of course. Then the coroner and Sir Walter will have to conduct their examination. An hour or more, I should think. All right, Tom said. I'll take this beaker back to my room and then go to the hall, I guess, and have breakfast. Don't allow anyone to suspect you know more about this than they do. Tom dismissed that with a snort. What will you do in the meantime? Bacon gave him an odd, sidelong look that Tom couldn't read, but he could have predicted the words that followed. I will go back to bed. 17. Francis didn't even go up to his room. He reached the door to his stair and changed his mind on the threshold. He couldn't face Michelle yet, not until he knew more about that file. He'd seen its mate pass from his friend's hand to the ambassador's 1 week ago at the Goat and Compasses. Michelle told him it was a tonic made of French liquor with cinnamon and vanilla from Mexico. A love potion, he'd called it. The same recipe, modified for a different aim? Francis sighed, feeling weary and oppressed with doubt. And hungry, he realised. That didn't help. He entered the passage behind the great hall, intending to beg a cup of warm ale and some bread from the kitchen, and he met Pinnock coming back with a lump of something in his hand. "What is that?" Francis asked, turning to walk with him back out to the great court. The lad answered through a mouthful of bread. "Raisin bun. Good. Hot. Get me one, will you? And a cup of warm ale. Bring to your room?" "No. Out here." Bacon surveyed the vast paved yard, looking for a vantage point from which to watch as events developed. Someone had left a pile of crates and barrels near the gateway to the middle court. That would do. He pointed. "Over there. Hip-hop." Pinnock skipped back toward the kitchen. Francis strolled to the heap of goods and found a wooden chest at a comfortable height. Few people were stirring at this hour. The sun hadn't yet topped the range of 2-story houses on the eastern side of the court, so their shadows spread halfway across the yard. Stephen's rooms were at the near end of that range. The gentlewomen's house was 5 doors down toward the north. Francis's building was in the north range, just east of the gatehouse. Here, on the south side of the court, he had a good view of all the doors he wanted to watch. He wouldn't likely be noticed here, either. Pinnock brought him his breakfast. He told the lad to go amuse himself somewhere, anywhere, for an hour or two. "There's nothing to do this early." Go back to the kitchen, many of them floating around. And the drops left within it smelled like the potion Michelle had described. That was too great a coincidence for Francis's sceptical mind. But why would Michelle Joubert want to poison Lady Anne? Or Trumpet, if she was the true target? He'd seemed eager to cultivate the new Lady Dorchester last night in the hope of winning the Earl's support for France. His only present path to the Earl lay through Francis's connection to the Countess. Perhaps he feared Anne would drive a wedge between Dorchester and his wife, thereby reducing her influence. That was thin, very thin. It would also require great foresight to place that file among the ladies before the supper began. Then again, Michel had gotten up once or twice to visit the privy. Everyone had. That feast had lasted over 4 hours. He could easily have given it to someone in passing. But he still would have had to prepare the poison and bring it with him. And he would have to know about Stephen's illicit affair. How could he know the lovers would meet that night of all nights? They wouldn't brag about it outside their little circle, surely. On the other hand, if the poison had been meant for Trumpet, the wedding night was the logical choice, being the night a maiden might be in most need of extra encouragement. And Michel Joubert was a most rational man. Now the rational man himself emerged from the door to Francis's stair, easily recognised by his black costume and the flat black hat he'd worn last night. He yawned and stretched, taking in the air, as any man would do on first rising. Then he strolled toward the door to the 2-story gallery that spanned the west side of the court. He must mean to cut through that building and the gardens behind it to reach the tower in the outer wall where the ambassador had his suite of rooms. Michel reached the gallery door, then paused, turning full around to look behind him as if he sensed someone's eyes on his back. But he was a good 30 yards away and unlikely to notice Francis, perched among the baggage by the inner gate. A harrowing scream rent the peaceful morning. Its echoes hung in the air for as long as it took to recover one's breath. Then windows flew open and cries arose from every house around the yard. Men came running from the gatehouse, shouting, "Where is it? What's happened?" The great court erupted into total confusion, except for Michel, who stood calmly watching outside his door. When the guards reached the corner where Trumpet's servant now leaned out the window, gesticulating with full gypsy fervour, Michel produced a Gallic shrug and went inside. Well, why shouldn't he go back to his own room? Francis scolded his sinking heart. What good could he do if he ran toward the scream or out into the yard to trade rumours with the rest of the gathering crowd? A bit of glass trinkery, an uncommon scent. Did that constitute proof that a man was a murderer? A friend ought to give a friend the benefit of the doubt, although he might allow himself to ask the friend a few hard questions. The minute Trumpet heard that scream, she pulled her knees to her chest, planted her feet in Stephen's back, and pushed him right off the bed. "Hey! You should have sat in the chair like I asked you to do. We're pretending I spent the night with you, remember?" He climbed to his feet and ran both hands through his hair, making it stand up in all directions. He did look pathetic, barefoot in his rumpled wedding shirt with dark hollows under his eyes. Trumpet was sorry his mistress had died, and sorrier still he'd had to watch it happen. But he'd trysted with that woman on their wedding night, so the score between them was even. And now she had an excellent excuse to keep him out of her bed. She clucked her tongue at him. "No one will come in here. Why would they? I don't know what they're going to do. I don't even know who they are. Mr. Bacon didn't tell me anything about this part." Trumpet sighed. She couldn't expect more from the man than he had. You couldn't get blood from a turnip. "It will likely be Sir Walter and Mr. Danby, the coroner. They should be here any minute. People must have heard that scream all the way to Petersham. They'll want to examine your room and hear our stories. Our goal is to obtain a determination of death by self-murder, motivated by despondency over the loss of a lover. That's you." Stephen chewed the fringe of his moustache, regarding her with narrowed eyes. "You're nothing like as light-witted as you were before we married." Trumpet shrugged. She had no need to pretend any longer, especially not to him. She jumped out of bed and stuffed her feet into her fur-lined slippers. "Don't say more than you must. Don't volunteer anything. Just answer their questions as simply as you can. You're overcome with shock and grief. That should explain it well enough." "I'm the lord here. Need I remind you?" His expression took on the mulish cast she remembered from times past. Best to nip that humour in the bud before it blossomed. She decided to trump his injured pride by playing the wounded wife. She drew herself up to her full height and lifted her chin. "Need I remind you, my lord, that you chose to invite that trollop into our home on our wedding night? I accept that you had nothing to do with her death, but your actions invited these consequences, and now you must face them. Like a man, preferably." He pressed his lips together until they nearly disappeared, but didn't argue. "That's better," she said. "Now, let me do most of the talking. Or rather let Catalina tell the main tale. You and I were both sound asleep during the critical period." Catalina knocked and entered, closing the door behind her. "They're coming." Her gaze flicked up and down as she assessed her lord and lady's readiness to go on stage. She nodded. Good enough. Trumpet had crafted their story after Stephen had crept into her room and woken her from her false sleep to make his self-serving confession. He would swear he'd had no idea what Anne was planning, though he would tearfully confess what everyone already knew, that he'd been flirting with the woman for weeks. Trumpet would likewise assert her complete ignorance, having slept the sleep of the just until she heard the scream. Catalina, the most experienced actor among them, would bear the burden of presenting their interpretation. She would say she had been sleeping in the anteroom, where she had been awakened when the lady entered. She feigned sleep until the lady went into Stephen's room, then peeked through the partially opened door. She'd watched the lady take a small glass bottle from her sleeve and pour its contents into a goblet of wine. Then she'd undressed. Taking the cup with her, she'd slipped naked between the sheets. She'd raised her cup and said, "This will claim your heart, my lord," and drank the potion down. "Don't be too dramatic," Trumpet warned her servant. "You're not performing the Spanish tragedy at the curtain." Catalina smirked, shrugging one graceful shoulder. Stephen coached Catalina on a few details, such as the delusions about the cats and the flying. Then he'd wept a little while Trumpet patted him on the back. She'd allowed him into her bed in a rush of pity, but then hated the feel of him lying there. "Answer him. We're right behind you." Stephen led the way, looking humble in his shirt in the presence of two fully dressed men, although both Sir Walter and the coroner looked as if they'd dressed in a hurry. No earrings, no ruffs, no doublets, just cloaks thrown over their shirts and trunk hose. Still, they had shoes and stockings on, while the Earl stood with bare legs and feet. They went into Stephen's chamber, Trumpet and Catalina last. Catalina had seen the terrible sight already, but Trumpet hadn't. She allowed herself a natural reaction, crying out in dismay and turning to bury her face in her servant's shoulder. "Don't look, my lady," the coroner said. "In fact, there's no need for you to be here at all." "I will stay to support my husband," Trumpet said in a tremulous voice. Sir Walter didn't bother to respond to any of that. He directed his attention to the scene before him. His head turned as he noted the vomit, the fallen cup, and the phial on the table. He lifted the phial to his nose and took a tentative whiff. "Cinnamon and French liquor, with some astringent additive." He sniffed the pitcher and added, "Harlock, the same as was served at the wedding supper, I would judge." Trumpet screwed up her face and shook her head. "I didn't put it there." "Of course not." He gave her a searching look. "This will be unpleasant for you in more than one way, my lady. Perhaps you should wait in the other room." "I know why Anne was here, Sir Walter. I'm not deaf, and she wasn't skilled at deception." He met the steel in her eyes and nodded. "I understand." "My husband has confessed his part in that flirtation, which I trust is all it ever was. Both my lord and I know the gist of what happened here last night. My maidservant saw it all. She woke us as soon as she realized Lady Anne had done a fatal harm to herself. My husband had no part in that, I can assure you. He was in my bed all night." While Mr. Danby examined the body, lifting the limbs and pressing the skin, Sir Walter elicited Catalina's story. She performed it to perfection, her olive-toned face a blend of awe, fear, and sorrow. Then Sir Walter pointed at the phial and said, I could swear I saw that self-same object being passed around at the supper. After the acrobats came in, I think. I saw it too, Stephen said, before Trumpet could forestall him. He'd be charged with this death, even if he had poured the phial's contents down Anne's throat himself. Rank had its privileges. He hadn't quite figured that out yet. They were putting on this show to protect his still unformed reputation, and hers, whose stains had taken her 2 long years to rub out. She was more interested in Sir Walter's question about seeing the phial at the feast. Why mention it, if he were the one who brought it there? He seemed genuinely surprised and saddened by this needless death. Trumpet didn't trust her gut half as much as Tom trusted his, but her gut told her the Queen's favourite had nothing to do with Anne's murder. That didn't mean he hadn't killed Arthur Grenville, however. The 2 deaths might well be unrelated. Mr. Bacon distrusted a superfluity of causes, often citing Occam's razor. But Sir Occam had obviously never travelled on the Queen's summer progress, with its superfluity of deadly secrets. 18. Francis had barely finished his impromptu breakfast when he saw a litter borne by 2 men emerge from Stephen's door and go through the arched gate in the corner of the yard. That would lead them to the laundry house and the utility room where the midwife did her work. He waited until the chapel bell tolled the next quarter hour, resting his mind in the contemplation of the length of the shadows, the height of the sun, and what those elements revealed about the science of perspective. At the bell, he rose, leaving his cup on a barrel, and walked out the main gate to go around the East Range. He didn't want to cross paths with Sir Walter just yet. When he entered the midwife's domain, she looked up and smiled. "I wondered if I would see you this morning, Mr. Bacon." "Here I am, Mrs. Woolley." She took a sheet from her shelf and spread it over the woman's body. "I'm afraid I can't help you this time. Poison doesn't leave marks. I'm told this poor lady fell victim to a badly made love potion from the sound of it. A foolish act and a sad waste." "That isn't quite how it happened," Francis said. The midwife's eyes brightened with interest. "Do you know more? I'm told she was alone." She was not. Francis took the silver spoon from his purse and handed it to her. "The witness prefers that the official story remain uncontested. I believe he had no part in this, and I'm hoping you'll tell me what killed her." "I learned to keep my own counsel long ago, Mr. Bacon." She tucked her spoon inside a fold of her commodious skirts. "Now, anything you can tell me about what she drank or ate and how she acted after taking it will help." Francis gave her the full account, as Stephen had told it to him. Mrs. Woolley nodded several times, as if recognising features of interest. When he finished, she said, "Putting all that together with the idea of a love potion suggests henbane to me, Mr. Bacon. The flushed skin, giddiness, delirium, and then her collapse into unwakeable sleep. Especially the delusion of flying into the stars. That's very telling. Victims don't always vomit, though it's nasty-tasting stuff from what I've heard. I suppose that distilled liquor and the spicy cinnamon might mask it enough, especially if she drank it down in one gulp." "Henbane." Francis searched his memory. "It sounds familiar." "I'm not surprised, sir. It's common enough. It grows in ditches everywhere, especially near privies. It can be very beneficial if you don't swallow it. We use the leaves to soothe inflammations of the eyes or gouty joints, for instance. My brother makes a decoction of the seeds to kill lice. Women make a black hair dye of it as well. My brother is an apothecary, like my father before him. I know my herbs." "I felt certain you would, Mrs. Woolley. Is it never taken into the body?" "Well, it can be, though it's a very risky business. They say witches use it to summon spirits when they dance under the moon." She shrugged to show her opinion of that bit of folk wisdom. It is sometimes used in love potions, which is why I thought of it. I couldn't tell you why. The giddiness, perhaps? Or the delusions? Francis grimaced at the thought of putting a loved one into that condition. Could this have been a genuine accident, then? Could someone have tried to make an honest love potion, if there can be such a thing, and added too much henbane? That's possible, Mr. Bacon. It's a very powerful drug, easy to make a mistake. Not like striking a man with a brick, is it? Francis met her eyes. And yet, I have reason to suspect these deaths are not unrelated. She pursed her lips. I hope you're wrong. I don't want to find another healthy young person lying on my table this month. She picked up her washing cloth, holding it in the attitude of a woman who wanted to return to her work. Francis thanked her and left, walking slowly through the bustling service yard. Could this death have been a simple accident? Had that potion been meant as a harmless joke, or even a genuine attempt to help a reluctant bride overcome her fears on her wedding night? He might be guilty of a most egregious fallacy, one he treated with disdain when committed by others, allowing the desire to maintain an established opinion colour one's perception of new information. Arthur Grenville's death had not been an accident. Francis was increasingly certain that the poor lad had interrupted an exchange of political intelligences, not amorous notes. But that did not prevent Lady Anne's death from being the tragic result of a youthful prank. He should know better. Was he going to lay every subsequent death on this summer progress at the door of his mythical French spy? "Surely you don't have to be here today, Lady Alice," Mr. Falsham said when Trumpet presented herself at the door of the privy bedchamber. "I mean, Lady Dorchester." Lady Stafford said the same thing after Trumpet slipped inside. "I'd rather be useful, my lady," she answered, looking as demure as possible. "Besides, where else would I go?" The other ladies were less delicate. They dropped their tasks and crowded around, peppering her with questions about Anne's untimely death. She saw the tassels over the bed curtains twitch and knew the Queen was listening, so she pitched her voice in that direction and repeated Catalina's story, leaving out the more dramatic stylings. "A terrible, terrible accident," Lady Stafford said in a tone meant to bar further discussion, "but one with a moral to teach us about the wages of sin. Lady Anne did not deserve so dire a death, but she placed herself in harm's way." She gave each of them a stern look to be sure the lesson was understood. Then she sighed and said, "Oh, foolish child, may God forgive her. But now, ladies, while we grieve for the loss of our friend, the business of the court must go on. We all have our jobs to do, don't we?" They took the hint. Trumpet joined the other ladies in the dressing-room, which they put in order every Saturday. Mary, as usual, attempted to take charge of the paint cabinet. Today, however, she was elbowed aside by Lady Penelope Rich, who liked to offer her services for a morning or two when she was at court. The Queen was especially fond of her soothing facial mask, which she would apply during her nap that afternoon. Penelope took charge, as she always did in a group of women of lesser rank than the Queen. Trumpet set herself to inspecting each wig in turn to remove its covering and poke about with her fine comb, making sure no nits or spiders had taken up residence during the week. Mary sidled up to set her dish of eggshells on the counter beside the wig and began crushing them noisily with a pestle. "Is it true that potion was meant for you?" Mary dropped her voice as if for Trumpet's ears alone, but the room wasn't big enough for such tactics. "Me?" Trumpet shrilled. "What in the name of heaven would make you think such a terrible thing?" Bess answered. "They were passing it around last night. It was a love potion, supposedly, to help you overcome your fears." Her right eyelid flickered in the tiniest of winks. Trumpet ignored the wink. This wasn't the time or the place. But she did want to hear more about the file. "I saw my lord with some pretty glass thing. Was that the poison? He gave it back to you, didn't he?" She pointed her comb at Mary. Not me. Or what would I do with it? Anne took it. I thought it was her idea, or Bess's. Not mine, Beth said. I would never interfere in your affairs. Maybe one of the men brought it. It isn't the sort of thing a man would do, Penelope said with authority. If curing your timidity was the goal, they would take the groom aside and make lewd jokes. I didn't see the file, but if Anne mixed that potion herself, she made it wrong and has paid dearly for the mistake. They all murmured prayers for her departed soul. Trumpet's sorrow made her all the more determined to find out who had given Anne that potion. She didn't believe Anne had mixed it herself. She'd never been particularly clever with herbs and ointments. She returned to her original question. Where did the file come from? It's a pretty bauble. I saw it in the room when... Well, I saw it. It's glass, thicker than usual, and etched all round with an intricate design traced in the finest sliver of gold. Venetian glass? Penelope asked. Trumpet shrugged. Something rare and costly. Something like this. Penelope pulled out a step-stool and stood on it, reaching to the topmost shelf of the cabinet where the herbs and oils were kept. She took down a cedar box and set it on the work table to open it. Inside were 7 small glass bottles, each nestled in a velvet hollow. 5 more hollows were empty. Penelope picked up one of the bottles and displayed it on her open hand. Trumpet's jaw dropped. She hadn't expected this answer. Why, that's it! The very same thing, I'd swear to it! Penelope smiled, pleased at the effect of her surprise. She handed it to Bess, who hummed appreciatively as she turned it in her hands. It looks like the very twin of the one we were passing around. She handed it to Mary, who asked, How did you know it was there, my lady? Oh, I've been coveting these beautiful objects since Sir Horatio Pallavicino first brought them back from Italy. He presented a dozen of them to Her Majesty. She uses them sparingly for fear of breaking them, which is why you haven't seen them. She mainly reserves them for gifts to special friends and favourites. How did you know about them? Trumpet asked. And which of these ladies was feigning ignorance now? Her Majesty gave one to my Lord Brother. I saw it in his house in Westminster. He was with the Queen when Sir Horatio presented them. She told him, laughingly, in that way that she has, to go home and fill it with an elixir of youth. Of course, he refused on the grounds that she was youthful enough already, and they didn't need an unschooled girl on the throne. She gave another one to the French ambassador for his elixir of youth, as he calls it. Penelope raised her slender eyebrows. A tonic meant to enhance a man's desire, one supposes. One also hopes his apothecary is more skilled than Anne's. One does, Trumpet said, wondering who that might be. She went back to inspecting her wig. Did the French ambassador still possess his little glass bauble? Or had one of his clerks borrowed it to rid himself of an inquisitive lady? It wouldn't be hard to persuade one of Stephen's cup-shot friends to take the thing as a joke. That exquisite file would have been irresistible. Perhaps that was why he chose it. The clerk would have to speak English. But no, he wouldn't. Many courtiers spoke French. She did, for one. It was a skill persons of a certain station were expected to acquire. But why would this postulated clerk feel the need to poison Anne? Unless the clerk was a spy, although the present French regime was more ally than enemy, as she understood the current state of affairs. She wished she knew more about politics. Trumpet glanced at Penelope. She would know. But at the moment she was haughtily resisting Mary's attempt to reassert her dominance in this tiny realm. A futile effort. Mary had little to recommend her other than her looks and her bottomless store of gossip. Now that Anne and Arthur Grenville were gone, she'd lost her 2 best friends, as well as the best suppliers of her principal stock. Trumpet judged the seldom-used black wig free of vermin and replaced its gauze wrapper. She put it back and got out another one and unwrapped it. She concentrated on her work to keep from being dragged into the debate about the correct proportions of mercury in a blemish remover. Maybe the French spy waited until the wedding supper to do his foul deed under cover of the festivities. And what if she had been the intended target? She'd been asking questions, lots of them, mainly of the ladies, but she'd been poking at that orchard wall again. Perhaps he'd seen her and guessed what she was after. That was a sobering thought. She resolved to have Catalina fetch all her meals directly from the kitchen until this matter was resolved, and she threatened to take them in Mr. Bacon's rooms until he consented to hold a council with her and Tom to share their findings and consider the alternatives. 19. Sunday morning, Tom watched Trumpet and Stephen sit side by side in the Chapel Royal, heads held high as if nothing had happened. They kept those chins lifted all the way back to Stephen's rooms afterward. Anyone who tried to wheedle an extra bit of gossip was met with stony silence. The Earl and his wife remained behind closed doors for the rest of the day. Tom would bet a golden angel that Trumpet spent the hours lying on her bed reading Robert Greene's Spanish Masquerado, while Stephen played cards in the anteroom with his retainers. They'd switched bedchambers. He knew that much from a hasty conversation with Catalina. Stephen couldn't bear the thought of sleeping in the room where his sweet Anne had met her death, so Trumpet offered to trade. She'd had the bed and all of its fittings replaced, and every scrap of Stephen's belongings removed. The offer was contingent on his agreeing to make no attempt to enter the redecorated chamber for any reason whatsoever, most especially not to claim his supposed conjugal rights. There would be no more physical contact between them until further notice. Not that there had ever been any such contact in actuality, but the new rule would relieve the hired substitute of bed duty for a while. Tom could only shake his head in admiration at her ability to turn adversity to advantage. Not only had she leapt at the excuse to keep Stephen out of her bed, she'd gained a larger chamber, furnished to her taste, with ground-floor windows to boot, easier to climb in and out of in the dead of night. On Monday, after dinner, when most of the palace folk were resting, Tom put Lancelot and Guinevere on their leashes and walked up past the palace gardens to the park. He was meeting Trumpet at the place with the view. From there they would walk down to Petersham to settle with Jane Swit and send her back to London. They wouldn't need her services again in Richmond, although Trumpet raised the possibility of a month-long stay in Dorchester. The native Londoner shook her head. "You'll have to pay me triple to live out in the wilderness, my lady." Trumpet had worn her hunting clothes with a veil to hide her face. "To get to work then, my lady." He sighed as if his labour never ended. "A thankless job, but if it must be done, then let's get to it." Trumpet looked around the forest as if a bed might suddenly appear between the trees. "Didn't you say you'd found a place?" "Not much of one. It looked like a gamekeeper's shelter. Not far from here, directly that way." He pointed into the woods. "I'm sure I can find it again." "What will we do with the dogs?" "Tie them to a tree. They won't mind." Lance and Gwen were the most agreeable companions Tom had ever known, bar none. He'd managed to beg a couple of soup bones at the old ship to keep them busy, while he and Trumpet enjoyed the amenities of the gamekeeper's hut. They admired the breathtaking view for a moment. Trumpet stood as close to the brink as she dared, peering down into the shrubs and boulders covering the steep slope. Someone should put up a fence. That would spoil it. They turned away and followed a path into the forest. The bracken grew thicker and higher the farther they went. The dogs walked with heads up and tails wagging, delighted by the abundance of scents in the air. Tom and Trumpet walked in silence, revelling in the simple pleasure of one another's company and the cool sanctuary of the woods on a summer afternoon. Soon they came to a small clearing on which stood a rude hut, barely big enough for a man and a woman to lie down in. Trumpet pulled off her hat and veil, while Tom tied the dogs to the trunk of a straggling beech. They turned toward one another, eyes shining, hands reaching for beloved hands. Then someone moaned in ecstasy. "Was that you?" Tom asked. Trumpet snorted. "That was a man." "Oh, no, not again." Tom raised his arms to heaven. "Is there no place in the whole of Surrey free of jumbling lovers?" Voices rose inside the hut. "Someone's out there." "Hush, let me listen." "Should we take a peek?" Trumpet asked. Tom shook his head. "I don't even want to know." But before Trumpet could straighten her veil, Sir Charles Blunt poked his head out the door to gape at them. "Oh, it's you." "Who is it?" A woman's head appeared beside his. Lady Penelope Rich, looking more like a wanton shepherdess than the imperious sister of England's most popular earl. Her fair curls tumbled loose around her shoulders, and her cheeks shone pink. But her voice held its customary tartness as she echoed her lover's cry of recognition. "Oh, you! Lady Rich, what a lovely surprise." Trumpet dropped a curtsy. Lady Rich's eyes narrowed as she cut a glance at Tom. "You're no better than I am, my lady." "I never claimed to be." Sir Charles posed the same question Raleigh had, though he said it with a rueful smile. "What will you do now?" "Say nothing," Tom answered. "None of us, to anyone, anywhere. Does that sound fair?" "It does," Sir Charles said. "I agree." They each reached out a hand for shaking, then thought better of it. Sir Charles appeared to be naked, though all Tom could see around the rickety door was his chest, well covered with manly curls of hair as black as those on his head. Tom touched his hat instead. The ladies traded nods. Trumpet restored her hat and veil, while Tom collected the dogs, repocketing their bones with some resistance. As they wandered on down the path, Trumpet said, "We still have an earl to make. How do you feel about dallying under the clear blue sky? Out in the open, in a field, with nothing around us anywhere?" Trumpet sounded more intrigued than dismayed. Maybe someday, when she owned the fields and every point from which they could be viewed. "I was thinking of another glade, my lady." "Oh." They found one not far away that seemed private enough, and free of huts, dovecotes, or other structures likely to be inhabited by yet another trysting pair. Tom tied the dogs to a tree a few yards off, restoring their treats. They'd sound the alarm if anyone approached. He and Trumpet, stripped as naked as Adam and Eve, feeling like those two originals in their unspoiled Eden. They loved one another without haste or hesitation. Tom gallantly offered to lay his own back against the stiff grass. Besides, he delighted in the play of dappled light on Trumpet's fair skin as she arched above him. In this setting, with her elf-tilted eyes in that uncanny green, he imagined he was being taken by a fairy queen. "Tomorrow, let's bring a cloak," she said, as they helped each other get dressed. "Your back is covered in little scratches. Can we find this place again? I like it." "The dogs could, maybe, but this can't be the only quiet clearing in Richmond Park." They stopped for a breath when the dome-topped towers of the palace came into view. "What now?" Tom asked. "With Stephen gone, I have nothing to do." "Well, me neither. The Queen went to visit Sion House with a delegation from the King of Denmark." Tom gaped at her. "We could have done this in the comfort of your bed." "Best not. 2 of Stephen's men are still idling about. I could send them out to exercise the horses, but they'd think it odd coming from me and would certainly mention it to him when he gets back." Tom should have guessed she'd worked through all their options before they had walked 3 yards beyond that hut. "Besides, I like doing it outside. Do you think we could find a haystack next?" Tom had a vision of Trumpet, mother naked, bouncing in the hay with green straw in her black hair. "I'll cut the grass myself." "Let's look for one now. We have half the afternoon." Day in the darkest corner he can find, with his nose in Henry VII's statutes. She got it right. Almost. They found Bacon in the library, sure enough, and even in the darkest corner of it, or rather, inside a cubicle in the farthest corner, with the door closed. But his nose wasn't in a statute. When Tom opened the door, they found him mashed into the tiny space with Michel Joubert, their arms and legs entwined, and their mouths pressed together in a passionate kiss. They barely managed to peel their lips apart before Tom swung the narrow door shut with an echoing thunk. "That's it," he declared. "I'm not opening any more doors. Not ever. I'll get into my own room through the window every night." He stalked past the shelves, loaded with rolls of parchment and leather-bound books, heading straight outside. Trumpet pattered behind him, sputtering giggles. 20. Trumpet followed Tom out to the fountain, where they sat on the wide rim of the cistern under the baleful eye of a red stone dragon. "Now what?" she asked. It would appear that Francis Bacon owed her a favour. Her supper-table arrangements had worked out better for him than she had imagined. "We wait, I guess. We still need him, or else I camp in front of your door and sample all your food and drink until we go home." Tom glared sourly at a handsome group in splendid clothes strolling from the turreted gatehouse to the privy lodgings, with its multicoloured stones and towers capped with golden weather vanes. Richmond Palace seemed to have lost its allure for him. "I feel I should apologise," Bacon said, turning up beside them with his clothes as tidy as if he'd been dressed by his tailor. "Not to us," Trumpet said, "although I don't know why you don't use your own room." He didn't have a husband with retainers lurking about all afternoon. "Too hot," Bacon mumbled. "Also, that wasn't planned. Tom held up a hand to stop him. "Trust us, we don't care. But we should go somewhere and talk about the murders." "Oh." Bacon gazed blankly around the populous yard. "Where's my Lord of Dorchester?" "In East Moseley," Tom said, "at a brothel called the Goat and Compasses. Supposedly very famous." Bacon gave him an odd look. "I've heard of it. Well, then, let's go to the kennel office. His lordship did retain me to look into Anne Courtney's death, if anyone should wonder. Your ladyship will have graciously consented to join us to look after your husband's interests." "Naturally," Trumpet said, "since his interests and mine are now one. Sometimes." She vowed to make Tom take her to that famous brothel just to have a look inside. She and Catalina could change clothes somewhere on the way. At the old ship in Petersham, perhaps. They seemed to have satisfyingly lax standards. As they passed through the stable-yard, Tom tagged a boy to bring them wine and cool water. "And something fruity, little tarts or something, and some cheese." The refreshments arrived before Trumpet and Bacon could finish admiring the framed pedigrees hanging on the wall. Tom pointed out some notables. "If you want to throw stones, we have better targets for you." "I have no desire to throw stones, even if I were in any position to do so. Who are the new targets?" "Sir Walter Raleigh and Bess Throckmorton for one," Tom said. "Or rather, two." "No," Bacon shook his head. "Impossible." "We caught them in the act, Mr. Bacon," Trumpet said. "In the dovecote beyond the gut—" "Don't tell me." Bacon shielded his face with both hands. "I don't want to know." "Too late," Tom said, getting him back for that treachery barb. True or not, it still stung. "Then, this afternoon, we stumbled on another groaning couple in a gamekeeper's hut in the woods." Bacon pressed his lips together and shook his head, refusing to look at them. "You'll never guess," Trumpet said. "Lady Penelope Rich and Sir Charles Blunt." "No, I won't hear it. I don't want to know such things." Bacon turned his chair toward the wall behind him as if to hide from words already spoken. "These private matters have no bearing on policy or anything else of consequence." Trumpet and Tom traded looks of mingled sympathy and exasperation. "They have consequences, Mr. Bacon," Tom said. "These affairs could do these people great harm if exposed." They're precisely the kind of secrets we think Arthur Grenville discovered, Trumpet added. Remember? He could have told Anne. Or, she cocked her head as a new idea emerged, maybe she saw him being killed. I have the strongest sense that I already knew that. Someone must have said something. She shook herself. Whatever had tickled her memory had slipped away. At any rate, everyone was on their way to the feast. She might have followed him, just for fun. Either way, she must have said something that made the killer realize she knew more than she ought. Tom pointed his finger at her. I like that idea. I like it because it means Anne was the poisoner's original target, not you. You're safe. Bacon heaved a sigh and turned back around. All right, we'll discuss it. I agree that the deaths are most likely linked, if we apply Occam's razor. We applied it already, Tom said. We listen to the things you tell us, especially when you repeat them over and over again. Trumpet laughed, but in truth she loved knowing these things. Philosophy, law, optics, subjects usually reserved for men. Bacon gave them the wry smile of a much-abused tutor. My life has meaning after all. But to return to the matter at hand, I must state, without equivocation, that I refuse to consider Sir Walter Raleigh. Both of these murders were acts of cowardice. Sir Walter may be many things, and while I agree, he held up a hand to stop their sputtering objections, that he has the most to lose, he, as if talking to himself, she's virtually penniless, and it truly will destroy him. Tom said, he thinks Her Majesty will forgive him in time, the way she forgave the Earl of Leicester. Bacon's eyebrows rose to the brim of his hat. You've discussed this with him? When? Trumpet asked. I thought we all agreed to say nothing. And why didn't you tell me? Tom scratched his beard, looking from Trumpet to Bacon and back again. I didn't tell you because we have other things on our minds when we're together. I forgot. He shrugged in apology. Of course she forgave him. To Bacon he said, Sir Walter came to visit me on Thursday. Here, as it happens. He wanted to make sure I would hold my peace. First, he offered me a place among his retainers. I told him I was content where I was. Then he said he would owe me a favour if nobody found out before he was ready to let it slip. Ask him for a share of the monopoly on tin. Trumpet admired the offhand way Tom dismissed the part about entering Raleigh's service. Sir Walter didn't make such offers lightly, but it was part of Tom's charm to underestimate his own worth. He's playing a dangerous game. Perhaps that's part of the appeal. Bacon's brow had furrowed at the mention of Raleigh's offer too, but he would never admit to how much he relied on Tom, or, heaven forfend, how much he liked him. Tom licked his lips. That's not all. I had another visitor right after Sir Walter. He told them about Sir Robert Cecil turning up to ask questions, this time offering cool, hard coin in exchange. Tom took a golden angel out of his purse to show them as proof. That's interesting, Bacon said, and I'll allow that I should have told you about visiting the midwife. But as you said yourself, there hasn't been much opportunity for us to meet. It's not like Gray's, where we have the Antelope Inn just down the hill. But don't worry, I didn't tell Sir Robert I wouldn't tell you everything I tell him, if I tell him anything. He'll assume it, Bacon said, long before Trumpet had managed to pass that ungainly sentence. It tickled a jealous bone somewhere that Bacon should know something more about Tom than she did, but she supposed it couldn't be helped. Bacon added, You should tell him something more. Today, perhaps. You could tell him what Stephen told us. It will sound like a unique bit of news, but it doesn't reveal anything we don't want him to know. He folded his hands on the desk and gave them a tutorly look. Well then, what do we know? Anything new? One thing, Tom said. While I was out with the dogs yesterday, I started thinking about that ladder and how stupid it was to leave it lying right beside the body. Why bother, I asked myself. Did you ever get around to answering yourself? Bacon had clearly recovered from his earlier shocks. Tom grinned, long accustomed to this routine. It occurred to me the killer might have used the ladder to reach that loose brick. That explains why I couldn't find it, Trumpet said. I only looked at eye level. Your eye level, Mr. Shrimpington? No one but Tom would call her by that old nickname. She stuck her tongue out at him, and he laughed. 1 foot up for a normal person, higher to account for their reach. Higher still if you used the ladder, and then you'd be on the ladder when Grenville popped up. Higher than him, looking down. You'd move the ladder afterward to protect your secret letter hole. So the killer needn't have been taller than Grenville, Bacon said. That means it could be anyone. It's a good observation, Tom, but it woefully lengthens our list of suspects. I can shorten it, Trumpet said. In fact, I can count the names on my fingers. It has to be a gentlewoman of the Privy Chambers, or Lady Stafford. We'll rule her out. Bacon made a decisive slicing motion. As one of Her Majesty's oldest friends, she's more untouchable than Sir Walter. What's your evidence? The file. I know where it came from. Venice, Bacon said. Trumpet clucked her tongue. More recently, it's one of a set of 12 given to Her Majesty by Sir Horatio Pallavicino. Nice work, Trumpington, Tom said. She preened herself. It was indeed a major piece of evidence that only she could have supplied. They needed her to solve these cases. They just refused to admit it. 12? Bacon asked. Only 7 now. They're kept in a cedar box at the top of a cabinet in Her Majesty's dressing room. I was asking the ladies about that file on Saturday, trying to find out who had it first. It was obviously a rare piece. Penelope Rich was helping out that day. She said she hadn't seen it at the wedding supper, but she knew where it came from. She climbed up on a stool and took down the box, and there they were. 7 out of 12, Bacon asked. 1 is in Lord Dorchester's possession. Where are the other 4? Her Majesty uses 2 for her own perfumes. Penelope said she gave 1 to the Earl of Essex and 1 to the French ambassador. Who can get into that cabinet? Tom asked. No one, Trumpet said, apart from the chamberers who do the sweeping and so forth. We haven't been thinking about servants. Should we be? I don't think so, Bacon said. Most palace servants are born into their posts, especially the ones allowed into the Queen's private apartments. We can rule out Lady Rich, too, Tom said. Could she really be so crafty as to show you that box if she's the one who stole a file to poison Lady Anne? Yes, Trumpet and Bacon answered in unison. Oh, Tom shrugged, letting it go easily. He'd lost his old fascination for the famous Stella. In fact, Trumpet hadn't seen him so much as grin with his and her sister Frances, Elizabeth Vernon, Mary Fitton, Bridget Manners, and Elizabeth Cecil. They seem to go everywhere in a group, Tom said. Do they ever get out on their own? Not often, Trumpet said. They sleep in the same room, too. Being a maid of honour isn't half as much fun as you might think. They're not here to have fun, Bacon said. They're here to meet husbands and enhance their family's standing. But you're right, they have little freedom of movement, and none of them were in Stephen's group at the wedding supper. We'll keep them on the list, but focus on those whom we know have secrets to protect. I hate suspecting Bess and Penelope, Trumpet said. I like them. I've been hoping to become better friends when the court returns to London. We can't let that influence us, Tom said. We have to go wherever the evidence leads us. Another lesson oft repeated. Bacon didn't smile at that, though. I have 2 other items to share with you, one of which may relieve your feelings. First, the midwife thought henbane was the most likely poison. Do any of the ladies have access to that? I don't know, Trumpet said. I can look in the cabinet. What is it used for? Many things, apparently. Mrs. Woolley described ointments for gout or stiff joints, a treatment for lice, a poultice for sore eyes. It's also used to make black hair dye. Trumpet gaped at him. You've just described half of Her Majesty's daily afflictions. I spent 2 hours on Saturday checking her wigs for lice. 2 of them are black, though she never wears them. I can't state it as a matter of fact, but I'd wager Stephen's best cloak that we keep plenty of henbane in our cabinet. Any of us could easily take as much as we liked. We're so busy in the morning, bustling about to make Her Majesty ready, no one would notice. Mrs. Woolley also said it could be bought from any apothecary. They would need the other ingredients as well, the distilled liquor, for instance. That is also sold in apothecary shops. It isn't cheap. We might have that too, Trumpet said. We have lots of vinegar, wine, and ass's milk, different kinds of oil. I'll look tomorrow. I can visit apothecaries. Tom sounded glad to have something active to do. I'll try the ones in nearby villages, up and down river. Good. Bacon looked so uncomfortable, Trumpet began to wonder if he'd gotten his breeches twisted inside that little cubicle. He looked past Tom's shoulder, the way he did when he was nervous. Ask them if they've been visited by a Frenchman in the past 2 weeks. A Frenchman? Tom frowned. Your Frenchman? He isn't mine, Bacon snapped, but his eyes were sad. He could have taken his master's file, and he knows how to mix a love potion. 21. Francis made his way back from the kennels through the twisted alleys inside the privy lodgings, the many-towered confection built by the Queen's grandfather. He took each turn by rote, his mind preoccupied by the unwanted revelations thrust on him by his assistants. How long could Raleigh hope to keep his secret hidden from the Queen? Until Mrs. Throckmorton's belly grew too large to hide under even the current fashions, he'd wager. Then a mighty storm would be unleashed upon him. Francis couldn't imagine how he hoped to weather it. And how many of Baron Rich's children had been fathered by Charles Blount? Francis had never seen any of them, though it wouldn't help if he had. All small children looked alike to him. To his regret, he knew precisely how many of the Earl of Dorchester's children would be sired by the Earl. None. What Stephen would say to a crop of fair-haired tots with blue eyes and dimples was anyone's guess. He might not notice. On the other hand, the illegitimate progenitors were, in both cases and on all counts, better men than the lawful husbands. The hereditary lines would be strengthened by their contributions. He smiled at that thought. The Lord did work in mysterious ways. "Cousin, hello! Frank!" He heard fingers snapping and focused his gaze toward the window on his left. His cousin Robert stood nearly at his elbow, but a few feet up, a bemused expression on his face. "Robert, I swear, cousin, a chamber pot could fall on your head and you wouldn't notice. Do you have a minute? I'd like a word." "Of course." Francis found his way back to the entrance of that section of the maze-like structure. Robert had carved out 2 rooms for his own use, putting 3 secretaries into the larger one and reserving the smaller for his private use. It looked much like his office at Burghley House on the Strand, plain, functional, and full of documents. Robert returned to his desk. Francis sat in the one uncluttered chair. "How may I serve you, Sir Robert?" Robert shot him a tired look, hearing the mockery under the words. Though, in truth, Francis was reminded yet again that he in no way envied Robert's position. The knighthood, yes. The influence, likewise. But this stuffy room packed with inky papers? Most of them undoubtedly had to do with such thrilling concerns as corn production in the Midlands and disputes among ship chandlers in Lancashire. Robert got straight to the point. "I suppose your man told you about my visit last week?" Francis nodded. "I encouraged him to share his findings with you." "His? Not yours?" "I don't have any, as yet, although I have narrowed the list of suspects to a few names." He smiled blandly. "I wouldn't dream of uttering them, especially not in this building, until I'm certain which one it is." "Of course not." Robert returned the bland smile. "At that time, may I trust that you'll inform me first?" Francis cocked his head, as if considering it. "Will you give me a shiny gold angel, if I do?" He got that weary look again. "Surely your sense of duty to the Queen is sufficient motivation, and for many weeks." Francis turned south rather than north to exit onto the lawn and walk from there up through the orchard to the palace gardens. They were at the peak of loveliness at this time of year. He could let his mind wander as his feet trod the smooth gravel paths. Richmond's gardens were pleasingly varied. First came the orchards within their high brick walls, supplying the palace with every desirable fruit from apricots to strawberries. Then the gardens, also contained within walls, with low crenellated towers at each corner, for show more than serious purpose. Queen Elizabeth had brought sustained peace to England, so that all the gardens could flourish. Now the threats to that peace were more likely to rise within the walls than without. Francis shook that thought from his mind, and contemplated the painted stag standing on a column at his side. A similar wooden structure marked the corners of each square bed, portraying every great heraldic beast: stags, lions, dragons, boars, all vividly painted with gilt embellishments. He strolled toward the intricate knots of herbs laid out in 4 squares at the centre of the garden. Too intricate, in his view. A simple rhythmic symmetry was more restful to the eye than these curious curves and flourishes. But the low lavender hedges were dotted with purple flowers, and the golden thyme glowed warmly in the sunshine. Only a brute could fail to be charmed. He plucked a sprig of rosemary and held it to his nose. This fragrance always acted like a mental breeze, blowing away unresolved dilemmas and freeing him to think clearly. But today the scent reminded him of the water Mrs. Whalley used to wash the bodies of Arthur Grenville and Anne Courtney. The lady wouldn't have died if he'd treated the gentleman's death with greater urgency. Francis dropped the sprig. "Ah, Mr. Bacon!" Sir Walter walked toward him with his long, confident stride. "How fortunate to chance upon you here." Here, in this place, where they could not be overheard. He must have seen Francis from a window and hastened to make use of the opportunity. "Good day, Sir Walter. I trust you are well?" "Quite well, thank you. May I walk with you a little?" "Of course." They made a full circuit of the first knot before Sir Walter spoke again. "You and I have never been friends, have we, Mr. Bacon? Not close ones?" "We have little in common, Sir Walter. Our paths seldom cross outside the presence chamber." "That's true, but I hope we needn't consider ourselves to be in opposition." Francis stopped in his tracks to look up at the taller man. "I devoutly hope that you will never consider yourself my enemy, Sir Walter." No, he smiled. "Why would I?" They made another half-circuit before he began again. "That clerk of yours is an interesting man. More to him than he knows himself, I would judge." "Yes." Francis stopped again. "I consider Mr. Clarity to be a man of his word. He also has the judgment to recognise when circumstances demand the limited, very limited, release of a confidence. The compelling circumstance in the present instance is the death by poisoning of Anne Courtney." Sir Walter's eyes narrowed at the news he'd come out here to confirm, but then he nodded his acceptance. "You don't believe it was an accident?" "No, nor was the death of Sir Arthur Grenville." Then Francis had a happy thought, or rather a fortuitous one. "I held myself responsible for the lady's death, since I failed to pursue the first one with sufficient effort. But you share a portion of that responsibility as well. You must have seen the shape of the wound on Grenville's forehead, and understood the odd placement of the ladder." Now Sir Walter's eyes widened. "Ah, so that's how you do it. Pick out the pieces that don't fit and find a reason for them. Thinking back, I suppose I did notice, but my primary concern at the time was the Queen's peace." He stroked his neat beard. "So you believe the deaths are connected? Why?" "I am always suspicious of coincidences. I know from Lord Dorchester's testimony that Lady Anne did not commit self-murder. I'm convinced both cases have to do with secrets and their protection." I recognised the file. I assume Anne had stolen it from the privy bedchamber. Now you're suggesting that one of the other gentlewomen took it. Francis shrugged, answers his neck. "I do not believe that, Sir Walter. Not at all. I am certain you would not choose to poison if you wanted to rid yourself of a pest. It's a sly, underhanded method. Not your style." Sir Walter granted him a half-smile. Threat averted. "Nor," Francis continued, "would you ever attack such silly youngsters, whatever they might have discovered. You would have no need. You're in a position to bribe them or simply flatter them into respecting your privacy." Sir Walter nodded. "True. What will you do?" "Nothing, as far as your personal matter is concerned. I have no interest in such things, as I think you know. On the contrary, I believe England needs you to help persuade the Queen to render aid to France, now, while we have an opportunity to turn the tide there. It would be easier with the Cecils out of the way. If I were as nefarious as your clerk would have me, I would send them Venetian phials with special potions. Her Majesty would soon find replacements with similar views. She likes to maintain a balance of opinions." Sir Walter grunted. "Yes, to keep her standing on the fence. But a sick old man and a twisted dwarf have less to fear from me than a callow youth and a foolish maid. What will you do then, Mr. Bacon? About these apparent murders?" "I will find out who committed them, and then I will tell you. As captain of the guard, it's your responsibility to see that justice is done. And for the record, Mr. Clarity doesn't seriously suspect you or Mrs. Throckmorton. He was merely being thorough, as I have trained him to be." "I'll accept that, and await your further instruction." Sir Walter flashed one of his brilliant smiles. "I'm glad we were able to have this little talk, Mr. Bacon." "As am I, Sir Walter." The favourite strolled away, taking the time to pick a handful of carnations, to present to the Queen, no doubt. Francis watched him go, then took out his handkerchief and wiped the sweat from under his hat. The pinks and reds of the carnations reminded him of the newlyweds' costumes at the Dorchester wedding. Someone had brought that phial charged with poisoned liquor and made sure Anne Courtney had it in her possession when she went to meet Stephen. No doubt they'd joked about their rendezvous among their friends. One of those careless young carousers might remember something useful. Tom should question them, sometime when they were sober. Francis caught a glimpse of another handsome courtier coming his way, the plumes on his hat wagging with each purposeful step. Sir Charles. No need to wonder what this would be about. Francis looked around, seeking an escape. He could go through that door in the east wall and run, or rather walk briskly but with dignity, down to the river path. It would be pleasanter anyway. The green banks and blue watched a faint laugh, then abandoned the effort. "I know what you want to talk about. Could we go through to the other side? I'd rather have open space around us." "So would I." Sir Charles reached past his shoulder to operate the latch, thrusting open the heavy oak door as if it were made of wicker. They walked along the wall to the river path and turned left, away from the palace. Pleasure boats bobbed on the rippling waters. Wherries and laden barges were rowed up and down stream by men in straw hats with rolled-up shirt-sleeves. When they were far enough from the orchard wall to be secure from eavesdroppers, Francis said, "I have no interest in your private affairs, Sir Charles. I hope you understand that." noted and appreciated. My lady suggested I say something similar to you." Francis blinked at him. He'd had no time to think since these unwanted secrets had been dropped in his lap. Lady Rich was no innocent, and her eyes were sharper than most. She would have guessed the nature of Francis's friendship with Michelle and tucked the knowledge away for future use. "I'm glad we understand each other." "Then your man did speak to you?" "Only after much inner debate, and only out of fear for Lady Dorchester's life. I agreed that he was right to speak under that condition." "I don't follow you." "I do not believe Lady Anne's death was an accident, and it was most certainly not self-destruction. It's possible she was not the intended target. I believe she was murdered by the same hand that murdered Arthur Grenville." "Ah!" True to his reputation for valour, Sir Charles did not gasp or startle at the idea of so much violence. "I wondered about that myself. There are always deaths at court, but not like these. Duels of honour, feats of bravado, that sort of thing. Only to be expected. But how do my lady and I come into it?" "You have a secret whose exposure would cost you both dearly. More dearly than most would be willing to pay." Sir Charles looked affronted. He stabbed the fingers of his left hand into his chest. "You can't suppose that I had anything to do with those children's deaths?" He lowered his head to level his dark gaze at Francis. "Nor will I tolerate insinuations about my lady, Mr. Bacon. I assure you that she had nothing to do with these sordid events. Nothing whatsoever." "I believe you," Francis said, only half lying. Sir Charles had the same resources Sir Walter had, especially in the case of Arthur Grenville. Any young man worth his salt would rather follow this potent hero than the phlegmatic Stephen Delabere, superior rank notwithstanding. He could rule out Sir Charles even without Tom's insight about the ladder and the killer's height. "Good." Sir Charles clapped him on the shoulder, jarring Francis forward a step. "My Lord of Essex is right about you. He has the highest respect for your judgment. And you know, Mr. Bacon, unlike some we could name, his lordship rewards those who serve him faithfully. He'll advocate for you as strongly as he is able, if you choose to join his service. I'm honoured his lordship would consider me worthy of such service." Sir Charles clapped him again, less forcefully this time, and returned to the palace. Francis continued in the opposite direction. He could walk up to the next wharf and take a wherry across the river to his lodge at Twickenham and join his fellow barristers on the fringes of greatness. He didn't want this commission, not even for another ruby ring. But if Trumpet were the next to fall prey to this wanton murderer, Tom would never forgive him. Worse, he would never forgive himself. He did not suspect Sir Charles. Panic and poison were as unlikely for him as for Sir Walter. But Lady Rich was a bird of another feather. Francis had no illusions about women's capacity for intrigue or their desire for power. His own mother had survived Queen Mary's bloody reign, and he'd heard rumours about infamous figures such as Lucrezia Borgia and Catherine de' Medici. Penelope Rich struck him as a kindred spirit, albeit on a smaller stage. She must have read Machiavelli, being an educated woman in the Earl of Essex's circle. But one didn't need historical precedents to recognise the usefulness of poison in removing an enemy. And, like a serpent, she might strike if surprised. Her husband was only interested in money, but her brother had vast aspirations, worthy of her skills. If she were mired in a tawdry scandal, however, Essex's name would be soiled as well. The Queen loathed scandals. They were vulgar and promoted cynicism about the royal court among the people. Lady Rich might see murder as her only recourse. She might even see it as justified, given her brother's potential for greatness. The Earl of Essex was also Francis's best hope for advancement. He'd spent so many years believing the bonds of kinship would tug at his uncle's conscience and draw forth some worthy position. Looking back, he could only see rebuffs and empty promises. If he wanted to move forward in his life, he must find a more ardent advocate. That advocate must be free of tarnish to be effective, which meant his sister must also be free of disgraceful imputations. All political relationships were built on trust, or the appearance of it. Francis kicked a small stone out of his path and watched it sink into the soft mud at the river's edge. His heart sank with it. How honourable was he when his own desires were at stake? If he learned that Lady Rich played a part in these sorrowful deaths, would he have the moral strength to speak against his own self-interest? 22. On Tuesday morning, Tom sat with his feet on the desk in the kennel office, picking his teeth with the end of his quill, thinking about Trumpet and the fun they'd had in this room yesterday after Mr. Bacon left. They'd closed the shutters, locked the door, and made another attempt to start that 9th Earl growing in her belly. He knew he ought to get up and do some investigating, but he just couldn't push himself out of this reverie. Then the kennel master let himself in the half-open door. "Mr. Clarity?" "What can I do for you, Mr. Lacey?" Tom swung his legs down with a thump. "Something about the Queen's hunt tomorrow?" "In a manner of speaking." Lacey closed the door behind him and moved closer to the desk. "It's his lordship, my Lord of Dorchester." "Oh, is he getting in your way?" Lacey wouldn't say the words, but his expression made them clear enough. Stephen was making a nuisance of himself. "He seems to have a somewhat theatrical notion of how things work, if you understand me. We can't decide in advance where the stag will choose to make his last stand, and it would be peculiar, if you'll allow the word, to befringe the old forest with banners." "Peculiar is putting it mildly. Don't worry, I'll find something else for his lordship to do." Tom rose and put on his hat. Stephen was the one person in the world who could stop him from dreaming about Trumpet. Mr. Lacey smiled his thanks. "The gamekeeper and I have everything well in hand. The lads are ready to start the quest as soon as it's light enough to see your hand before your face. The dogs are ready too." "I'm looking forward to this, Mr. Lacey." "Oh, it'll be a great day, Mr. Clarity. Watch and see. All the ladies and gentlemen in their fine clothes, riding their beautiful horses, with the hounds bounding ahead, baying in their cheerful voices. Long as it doesn't rain, which isn't likely, it'll be a great day." He went out. Tom left on his heels. He found Stephen in his bedchamber, trying on hats with different feathers, grousing about how small the room was. "Hunt breakfast. Have you chosen a weapon for the Queen? What do you think? A pistol?" "A pistol? Are you mad? Her Majesty doesn't want her weapon blowing up in her hands." Stephen, as expected, brightened up at the opportunity to correct someone else's ignorance. "I asked Sir Walter, and he confirmed my selection. Her Majesty prefers a small crossbow. A wise choice for a woman." "Ah, yes, of course." Tom nodded and gazed out the window, as if fixing that wisp of wisdom in his mind. Then he offered Stephen a tentative smile. "I wonder if you could spare an hour or two to help me out, my lord." "In what fashion?" "Mr. Bacon gave me a list of things to investigate." He dropped his voice. "Concerning Lady Anne's murder." "Anything," Stephen answered at once. "Anything at all. I loved her, Tom. She really liked me, and she was such fun to be with. And her father is very rich. If she'd been a little older, and my father had died a little sooner—" He shrugged. He hadn't spoken about her that way before she died, but he deserved full credit for his desire to see her death avenged. "I knew I could count on you." "What do we do? Talk to the witnesses?" Tom nodded, as if considering it. "There aren't likely to be any witnesses as such, my lord, apart from you. although we do want to talk to your friends about that file, see if we can work out who brought it to the supper. But first, I thought we'd start with something more lively. Let's go have a look at that orchard wall." "Which orchard wall?" Tom explained about Arthur Grenville's death, sketching the body, the ladder, the tree and the wall with his finger on the dressing table. "We're thinking he surprised someone hiding a letter behind a loose brick in the wall, and they hit him with it." "Must have been a pretty hot letter. What does Mr. Bacon think it was about?" "Government policy, the Queen's private opinions, that sort of thing." Tom decided to steer clear of the whole idea of illicit lovers. Stephen whistled. "A Spanish spy, I'll wager. Another Catholic problem, eh?" "Spanish or French, my lord, we don't know. Shall we go have a look? We might not find anything, but you know how thorough Mr. Bacon is." "I remember." Stephen chose a plain velvet cap and waved his servants off as they marched through the anteroom. He seemed more eager than at any other time since he'd arrived in Richmond, apart from Midsummer's Eve. Maybe all the man needed was a worthy purpose. His father had never respected him enough to offer him one. Inspecting a mossy old wall, brick by brick, wasn't a particularly heroic start, but it delivered a reward in a matter of minutes. Mr. Shrimpington had evidently only tested bricks 5.5 feet from the ground. Tom and Stephen, both just under 6 feet, started with their arms fully outstretched. Stephen found the loose brick less than a yard from where the body had lain. What's more, he found a letter inside the hole. "Shall we open it?" Tom drew in a long breath between his teeth. He wanted to, and they'd certainly earned it. But what if it was a note from Sir Walter or Sir Charles to Mrs. Throckmorton or Lady Rich? He doubted any of those worldly wise persons would use this risky method, but he'd been wrong before. Best not. One thing I've learned from working for Mr. Bacon is that there are some secrets I don't want to know. "The killer might come after us," Stephen said, handing the letter over. "I've been wondering about that. If they killed Anne because she knew something she shouldn't, wouldn't they guess that she'd told that thing, whatever it is, to me?" A good question, and one Tom hadn't thought of. "Do you know anything?" "Of course not. I never do. Besides, Anne and I had other things on our minds that night than Catholic spies, I can assure you." Tom tucked the letter inside his doublet for safekeeping until he could give it to Mr. Bacon. "It might be something that seems of no importance. Just a lady having a conversation with a secretary, for example. But my guess is that Anne saw the person who killed Arthur either right before or right after. Not enough to be certain, but enough to worry about. Then maybe she said something to that person, and they poisoned her to stop her mouth. Are you sure she didn't say anything about Grenville or the orchard? Maybe while she was babbling?" Stephen shook his head, his eyes bleak. "She wasn't making any sense by then, Tom. But I'll try to remember, if you can. And in the meantime, Stephen, watch your back." Next on the list was a visit to every apothecary from Isleworth to Ham to ask about ladies or foreign persons making purchases of henbane. They would save Richmond village for last, so as not to start the inevitable tale-telling until they were done. As the wherryman rowed them downstream to their first stop, Stephen kept turning around to look over his shoulder. He must have taken Tom's warning to heart. It was extremely unlikely a threat would overtake them in the middle of the river in broad daylight, but Tom didn't scoff at him, or even think less of him for it. He hadn't mentioned it, but that poison might well have been meant for the groom as well as his lover, or his bride. Either the assassin was a person of limited imagination, or they'd intended to kill Stephen as well as whichever lady brought home the file. No one had served a foreigner in his shop, though some didn't really understand the question. "Like from the north, do you mean?" "A Frenchman," Tom kept saying. "Or a Spaniard," Stephen always added, alarming the shopmen into sputtering denials. "Could be someone who doesn't speak English," Tom suggested. am I supposed to serve a customer? Now, if you've got a problem with lice, I can offer you this lotion. That's got henbane in it." Most of them forgot that Tom and Stephen didn't want the stuff themselves and tried to sell them a variety of remedies that contained henbane or were meant for maladies also treated by henbane. The herb seemed to be used in practically everything applied to the outside of the body, but in small quantities, they were told, over and over again. When they pressed for uses meant to be swallowed, especially in the form of a love potion, they were treated to narrowed eyes and wagging fingers. "That's not something you young gentlemen ought to be messing about with." They got a fuller lecture from the man in ham. "Love potions can be very dangerous indeed. At best, they might make you feel a slight increase in vigour for a short time. More like, they'll just make your lady a little befuddled. And that's not what you want now, is it, gentlemen?" They also got prescriptions for everything from oil of narcissus to a perfect red rose, if it was love-making they were wanting to do. The apothecary in Petersham recommended a spiced honey mixture, his own recipe, meant to be stirred into hot wine. "Guaranteed to put your lady in the mood for cuddling." After tasting a sample, Tom and Stephen each bought a small pot. "I hope this stuff will keep," Stephen said, as they picked their way down the muddled lane to the river. Neither way, the story was playing out perfectly so far, though it had a tragic ending, come to think of it. "You'll learn to get along in time, my lord. It isn't easy for persons of your station, from what I've seen. The people making the arrangements don't much care about your feelings. True enough, my parents could barely tolerate each other. Still, they had 4 children, or 4 that lived. That's right, and your mother keeps a grand and well-ordered house, and she manages your estates to support whatever you choose to do. I bet your lady will do the same." "I suppose you're right." Stephen still sounded glum. It wouldn't help to have him mooning about his chambers day and night. "You should find another lover, my lord. It won't be hard. You told me there were ladies aplenty looking for fun on a summer progress." "But I'm in mourning for Anne. I should wait a few weeks, don't you think?" Tom pretended to weigh a proper period of abstinence. "That's a nice thought. A testament to the depth of your affections and to your respect for women in general." "Ladies like that," Stephen said. "That part about respect, I mean. Especially these noble ones. They seem to expect it." He spoke as if confiding a shrewd bit of advice. Tom nodded gravely, as if the idea that women liked to be treated as people was news to him. "But you mustn't brood, my lord, and you want comforting in your sorrow. Anyone can see that. A woman's soft voice in my ear, a tender touch, and then perhaps a little of this special honey in her wine." He grinned his old wenching grin, making Tom laugh. "That's more like the Steenie I used to know. But you're a fine one to give me advice, Thomas Clarity. No more spending your days and nights with those smelly hounds. I'm going to find someone for you while I'm about it. A tall, fair-haired damsel with clear blue eyes." He winked broadly. "You'll see, I even remember the kind of woman you like." Tom didn't bother to correct him. His taste had changed in the past few years, or rather narrowed to one specific woman. Black hair, green eyes, short on the outside, but with the courage of a warrior and the wits of a campaigning admiral. They caught one last wherry for the short trip down to Richmond, and there, at last, they found success. Tom told him he was asking on behalf of the midwife, which worked like a magic charm. "That's my sister," the apothecary said. "Of course I heard about that poor lady, but it couldn't have been my potion she drank, not if Ruth thinks there was henbane in it. I would never add that to anything meant to be drunk or eaten." Tom asked, "Could someone have added henbane to it later? A tea or a, tincture? Extract?" The apothecary shrugged. "Steep some crushed seeds in wine." "You sold any recently?" Tom asked. Filling an order once a week for the French ambassador. He thinks it works better if it's made fresh. He even had his own special bottle for it. A pretty little thing, just big enough for a few doses." Tom's pulse quickened. "Who picks it up?" "One of his gentlemen." "Does he speak English?" "Very well for a stranger, though he has an obvious accent." Tom got a description of sorts. Taller than short, neither fat nor thin, dark hair, brown eyes. Nice enough looking if you don't mind a big nose. A smiling sort of fellow. It could be Mr. Bacon's friend, or any of a dozen Englishmen they'd seen going about their business that day. "We should have started here," Stephen said, as they walked onto the street. "No, we did it right. We had to visit all the other places anyway, or Mr. Bacon would have made me go back for completeness. And we wanted to get our answer before rumours started flying about two gentlemen asking about strangers buying love potions." They walked down the middle of the lane leading to the kitchen yard, making working folks step around them. "Where now?" Stephen asked. "Let's go back to the kennel office and have something to eat. I'd like to work things through a bit before reporting to Mr. Bacon." And he definitely did not want Stephen at his elbow when he went looking for the man. The last thing they needed was a repeat of the library incident with the Earl of Gossip peering over his shoulder. They sent the boy for pies and wine, threw their hats on the bench, and took up their customary seats. Tom behind the desk, Stephen in the armchair by the cold hearth. When the refreshments came, Tom stirred in a little of his new spiced honey. "Oh, yes." He took another sip and smacked his lips. "It takes some stirring and a cool drink, but it's good. You should try it. I don't need a love potion when you're all I've got to look at. I'll save mine for I don't know who." "You'll find another lady in no time, my lord." Stephen shrugged. "Nothing served by sitting around brooding, is it?" He broke a meat pie in half to let the savoury steam escape. "What do you think about that French ambassador's clerk? I bet Mr. Bacon told you something about him. He must know all of those sorts of people." "He didn't mention anyone in particular," Tom lied. "But he did say he thought it might be a Frenchman." He wished he'd paid more attention to Bacon and his friend at the wedding supper, or hauled him out of the cubicle to get a good long look. He vaguely remembered dark hair, but not an especially southern look. Not swarthy, at any rate. Short, tall, fat. Not fat by the size of the cubicle, and taller than Bacon, which was no surprise, come to think of it. Bacon liked men with that sort of long-limbed frame. "It makes sense he'd be a clerk, though, doesn't it?" Stephen said. "The killer, I mean. Hitting Arthur with a brick, poisoning Anne. A courtier wouldn't do either one of those things." He wrinkled his nose in distaste at the method said. Tom rose and spotted a brick-sized box on one of the shelves behind him. He looked over his shoulder and said, "Let's try it. Come at me." Stephen had just stuffed half a pie in his mouth, but he nodded and dusted the crumbs from his hands. He chewed rapidly as he got up and went to the door. He gulped down the pie and said, "Ready. Don't look." Tom focused on the box, trying to think like a spy. Then he was genuinely surprised by Stephen's touch on his left shoulder, expecting him to come from the right, near the door. He cried, "Oi!" as he dropped the box and spun around on the ball of his right foot, drawing his knife from the sheath at his back in the same motion. They stopped and grinned at each other. "I didn't even think about it," Tom said. "I just spun around and drew my knife." "That's the purpose of the training," Stephen said. "Remember? Our fencing master in London used to say that all the time. The Germans were even more zealous. That was the one good thing about Nuremberg. Rapier practiced Sir Walter in terms of courage and leadership. But she was a woman, every luscious inch of her, and on the short side for her sex. She wouldn't think twice about striking a man with a brick if she had one handy. And Mr. Bacon was basically a clerk. A genius clerk of superior lineage, but still a soft-bodied quill-pusher. It was hard to imagine him wielding that brick with enough force to kill a man. More likely, he'd drop it with a scream and run away. "What will Mr. Bacon think about our demonstration?" Stephen asked. "Will he want us to do it again?" It'll be harder to surprise you a second time." "I'm still surprised you surprised me the first time," Tom chuckled. "It's not the kind of proof he likes. Judges don't care for play acting, generally speaking, but for myself, I'm convinced." He was also truly grateful to be able to cross Sir Walter Raleigh and Sir Charles Blunt off his list once and for all. Their ladies could have done it, but even having read chilling tales about Emperor Caligula's wicked sister, he didn't fear them like he did England's most famous knights. "What do you think about that love potion, my lord?" "I wish I could remember who had it first. I'd had a lot to drink by then." Not by accident, though everyone in Stephen's circle drank a lot. "They kept me pretty busy on the dais, serving and pouring wine. I didn't pay much attention to the rest of the hall." Stephen gave him a calculating look. "I didn't realise how many of my honoured guests knew your father." He sounded envious. Tom doubted any of them had drawn the young Earl into fond reminiscences about the late Lord Dorchester. Who would? "They're waiting to see what you do, my lord, who you seek out, what positions you take on matters of great importance to the state." "Great matters, yes," Stephen frowned. "I suppose I have to form opinions on things, won't I?" "You can do whatever you want. You outrank all those men, except maybe Lord Admiral Howard." "I do, don't I?" Stephen sighed, plainly relieved that he wouldn't be called upon to form opinions any time soon. He poured himself more wine and pursed his lips at Tom's pot of honey. "I have a question about that love potion. Had you ever heard of henbane before today?" "Yesterday, when Mr. Bacon told me about it. Before that." Tom shook his head. "Not a whisper. And you know what? That is a very astute observation, Steenie. Not even Bacon thought of it." Stephen tilted his pointed chin up, pleased with himself, and rightly so. "I would have thought it was something they used to kill chickens." "Me too. I've heard of love potions, of course, but I've never used one." "You've got that dimple." Tom laughed. "Well, you're an earl. That seems to work pretty well." "Not with countesses, apparently, but otherwise not so bad. Where would you start if you wanted to make a poisonous love potion?" "I'd find a corrupt alchemist." Stephen snapped his fingers. "Me too, but the ones we met today all seemed like fair players, don't you think?" "Fair as a summer day." Tom scratched his beard. "Our poisoner must have done it himself. Or herself. Ladies know a lot about herbs and medicines. My mother has a copy of Turner's Herbal in her still-room. Big fat thing, full of drawings of plants." "My mother has one too, I think." Stephen shook his head. "Not that I suspect her of any such—" "Of course not." Tom wondered for the first time about the cause of Lord Dorchester's death. He shook the thought away. Most people died of natural causes. I'll bet the Queen's gentlewomen know about that sort of thing too. Their mothers will have taught them." "Oh, they know." Stephen nodded deeply. "They're the ones who mix Her Majesty's tonics and lotions and so forth. I've heard all about it from Anne and Mary." "You know the Queen's ladies better than I do. I barely know which is which." "Do you think one of them could have done this?" "One of them must have, mustn't she? With or without that French clerk." "But they're a tough lot, Tom." Stephen gave a low whistle. "Not like tavern wenches or shopmaids. They're educated, for one thing. I'm not sure that's such a good idea, frankly. My wife reads all the time, for no reason." He slumped in his chair. "She's a lot smarter than she seemed when I first met her. I thought she was this meek, agreeable girl. A bit maidenish, but nothing a little tenderness wouldn't cure. Now she's brisk and commanding, telling me where to go and what to say." He kicked the foot of the desk. "I'm not saying she's wrong, mind you. She's just different. Although she's still very pretty. Actually, she seems prettier, now that I think of it. Something in her step or the colour of her cheeks. The glow! What could they do about it? Nothing, probably, short of not jumping on each other whenever they could steal a moment of privacy. Those cubicles in the library didn't look so bad now that he thought of it. Tom schooled his face into a show of sympathy, and in truth he did feel some. He considered what it would be like to live with Trumpet every day, man and wife pulling that yoke together. She could be a bit over-masterful, truth be told, and some of her ideas were madness, pure and simple. But no, he could hold his own with her, especially now that he knew all her ticklish spots. He had to wipe his palm across his face to hide his grin. An intelligent wife is an advantage, my lord, especially for a man of your station. Look at my guardian, Lady Russell. She may be a widow, but the same principle applies. She's cleverer than all the stewards in the world rolled together. She knows as much about estate law as most of the men at Gray's, and she's utterly relentless. Stephen grumbled, but conceded the point. If you say so. But what's the use of building great estates if you don't have an heir? You'll have an heir before you know it. It often happens on the wedding night, haven't you noticed? It's the luck of the day or the moon or something like that. The moon was very bright, Stephen said. I remember it shining into my lady's bedchamber. I could barely see her, to be honest, beyond the shimmery blur of that enormous white veil. There, you see? Further proof that Catalina thought of everything. He should buy her a gift when he sold that silver beaker. She'd like a well-balanced throwing knife, he'd wager. Speaking of people who would drop the brick and seize their weapon. Do any of the Queen's ladies speak French, do you know? Any? They all speak French. It's one of their qualifications. Young, beautiful, well-mannered, good family, good at dancing, and fluent in French. One of their chief duties is entertaining the visitors waiting for an audience. He sat straight up and snapped his fingers at Tom. They take gratuities from visitors sometimes for bits of news about the Queen's humour or what she's thinking that day. Remember, Arthur told us that. I forgot all about it. Tom had only been to the presence chamber once. He thought of all the people milling around in that magnificent room, hoping to be invited a step or two closer to the throne, whence all good things descended. They would know the ambassador's gentlemen, too, wouldn't they? They'd stand around chatting with them while he spoke with the Queen. They would, wouldn't they? And then they'd only use that hole in the wall for the most valuable secrets, the things you wouldn't want anyone to overhear you saying. And for payment, Tom said. Are you sure there wasn't a bag of coins at the back of that hole? I wish. Stephen's eyes turned blank as his mouth softly opened, signalling a thought working its way up from the depths. I wonder. A feminine voice sang out. Hello? Hello? Anyone here? Lady Mary Buckley sailed into the room, followed by 3 maids of honour. We've come to cheer you up, my lord. Also, she flashed a winsome smile at Tom, we hear there are puppies somewhere hereabout. Tom hopped to his feet, found his hat, and bowed with it before putting it back on. Stephen sat right where he was, though he did smile at the intruders. Mastiff puppies, Tom said. 6 of them. Adorable. I'll send for them. He ushered the ladies in and stepped out to summon a boy. Then he shook himself from head to toe while standing on the stoop. The gleam in Lady Mary's eyes had not been sparked solely by the prospect of puppies. He went back inside and offered the ladies wine, though he could only find 1 empty cup. Mary helped herself to his with another winsome smile. Those smiles were raising the fine hairs on the back of his neck. Or maybe that was from the sensation that Trumpet could see him somehow and would know if he accidentally returned a smile with anything that could be construed as encouragement. He didn't want to encourage, but old habits died hard. Stephen rose to intel the puppies when they come. He went and sat behind his desk. Mary's eyes narrowed, but she recovered quickly. She hopped up, saying, I'm too excited to sit down. She swayed over to the desk and made a small drama of adjusting her skirts to rest a round portion of her arse on the edge. She leaned toward him, wafting the scent of rosewater under his nose. "What have you two men been doing all day? We've come by twice." "Oh, we've been out and about," Tom said, leaning away from her. She truly was pretty. Just the type of woman he used to fall in love with on a regular basis, or imagined he had. Now that he'd been stricken with one of Cupid's genuine arrows, those former passions seemed like boyish fancies. He met Mary's eyes, the colour of sapphires or cornflowers or some blue thing, and noted the glossiness of the yellow curls surrounding her stylish hat. He smiled at her, even giving her a touch of the famous dimple, and appreciated the lush pink lips that smiled back. His eyes could acknowledge her beauty, but his body felt not the slightest twinge of desire. Part of that was due to all the recent lusty exercise, but most of it went to Cupid's credit. When his arrow struck, it took everything, the whole man. Gazing into Mary's shining blue eyes, he understood beyond the last shadow of doubt that he would never love anyone other than Alice for as long as he lived. The old Tom was gone, and the new Tom was the better for it. He was spared further response by the arrival of two lads from the kennels bearing armloads of wriggling grey puppies. The maids began hopping up and down, squealing and clapping their hands. "Me! Me!" Tom directed them to kneel in a circle and make a pen of their skirts. "Oh, they look just like fat little judges," the youngest one cooed. "Look at their funny wrinkled—" And it kept him out of Lady Mary's silken clutches. She wrinkled her nose, then sat in his chair with the air of a huntress prepared to wait out her prey. She began flipping through the papers on the desk. Tom felt a prickle of alarm. Where had he left that sketch he'd made for Sir Robert? "What have you been doing all day, my lord?" Mary asked, batting her thick lashes at Stephen. He sauntered over to lean on the panelled wall beside her, crossing his arms and his ankles. He smiled down at her with a sly smile. "Wouldn't you like to know?" "I would," the lady declared. "Tell me." "Well," Stephen drawled, "as a matter of fact, Tom and I were investigating Lady Anne's death. We spent the better part of the day going up and down the river, visiting apothecaries, to ask about that love potion." "What about it?" Mary asked. Heaven help them, he'd decided to impress her. He's to be careful. Tom breathed a silent prayer to the great Lord of them all to shut Stephen's flabby lips before anything else could escape them. But before he could get up and give God a hand, the maidens showered him with puppies, covering his head and shoulders, giggling wickedly as they caught the stragglers and piled them back on. Under a landslide of velvet paws and slurping tongues, he heard Stephen droning on, warming to his theme under the influence of the flattering fascination of a very lovely lady. When he started telling her about the henbane and the French ambassador's clerk, Tom banged his forehead against the floor. If he could knock himself out, he could wake up later and perhaps discover that none of this had ever happened. 23. Francis woke with a start to the resounding chorus of many horns. He sat up and listened. Fire? An attack on the palace? He'd been dreaming about war or some sort of tangled conflict. It was gone. The horns sounded again, and this time he recognized the call. Today was the Queen's hunt. She would open the season for deer by chasing and killing a large stag in the company of her court. Those horns were being blown by eager participants wanting to get an early start, out of bed and lit a candle, then poured water into the basin to wash his face. Pinnock was awake now, too, sitting up in the rat's nest he'd made of the covers on his trundle bed. He yawned hugely and asked, "Why do we have to get up so early? It's barely even light." "No hope for it, my lad. It's only going to get noisier." Francis went to the small window to peer down into the yard, watching numbers of overly hearty men and women milling about in the early morning mist. Where could he go until this throng gathered itself and rode away? Get me dressed, and then you can go watch if you want. They'll assemble on the green outside the gate. You'll have the best view from the top of our building. In a quarter of an hour, they were ready to leave the room. Pinnock went up the stairs, while Francis went down. He'd remembered a little alehouse by the river on the other side of the Kew Road, well past the stables. He could get a cup of small beer and some bread, and watch the river flow by while he decided what to say to Michel Joubert. In the event, he had little time to think, only as much as it took to walk out his door and around the corner through the great arched gate. Michel bumped right into him while turning to admire a lady trotting past on an exceptionally fine mare. "Bonjour, mon ami," Michel cried, grasping Francis by the shoulders. Fearing la bise, the French custom of kissing both cheeks in greeting, Francis stepped away, too brusquely. His abrupt retreat set a crease between Michel's dark eyebrows. "How have I offended you, Mr. Bacon?" "You haven't. I didn't—" Francis surrendered to the situation. "It's just early, and crowds discommode me. I was on my way to a quiet alehouse by the river, away from all this garboil. Would you care to join me? There's something I wish to discuss with you." "I do prefer less garboil. Lead on." They wove through the stream of people on horses and on foot, working against the tide. But soon they reached the calm beyond the palace grounds and found the humble retreat. The alewife and her son had already set up tables outside, where patrons could enjoy the morning sun, when it appeared. She had fresh bread from a nearby bakehouse, and ale she brewed herself. They chose the table farthest from the thatched cottage. They paid for their simple repasts, and then sat in silence, listening to the chatter of the birds as the world woke up. Francis held his small, warm loaf between his hands, but found he had no appetite. The ale, also warm, and mercifully free of spices, helped settle his stomach, but not his mind. He watched the shifting play of light on the river, considering various openings. Alas, there was no graceful way to ask your lover if he'd murdered 2 people in the past week. Michel broke the silence first. Eyes showed that he knew this wasn't the meat of the matter. "I assume there must be someone, but we send a small avalanche of mail to France every day, to everyone of significance. Some of them might be passing something on to someone in the League, but—" He broke off and shrugged again, more expressively this time. "I believe he exists," Francis said. "I believe he is collecting information from one of the Queen's gentlewomen. I believe this has been going on for some weeks, at least." He shot a glance at Michel, and then spoke to the bread between his hands. "I believe the spy, or the gentlewoman, or both together, are responsible for the deaths of 2 young English persons, Arthur Grenville and Anne Courtney." "Mon Dieu! But this is horrible!" Michel recoiled. His mobile features first displayed shock and horror, but then shifted to outrage. "No, but it is worse. You think I am this murderous traitor. How can you even conceive of such a thought?" "I don't think it's you. Not quite, or I don't want to think it." Francis winced and started over. "I find it impossible to believe the man I have come to regard as a friend could be capable of such vile deeds. Except for one thing. That phial, the Venetian glass bottle you handed to Monsieur Chaste last week, cannot express my regret for having doubted you, my dear Michel. But if I train my assistants to follow the evidence wherever it may lead, how can I allow myself to let friendship turn me aside?" Michel produced one of those peculiarly French nasal grunts. He regarded Francis with a calculating gaze for several long, miserable moments, then broke off with a wry smile. I would do the same if the chairs were turned the other way. I hope that you would. Francis felt his tummy growl. Now he could eat. He gave his friend a sidelong glance as he tore off a piece of bread. I can only hope I would be able to prove my innocence so easily. Oh, but you are far from innocent, mon ami. Michel's eyes flashed with amusement. But what would you have done if I were not so lucky as to have the little bottle with me? Francis sighed in mock regret. Oh, I fear I would have been forced to take you back and search your rooms. Better to search your room, I think. I have too many chambermaids. Francis smiled. Another half hour, and the palace would be nearly vacant. The perfect time to catch up on his rest. He dipped a piece of bread in his beer to soften it and popped it in his mouth. It was good, dark and nutty. Guilt and suspicion made such poor seasonings. We must find this man. It is something, though, Michel said, and that hole in the wall, you conjecture for the sharing of letters. That is more like a spy and his informant than a pair of lovers, I think. Lovers enjoy the thrill of slipping notes into each other's sleeves, the daring touch, the meaningful glance. This is a vital part of that game. I'll take your word for it. Francis had seldom played that game until he met this charming Frenchman. Tom had engaged in many flirtations, or so he claimed, but not with ladies at court, where exposure meant ruin. He was more likely to stand under a window with his lute, yowling at the moon. If Michel's instinct was right, the two pairs of untouchable suspects could be crossed off the list. Better still, he now had an ally inside the enemy camp. Francis said, "You must have some inkling of which of your colleagues could be working for the Catholic League?" Michel gave him a sour look. It is difficult to untangle one's personal regard from one's professional observations. I know which one I would like to see sent home in irons. Does that mean he is guilty? But I will try harder. I am the principal secretary. I could demand to look at every letter that goes into our pouch. Well, that will be a great deal of work for you, but I hope not for many more days. If I could only put my finger on the gentlewoman. He grimaced at the ill-chosen phrase, then laughed at the waggish expression on Michel's face. "Having fun?" Trumpet asked, appearing from the direction of the palace. "A funny joke?" She glared at Michel with such blatant hostility he stiffened defensively. "Lady Alice," Francis said, hoping his calm voice would soothe whatever had ruffled her. "Have you been introduced to my friend Michel Joubert? Monsieur Joubert, allow me to present the Lady Dorchester." Michel rose and bowed. Trumpet tilted her head in the minimum of courtesy, then rudely turned her back on him to face Francis. She pulled a square letter from her sleeve and gave it to him. "Tom and Stephen found this yesterday in that place." Francis met her eyes with a reproving gaze. "Michel is not the one we seek. He has the ambassador's file in his pocket at this moment. On that and other grounds, I consider him fully absolved." He hoped she wouldn't demand to hear the other grounds. All he really had was his own sense of trust. Trumpet turned on her heel to face Michel. "You have the fourth file?" "I do not know its number, my lady, but yes, here it is." He withdrew the precious object and handed it to her. She uncorked it, sniffed at it, and gave it back. "That smells delicious, actually." She dropped a short curtsy and took a seat on Francis's bench. "I apologize for my rudeness, Monsieur Joubert, but you fit the description the apothecary gave Tom of a Frenchman buying a love potion." "I understand, and I forgive you." Michel quirked a smile at Francis. "So, this fierce and beautiful lady is one of your so diligent assistants?" "That isn't widely known," Trumpet said. "I hope you can respect a confidence." "My lady," Michel placed his hand on his heart, "I am a confidential secretary." her tongue poked into her cheek as she cast a dubious glance toward Francis. "I trust him," Francis said, "though he seems to have trouble taking things seriously. Still, he might be able to help us identify the spy within the embassy. The sooner the better. This killer seems to panic easily, and I don't want to lose any more friends." Trumpet pointed her chin at the letter in Francis's hand. "Tom was right. The hole in the wall was well over my head. Stephen found it. Tom wouldn't let him open it for fear it might be from... you know." "I admire your forbearance," Francis said, as he slit the seal with his thumbnail and unfolded the letter. "I didn't think either of you possessed that quality." Trumpet pursed her lips and raised her eyes to heaven, but refrained from comment. "It's in French," Francis announced. "It says, 'Cease at once. You endanger us both. There must be no more letters. This place is watched. Do not come here again. You have had your last payment.'" He handed the letter across the table to Michelle. "Do you recognize the hand?" Michelle needed only a glance. "Oh, yes. It is the one I struggled so hard not to suspect because I despise him. Pierre Rondeau, the one who brought the dogs from the monastery." He threw up a hand in the air with a small cry of disgust. "Ah, but of course. He sends his English gossip to the monk in the guise of reports about the success of the hounds. They must then pass it on to the Duke of Mayenne, one of the principals in the Catholic League." "Rondeau? I've heard that name," Trumpet said. "Tom didn't like him. He said the dogs didn't like him either." "Then, of course, we should have him arrested immediately," Francis said. He waved the inappropriate remark away with a small laugh. "Tom has done very good work, as have you, my lady. And Stephen, I suppose. But aren't you joining the hunt? Although we don't have all of it yet. Did Tom learn anything else yesterday?" "Not exactly," Trumpet said. "The information mostly flowed the other way." Francis raised his eyebrows, and she nodded, her expression grave. "Tom said that Lady Mary Buckley was in the kennel office yesterday afternoon asking a lot of questions, which Stephen, being Stephen, answered, right down to the henbane. He thought he was being clever. But that means Mary is either the killer or the next victim." With that, she shook out her skirts and left. 24. Trumpet marched back to the stable yard. She was glad Mr. Bacon's friend could be crossed off the list, but now she was worried about this Pierre Rondeau. He must be on the quest, one of the huntsmen scouting the woods with the scent hound in search of the largest stag. Like Tom, who wouldn't know to be on his guard against him. She also wanted to keep an eye on Mary, which shouldn't be too hard since the lady was just now riding out of the huge stable with the Bridges sisters. Trumpet could tell by the things Tom hadn't said that Mary had flirted with him for all she was worth. She wouldn't be able to get close to him during the chase, but afterward, during the elaborate hunt breakfast, she might slip something into his cup while his attention was diverted. Not with Trumpet sticking to her like a pasted proclamation. She strode into a sea of barely contained confusion, with gentlemen and ladies coming in on foot and going out on horseback. A dozen stablemen and boys scurried around to effect the transformation. To her surprise, the sea of people parted as she was recognized. Hats came off, curtsies were dropped, and voice after voice said, "Good morning, my lady." She reckoned she'd become 10 times more important in the 5 days since her wedding. Too bad she hadn't grown a few inches in the bargain. The head of the stables hurried up to serve her. "Your horse awaits, my lady. Your husband's servant told us to expect you." Stephen must be afield already. He was hosting the gathering, the early breakfast at which the most devoted hunters met to decide which stag to pursue. She let the stableman assist her in mounting. Like most women hunters, she'd worn long linen drawers under her skirts with a bum roll instead of a farthingale, preferring to ride astride. She refused the offer of a groom to accompany her and manoeuvred deftly through the milling horses and people in the stable yard. She walked her mare, Callisto, at a seemly pace up toward Richmond Green, keeping Mary in view. She didn't want to ride with that group. She didn't trust herself not to make veiled remarks, warning the Bridges girls that their new friend might be a poisoner. As she turned onto the lane running along the palace wall, she saw Penelope Rich and Bess Throckmorton riding together. Then she said to her companions, "I see you ladies chose not to participate in the gathering. I'm sure all the lords are there." Penelope rolled her eyes. Rise an hour before dawn to have a crude breakfast with an assortment of deer turds scattered among the plates. She fluttered her lashes while shaking her head. "We'll leave that to the men." "I like riding in good company on a summer day," Bess said, "but I've rather neglected the art of deducing which stag is the largest by a contemplation of its shit." "Our educations are sadly lacking," Trumpet agreed. They all laughed. She let a small silence follow, then said, "Speaking of men, 2, whom I won't name, have been fully absolved. They are no longer the subject of inquiry." "The men?" Penelope asked. "But not the women?" Trumpet offered them a sphinx-like smile. "Soon, perhaps. These things take time." She saw Mary and the Bridges picking up their paces as they reached the open field beyond the tents. "And now Callisto wants her gallop. Good hunting, my ladies." She squeezed her legs and gave Callisto a light kick with her heels to set her into a trot. They left the last cottages behind and entered the grassy park, moving smoothly into a canter. The women ahead were riding at about the same speed, maintaining the distance between them, but Trumpet had no desire to catch up. They were all going in the same direction, to the gathering tent, a mile or so away. The members of the field would assemble there to await the horns calling them to the chase. But it was glorious to be out in the open air, with the fresh wind blowing away the last dregs of sleep, and her horse driving her strong legs into the springy turf, propelling them up the gentle slope. When they reached the crest of the first hill and started down the other side, Callisto kicked a little, twisting to one side. "What's wrong with you today, sweetling?" Trumpet patted her neck again. "We've both got stiff parts that need working out, I guess." Horns started sounding. The stag had been unharboured, and the chase had begun. Elizabeth Bridges, many yards ahead, looked over her shoulder and waved at Trumpet. "Hello!" "Hello!" Trumpet called back. "Can you see the flags?" Elizabeth pointed to the left, where trees rose at the edge of the greensward. The 3 of them cantered off in that direction. Trumpet squeezed her legs, asking Callisto for a little more speed for the last stretch. She spotted the ditch only moments before her mare did and kept her hands low, wanting the horse to leap over it. She grunt, a sound of pain. Then she reared up, slammed her forelegs down and kicked up her hind legs. Trumpet held on for dear life, but her mare had gone mad. She seemed determined to throw her rider off her back. She succeeded. Another buck, and Trumpet's feet slipped out of the stirrups. When Callisto reared up again, Trumpet flew off the saddle into the air, landing with a thump and rolling, legs tangling in her skirts, burying her nose in the dirt. When the horns started blowing, Tom began jogging 2 paces behind Mr. Lacey, who was holding Guinevere's lead. They had the advantage because the assembly had chosen their stag as the best of the lot. Gwen already knew full well the scent of her prey. The running hounds had flushed him from his covert. Now their job was to keep up with him. Tom had every confidence in Gwen's nose. She seemed able to guess what ruse the beast would try next, doubling back to leap to one side, splashing through a stream, or even running through a small herd of roe deer to confuse his trail. The mighty stag was cunning, and he knew his forest better than his pursuers, but Gwen had the implacable certitude of an exceptional hound. He'd never known a less distractible dog. He didn't even mind being afoot instead of astride. A man could run down a deer given time, and the hunt could only go forward as fast as a hound could run. Besides, it was fun being out front, the host of lords and ladies behind him, including the Queen, who had ridden up just as the masters reached their final decision. She had viewed each clump of deer droppings herself and listened to each huntsman's report. Then she had graciously accepted the judgment of the assembly and declared that the hunt should begin. Tom loved every minute of this morning, even the chilly mist that had greeted him as he'd left his snug chamber. The baying of the hounds, the music of the horns, the occasional shout from one of the other hunters. Pure glory. Mr. Lacey had explained to him that the hunt, par force de chien, by strength of hounds, was the perfect marriage of the physical, the spiritual, and the intellectual. The wily stag tried every trick he had, leading them up hills and into dales, crashing through thick bracken, racing across grassy glades. Tom's legs were wet to his thighs, and his shirt was soaked with sweat. But he wasn't tired. Who could be tired on such a thrilling chase? Finally, the stag began to falter. They nearly had him for a minute. 6 hounds leapt in to snap at his heels. But he gathered his strength and bounded away, only to be trapped by a jumble of fallen logs. Then he turned to face his opponents, the fire of gallantry in his black eyes. Tom and Lacey stepped aside with Gwen. Her work was done. 6 lurchers ran forward to bark and feint with snapping jaws. The stag lowered his head to fend them off with his weighty, sharp-pointed antlers. He could not escape the dogs, but they were wise enough not to attack him. The beast and said, "Well run, Sir Stag." She regarded her knights with a teasing smile on her lips, and then made her decision. "I choose you, Sir Charles, to deliver the killing blow. May you honour this valiant beast with the sword, rather than slay him with a bolt, as if he were merely a common brute." No wonder the people adored her. Tom worshipped her at this moment. One day, perhaps, he would be the chosen knight. Stephen knelt and presented the sword. Sir Charles drew it from its scabbard and performed the deed, bravely darting between the stag's slicing hooves to run the blade straight through its breast. The stag cried out and fell to the ground. The huntsmen called off their dogs. Their turn would come. Then Stephen opened a leather case of knives and presented them to Sir Walter. He and 2 other lords tied back their sleeves and began respectfully dismembering the corpse. Everything must be done in the proper order, with the proper tools, in the proper way. The hounds were now rewarded with bread mixed with blood. Guinevere and Lancelot, who had done the best work, each received a portion of the liver. And then it was done. The hunt was over. Horns sounded again, calling the followers in the field to the pavilion for breakfast. This would be a feast of many courses, not a hunk of bread and a mug of ale, which is all Tom had consumed that morning. After 3 hours of running through the forest, he was ready for a real meal. "What do we do now?" he asked Mr. Lacey. "Now you go join your friends at the breakfast. The lads and I will take the dogs back. They've earned their keep today, wouldn't you say?" "They are the finest hunting dogs I have ever known," Tom said, "and I've seldom had a better human companion either, if you don't mind my saying so." The grin on Lacey's amiable face was answer enough. Tom left him to manage the dogs and followed the ambling riders toward the tent, which had been decorated with pennants and coloured cloths since the early morning. The Queen sat at her ease in the centre of the upper table, with Sir Walter on one side and Stephen on the other. Stephen had one elbow on the table, supporting his cheek with his hand, as he gave Her Majesty his rapt attention. He didn't notice Tom. Tom swept off his hat and bowed, in case anyone was looking. Then he grabbed a fistful of raisin buns and stood beside the entrance, watching people come in and sit down. He'd expected to see Trumpet among the other riders at the finish, distinctive in her green garb atop her neat black and white jennet. Where was she? Not in here. He went outside and made a full circuit around the tent, and then on around the tented offices of easement set up 30 feet away. No Trumpet, and not much of anyone else either, apart from servants in palace livery. Everyone was hungry. They had planned to meet at the feast and decide if it was worth the risk to slip off to that guardsman's hut. Tom would kill him. He wouldn't wait for the law to work its tedious course. He went back inside and scanned the crowd. He saw Bess Throckmorton sitting near the end of one long table. Grabbing a pitcher from a waiter, he went over to fill her cup. "Have you seen Lady Dorchester?" she said. Not since this morning. She rode with us, just long enough to tell us your list is shorter by 2. She gave him a sly smile, but he didn't care about that right now. Where did she go next? Mrs. Throckmorton shrugged. She said her horse wanted a gallop, and off she went. Didn't you see her during the chase? No, now that you mention it. But this isn't a good time for you two, you know. The woods around here will be swarming with lovers. Thanks for the warning. Tom left the picture on the table and went outside. Maybe Trumpet had mixed things up and was waiting for him at the place with the view. They'd have to start there to find that hut anyway. He took the time to down a pint of ale and devour 2 pork pies, perched at the end of the bench nearest the entrance. Several men passing by clapped him on the shoulders and said, "Fine hunt! What a dog you had!" He mumbled short answers with his mouth full. He didn't want to waste time, but he needed food. He gulped down the last of his hasty meal and left, making as straight a path as he could toward the ledge overlooking the river. He was worried. Trumpet had started the hunt, but not finished it. What could have happened to her? When he reached the ridge with the exceptional view, he saw Mary Buckley standing near the edge with her hands on her hips, looking down. A horse, not Trumpet's, was tied to a low branch a few yards away. "Oi!" Tom called, not caring about the rudeness. "What are you doing here?" "Mr. Clarity, thank God you're here. I thought I heard a voice down there." She pointed down into the void. "Someone crying, I think." "Lady Dorchester?" Tom closed the distance between them in 3 swift steps. "What have you done to her?" "Nothing I wouldn't do to you. You're very inquisitive, aren't you? Both of you." "What do you mean? Nothing you wouldn't do to me?" Tom glared at her, and then went to peer over the edge himself. "Trumpet!" he called. Then he felt hands on his back, thrusting him forward, and he was falling into the empty air. 25. Tom tried to curl himself into a ball as he fell, hoping to land on the meaty part of his upper back. Then he crashed into the top layer of trees, branches tearing at him, breaking under him, snagging his arms and twisting him sideways. He couldn't protect himself. He hit something solid, some log or stone that shifted on impact and started rolling him with it, helpless, arms and legs flailing, more debris rolling over him until he hit the ground, grinding his face into flinty gravel. He tried to cover his head with both hands as rocks and branches bounced over him. He screamed as a massive trunk landed on his right leg with a crack. He fainted. A while later, not long, he thought, he woke and lifted his face from the leaf-littered scree. He couldn't see anything but thick undergrowth, some of it rooted on the steep slope, but also the tops of trees rising up from the base of the slope somewhere below him. He had no sense of how far down he'd have to crawl, but once he reached the bottom, he could aim for the river. Someone would see him and come to help. He hoped his leg wasn't broken. Maybe that cracking sound had been a branch. Either way, he had to drag himself out from under that log. He pressed his palms into the dirt, took a deep breath, and pulled. Pain lanced up his leg, and he roared into the brush. He lay flat, gasping until the worst subsided, then tried again. This time he fainted. He woke again and assessed his predicament. He'd made a lot of noise with the crashing and the screaming, but no one had shouted down to him, or up, though he didn't think there was much below except a grassy stretch along the riverbank. But people did use the path across the top of the ridge sometimes. Not so much today, perhaps, with the hunting party going the other way to ride back to the palace. He wouldn't be out here long, though. Trumpet would find him. She'd move heaven and earth once she realised he hadn't returned from the hunt. She'd go to the kennels to ask Mr. Lacey, and he would say, "Let's get out the dogs." Guinevere could sniff him out even if he'd fallen all the way down to the Antipodes. But wait, what had that bitch Mary said? "Nothing I wouldn't do to you." Had she served Trumpet the same trick? She could be lying somewhere near him, injured, fainted, or worse. He rose up on his elbows. It would help if he could pull his leg out and crawl down toward the river, but the pain was too great. He just kept fainting. Maybe he could find a long branch within reach and push it behind him to lever up the trunk enough to roll it off. A possibility, but the prospect of that much effort made him feel exhausted. He'd spent the morning trotting after an eager hound, and this disaster had sapped what strength he had left. He'd rest for a while, and then muster himself for another big push. He cushioned his face on his crossed arms, and summoned a vision of Trumpet in a simple dress, sitting on a backed stool by a glowing hearth, with a blue-eyed baby in her arms. She'd name him William, after her father, and Stephen's father, as luck would have it. He'd grow up to be the 9th Earl of Dorchester. The second one would be Nathaniel, after her uncle. He was something of a scoundrel, but then so was her father. The third one could be Thomas. There must be a man by that name somewhere in her family tree. He pushed away the thought that there would never be a Nat or a Tom if he died here under this log, and focused on her heart-shaped face and her Cupid's bow lips as she crooned a lullaby to his son. "Where were you?" Stephen asked Trumpet. He stood on the threshold of her bedchamber, knowing better than to enter, but leaning on the door-frame so his men wouldn't think he was afraid of his own wife. "I didn't see you at the breakfast." "I fell off my horse and had to walk back." True enough, as far as it went. It would only confuse him to mention the huge, bristly teasel the stableman had found under poor Callisto's saddle. No wonder she'd balked at that ditch. The stableman had promised extra oats and a soothing liniment. As he'd pocketed her shilling, he'd also promised to keep the teasel under his hat until she spoke with him again. "Fell off your horse? I thought you could ride." Stephen sounded a little tipsy. He also sounded very pleased with himself. "You should have been there, Alice, watching Her Majesty address the stag." He patted himself on the chest, his eyes shining. "I handed Sir Charles the sword he used to slay the beast. That was the most thrilling moment in my life." "I'm glad it went well." She meant it. A happy earl was a biddable earl. "Where is Mr. Clarity? Isn't he with you?" "Tom? No, he went with the dogs. It was his hound that found the best stag. Those French hounds are something to watch, I don't mind telling you." He kept a hand on the jam, but leaned in to offer his newfound morsel of wisdom. "Now I know the true meaning of the word dogged." She laughed weakly. "Did the doggies get to partake of the breakfast?" "No, silly. They get their rewards at the kill when the carcass is butchered. It's all very formal, very correct. Then I suppose they went back to their kennels." She couldn't push any harder without arousing his suspicions. Tom must have come back and fallen asleep in his own room. Stephen yawned rudely, stretching out both arms. "I'm dog-weary." He waited for another laugh, but she didn't oblige. He took the hint. "I've earned a nap. In fact, I may sleep till supper-time." "Rest well, my lord." Trumpet waited until he'd closed his door across the anteroom, then tilted her head to bid Catalina to close theirs. "He would have mentioned it if Tom had been at the breakfast, don't you think?" Her gypsy maidservant shook her head. "He does not think of Tom, my lady, unless he desires for him to do something." "True." Trumpet tapped her foot on the rush-strewn floor and poked at the remains of the light dinner they'd taken here in their room. "I'm feeling much better. In fact, I'm restless. Let's go look for him." Catalina frowned at her. "Let me try your bump. I'm not sure you should strain yourself so soon." Trumpet had hit her head on the grassy turf when Callisto bucked her out of the saddle. She'd blanked out for a second or two, she thought. Her head ached a little, and it hurt under Catalina's probing fingers, but otherwise she felt fine. "I won't strain myself. I'm sure Tom is tired too. I just want to see him, that's all." She had an odd sort of jangly sensation in the pit of her stomach. They'd arranged to meet at the breakfast and see about slipping off to find that little hut again. But she hadn't been there, obviously. So where was he? They put on their shoes, tucked their hair into coifs, and went out. Trumpet had adopted the habit of nodding imperiously at the two retainers who followed Stephen around. They would touch their hats and give her a look that said they knew she was up to something, but it wasn't worth their jobs to find out what. One of these days she'd have to start paying them, or have them replaced with her own men. They stopped at the kennel office first. Empty. Then they went around to Tom's room and knocked on the door. No answer. Trumpet called his name twice. "Pick the lock," she said, and Catalina pulled out the leather case of tools she carried tied under her skirts. In half a minute they were inside. No Tom. A quick inspection told Trumpet that he hadn't even come back and changed clothes. She stood in the humble chamber she loved best in all the world, chewing her lip, that jangly feeling in her gut growing stronger. "Let's see if the hounds are back." They went down the stairs and whistled into the kennel. "Guinevere," Trumpet crooned. Both dogs emerged, looking sleepy but willing to have their ears ruffled. "Where's Tom, my pretties?" They wagged their tails at the sound of his name, but had no insights to offer. "This is bad," she said to her maidservant. Catalina nodded, her face grim. "Let us ask their master what he may know." They asked the few men they met in the kennel yard, and got the same answer from each one. "Everyone's having a rest, my lady. They was all up before dawn." No one had seen Tom, but one of them had seen Mr. Lacey bringing the French hounds back. They finally tracked the man to the small alehouse where she'd found Mr. Bacon that morning. Lacey hadn't seen Tom since the kill. He'd sent him along to join the other gentlefolk at the breakfast. He didn't seem much surprised at her questions. He seemed to think she was an admirer who had lost the contest for Tom's affections, but couldn't bring herself to let go. Trumpet couldn't explain more without risking their secret. But the alehouse garden reminded her of one person to whom she could explain the problem fully, including her jangling gut. Francis Bacon. The sun was hot on their shoulders as they walked across the barren great court to the odd building near the gatehouse where Bacon had his room. They found him napping as well. Trumpet was beginning to feel as if the whole palace had fallen under an enchantment. Maybe she'd find Tom propped in some corner of the garden or the hall, snoring peacefully away. "Tom's missing," she said without preamble as Pinnock let her in. Bacon frowned. "Where was he last seen?" She could have kissed him for not doubting her. Almost. "At the killing of the stag. The kennel master told him to go on to the breakfast. Stephen didn't mention him being there, and I think he would have." "Not necessarily," Bacon said. "I hear the Queen attended the hunt breakfast. If she did, Stephen would have been seated next to her. She tends to command one's full attention. He might not have noticed Tom, even if he had been there." "That's what Catalina said." Trumpet ignored their exchange of knowing looks. She told Bacon about the teasel under her saddle and the missed appointment. He wasted no time on queries about her fitness, since she was obviously well enough to be up walking around, and agreed that Tom would not go off to some other task or sport without assuring himself that she was all right. "He'd want to pay you back for making him look for you, at the very least." "Precisely," Trumpet said. "So where is he?" "No, I know you don't know. What I mean is, how do we find him? That teasel didn't get under my saddle by accident. What if Mary or Pierre Rondeau did something like that to Tom?" Bacon agreed that the matter required immediate attention. He offered to ask around to see if anyone had seen Tom since the hunters returned. He had every right to search for his own clerk, so that would not provoke questions. Trumpet wanted to go straight back to the breakfast tent. "I have a quicker method in mind." She led the way back to her old room at the top of the gentlewoman's house, hoping she'd meet Lady Mary on the stairs so she could push her down them. That reckoning would come, but not yet. First, she had to rescue Tom. She barged in and shook Bess awake while Catalina dealt with Maud. "Get up! Tom is missing. He may be hurt. I need you to fetch Sir Walter for me." "Nobody fetches Walter." Bess sat up, rubbing her face with one hand. "What time is it?" 1:15. "He's been out there for hours, alone and injured, probably." "Almost certainly. Her gut jangled like a band of drunken waits. "I need Sir Walter to organise a rescue party, and I need him personally to come with me in case Tom has to be carried out of some... Tears sprang into her eyes, pushed out by the suffocating terror filling her chest. She grabbed Bess by the shoulders and shook her. "Tom's in trouble, damn you! Get to the kennels. We're bringing those French bloodhounds." Mr. Lacey held out one of Tom's shirts for the hounds to smell. They buried their big noses in it, wagging their long bodies with pleasure. Catalina had conjured the shirt from Tom's room while they waited for the others, though they hadn't had long to wait. Bess found Walter in the library with Sir Charles, studying a plan of the Low Countries. Seasoned campaigners, it would appear, did not take naps. They also didn't stand around asking questions, which could be as easily asked afoot. In half an hour, the party had left the palace grounds, taking different routes to be less conspicuous, meeting up again on the grassy track Trumpet had ridden that morning. Lacey suggested they start at the breakfast pavilion, reasoning that the hounds hadn't been there with Tom, so they could avoid retracing the whole chase. He told them, "Shesh!" and they were off, noses to the ground, an eager look on their homely faces. They snuffled everywhere inside and outside the tent, marks to signal their discovery. "He must be down there," Lacey said, and a weird keening sound emerged from Trumpet's throat. Bess gripped her hand. Sir Walter and Sir Charles joined Lacey and the dogs at the edge, bending to look down with their hands on their thighs. Sir Charles stood up and cupped his hands around his mouth to call. "Clarity! Are you down there? Thomas Clarity?" No answer. Trumpet's mouth turned down as silent, gulping sobs broke from her chest. The men took a few steps back to make their plan. "I think I can manage it," Sir Walter said. "I've climbed many a cliff on many a coast. Cleaner rock faces, but this isn't all that steep if you're prepared for the descent. That loose scree will give me something to dig my toes into, and I can cling to branches as I get to the brush. The rest of you go around to the bottom as quickly as you can." He took off his hat and doublet, handing them to one of his men. "And he'll get him out and carry him back to the palace in his arms if he has to. He would never leave a man behind, especially not one he respects." "But what if he's dead?" Trumpet whispered. "I don't believe he is." Bess released her. "I mean that, sincerely. I've heard these men talk about their exploits in battle around the dinner table at Essex House. A young man like Tom, strong, fit and agile, is the most durable of God's creatures. You'll see. He may be hurt, but he's alive." Catalina gripped her hand. "That is true, my lady. You would know if he was gone. Your Tom would never leave you." Trumpet met their eyes and nodded, but she couldn't stop thinking, unless he broke his neck. But they had their part to play now too. "Let's go. Let's hurry." It didn't take long to walk down the hill and back along the grassy sward between the wooded slope and the river. It was hard to see the top of the ridge from... "Chester, come up here and help me shift this trunk." One of Raleigh's men, nearly as tall as his master, with a broader chest, started up the slope. He seemed to be swimming through a waterfall of tangled brush. Trumpet kept her eyes on the ripple of tossing branches as he moved. Sir Charles said, "I'll get some boats. It'll be faster and easier on that leg." He strode down to the river. Trumpet stood with the faithful hounds, their full attention riveted on the slope. She heard men shout, "1, 2, heave!" Tom yelled, "God's teeth!" and she laughed, tears streaming down her cheeks. He was alive and still himself. Soon Sir Walter's head emerged from the shrubbery with Tom's round arse right beside it. He hung feet forward from the tall man's shoulder, arms dangling down his back. Sir Walter's man struggled to keep pace and give some support to Tom's injured leg. They brought him down at last and laid him on the ground. Trumpet ran forward to kneel beside him and wrap her hands around his beloved face. "Tom! Tom!" She patted his cheeks. She wanted to see those clear blue eyes. "He's only fainted," Sir Walter said. "A broken leg hurts like the devil at the slightest touch. But it'll heal, never fear." Trumpet grabbed his hand and looked up to hold his gaze. "Anything, Sir Walter, any time, anywhere." He smiled. "Not necessary, but I'll remember it." "Trumpet?" Tom sounded like his normal self, if perhaps a trifle weak. "I'm here." She turned back to him, smiling through her tears. "I knew you'd find me. I wasn't a bit worried." "The dogs found you." She bent forward and kissed him, not caring who saw her. These men already knew that secret anyway. Well, not Mr. Lacey, but he'd proved himself to be their friend. Tom stroked her cheek. They lost a minute in each other's eyes. Then he asked, "What happened to you? You missed the breakfast." This wasn't the time for details. "I fell off my horse." Tom snorted in disbelief. She whispered, "Someone put a burr under my saddle. Were you pushed? Who did it?" "Mary," he whispered back. "I'm such a fool. She made me think you were down there." "She'll pay for this. We'll see her hang." He nodded, then said in a normal voice, "You wouldn't happen to have a jug of beer in your pocket, would you?" Sir Charles strode over to look down at Tom, grunting as if confirming a job well done. "I've got a couple of wherries." The men carried Tom to a waiting boat and laid him in the bottom, lifting out the centre seats to make room. Trumpet, Catalina, and Sir Walter went with him. Sir Charles had commanded 2 more boats to carry the rest, including the dogs. The boatmen recognised the 2 famous knights and were happy to oblige them. They reached the palace in a matter of minutes, rolling swiftly downstream with the outgoing tide. Tom fainted again as they lifted him out, though they tried to be careful. They laid him on the ground again. Mr. Lacey brought the dogs over and let them give him a thorough slurp, which revived him. "Good dogs." His voice was tight with pain. "I'll give 'em a nice treat, never fear," Lacey said. "We'll be going back now." "Lead on." They formed a procession around the litter. People gathered to watch them pass, asking questions. Sir Charles told them a gentleman had slipped on the cliff at Richmond Hill, but alternative rumours started buzzing at once. Tom kept passing in and out of mind, fainting whenever they were forced to tilt his litter to get through a narrow way. He awoke once, and his eyes found Trumpet walking right beside him. He said, "Call the first one William. That's only right. Second can be Nathaniel, if you want. But the third one's Thomas. There must be one somewhere in your tree." "What's he babbling about?" one of the litter-bearers asked. Trumpet said, "He must be dreaming about dogs. He and my lord husband have been debating whether to acquire some of those French hounds." Sir Charles, walking on the other side of the litter, said, "They've proven themselves to be excellent beasts. But who would name a dog William?" 26. Francis leaned halfway out the window at the top of the canted tower, waving at the small procession far below, surrounding a litter carried by 2 liveried servants. In vain. No one could see him up here. He recognised Trumpet and assumed the man on the litter was Tom. The tall man must be Sir Walter. She'd found a way to persuade him to assist her. Wise choice. He climbed down the 122 steps as quickly as he dared. No purpose could be served by slipping and cracking his own head. He hoped Tom wasn't seriously injured, but he had every faith in the man's powers of recuperation. He knew he was alive because he smelled no smoke and had spotted no flames. Francis had questioned a few men in the great hall about Tom's whereabouts, made one circuit of the orchard and gardens, and then abandoned that futile exercise. Tom would never come back and go on about his day after Trumpet missed their tryst. He would go search for her, thereby separating himself from the group and exposing himself to the ruthless and opportunistic killer. He decided that they would take him to the best bedchamber Trumpet had in her command, her own. She'd convinced Stephen it was his idea. It was as good a choice as any, on the ground floor, with adequate windows to keep the room from getting too hot in the afternoon should Tom develop a fever. He caught up with them at the door and waited outside while Tom was transferred to the bed and someone was sent to fetch the palace surgeon. He stood beside Mrs. Throckmorton, who told him how they'd found Tom trapped under a huge log on a steep slope. She didn't say how he had fallen, and Francis didn't ask. The litter-bearers left, along with 2 other men. Stephen's voice sounded through the open windows. "What's going on here? Is that Tom? What's happened to him?" Francis could hear Trumpet's voice, but not her words. He decided to go inside and take a quick look at Tom himself. It wasn't that he was particularly concerned. He just wanted to verify the severity of the man's condition with his own eyes before the surgeon arrived. He wove through the people crowding the anteroom and sidled into the larger chamber. Tom lay in state on a wide bed, propped up on pillows with his legs extended. His shoes and stockings had been removed, revealing a big lump on one shin surrounded by angry red skin. He was awake, chatting with Sir Walter, and seemed well enough, if a shade pale, with tension around the eyes betraying his pain. "How are you?" Francis asked. "Could be worse." Tom mustered a grin. "I seem to have broken my leg. Shouldn't affect my handwriting, though." "Well, that's the important thing." Francis appreciated the lack of drama. "We can arrange some sort of bed desk for you. I've taken several dozen pages of notes on King Henry VII's statutes that ought to be fair copied." Sir Walter chuckled and patted Tom on the shoulder. "Any time you'd like a change of scenery, you know where to find me." He nodded at Francis and left. "Don't worry," Tom said. "I'm not leaving Gray's, but I'm not copying those cursed notes of yours either. I made them up." Francis moved to the head of the bed. "Were you pushed?" "Lady Mary. Go arrest her for me, will you?" "I will. Her accomplice in the French embassy is Pierre Rondeau. He wrote the letter you found in the wall." "That bastard. I knew those hounds had his measure." The surgeon and his bone setter appeared in the doorway. "Everyone out now, please. Allow us to do our work." They began clearing a table to set up their tools. Francis started to pat Tom's shoulder, then thought it might seem odd, since he'd never done such a thing before. But Tom caught his sleeve to pull him back, speaking in a low voice. "That witch hurt Trumpet. Put a burr under her saddle, something like that. Got her thrown from a horse. Make sure she's seen to properly, won't you?" "If she'll let me." Francis managed a stiff smile, but his heart clenched. He might have lost both of these dear friends today. He shook his head as he walked away. Lady Mary appeared to be the usual sort of empty-headed flibbertigibbet so often found among the upper ranks. Well-born young ladies weren't expected to do much more than dress themselves and gossip. And yet she had gotten away with 2 murders and nearly accomplished 2 more, all within the span of a fortnight. She had to be stopped. Francis went out into the anteroom and joined Trumpet on a bench. Stephen leaned in the outer doorway, talking to someone. "Oh, yes, he's one of my oldest friends, not to mention a useful connection. Soon to be a barrister, you know, Gray's Inn. He was injured in the course of executing a confidential matter on my behalf, so it's only right that my lady and I should look after him here." "That's not even a falsehood," Francis said. Trumpet smiled. "Truth is the easiest lie to maintain." Tom screamed in pain, and Trumpet clutched Francis's hand. He froze, not sure what to do, but she released him after only a moment. "Sorry," she said. He shook his head to dismiss the apology. They must have set the bone. He'll feel much better now, once the shock subsides. "Good. Can't I just go drag the lying whore out of her room by her ruff and kick her to death in the great court?" Francis laughed, before the full horror of that image developed in his mind. He willed it away. "We have Tom's testimony about her pushing him off that ledge, but it wouldn't be hard to dispute. He is larger and stronger than that slight lady. Besides, I prefer the clarity of inducing the villain to convict herself. You like devising clever tricks." Francis gave her a remonstrative glare, though he couldn't quite suppress the twitch of a smile. "We take our diversions where we find them, my lady." The next evening, a few minutes before 6 o'clock, Francis crossed the garden to the short tower where the orchard wall met the outer wall. The French ambassador and his staff had taken up residence here. Michel met him at the foot of the stairs. Francis asked, "Is everyone in place?" "They are. Your wounded clerk has the best view." They climbed to the top of the tower, which overlooked the stretch of wall where Pierre Rondeau and Mary Buckley exchanged their letters. Tom sat ensconced in a cushioned armchair with his leg supported in a fracture box. The chair was raised up and angled so he could see better. Trumpet and Stephen stood on either side of him. They'd chosen the best spot between the gaps in the crenellated battlement. Sir Walter and Sir Charles stood at another gap, while Mrs. Throckmorton and Lady Rich shared a farther one. All the suspects had come to witness their vindication. As captain of the guard, Sir Walter would have a further role. "She just left her house," Trumpet said. Tom raised his right thumb at Francis. His colour had improved, though a gauziness in his eyes suggested he'd been given a goodly dose of laudanum to dull his pain. Michel and Francis squeezed in with the ladies and peered down into the orchard. They had devised this ploy yesterday in the alehouse after Trumpet left. Rondeau's handwriting had been enough to convince the ambassador to keep his employee under guard. But Francis believed they needed something more concrete to arrest Lady Mary for treason. Francis knew he didn't have sufficient grounds to accuse her of murder. He had invited Sir Walter to a meeting with the ambassador this morning, where he laid out the whole story of the 2 murders and the 2 attempts. Sir Walter knew most of it, but the ambassador had been thunderstruck. "He will receive no mercy," he had said through who had known her family at the English embassy in Paris. He said the lady liked to discover other people's secrets and would welcome the supplement to her allowance. She both spoke and wrote fluent French. Her task had been to keep a diary of everything she could learn about the people around the Queen and leave it behind the loose brick every few days for Rondeau to collect. Her allowance, along with instructions to seek more information in certain directions, were delivered in the same way. Rondeau had devised a method for signalling the presence of a new diary or purse. Walking through the gallery between the Chapel Royal and the gatehouse, one could easily spot a spray of red carnations placed on top of the wall. That was the main reason for the ladder. The items would always be collected at 6 o'clock, when most of the palace gathered for supper in the hall. Francis and Michel then wrote their own letter, simulating Rondeau's hand. It didn't much matter what it said. The purpose was for Sir Walter and the other witnesses to watch while Mary found a ladder, climbed up to remove the loose brick, took out the letter with a purse full of pennies, replaced the brick, and climbed down. This she did, oblivious to the watchers on the battlement. Mary weighed the purse in one hand, then tucked it in her pocket. She barely glanced at the seal on the letter, imprinted with Rondeau's own ring, before slitting it with her thumbnail. "That skit-brained ninny," Trumpet scoffed. "Why doesn't she just read it out loud while she's standing there waiting to be caught?" "I can tell you what it says." Francis turned toward his assistants. "It says, 'Abandon hope. Your deeds are discovered. Expect immediate reprisal.'" Sir Walter grinned and made a circular motion with one uplifted arm. 3 members of the Queen's Guard burst through the garden gate and took Mary Buckley into custody. She squealed and yammered excuses, then turned her scowling face up to the tower as her accusers cheered and applauded. She'd been caught in the act one last time. Trumpet sighed. "That was almost enough to repay my hours of fear. Almost, but not quite." Stephen summoned 2 of his men to take charge of Tom in his chair and carry him back to bed. "My testimony will be vital to her conviction, don't you think?" Tom grinned. "We could not have reached this successful conclusion without your help, my lord. You did well." Most of the party moved toward the stairs, waiting for Tom to be carried down first. Francis and Michel lingered, leaning with their elbows on the smooth stones of the battlement. The breeze up here was most agreeable. They watched the guards march Lady Mary out of the orchard and into the privy lodgings. She'd be held under lock and key until they could arrange a boat to transfer her and her co-conspirator to the Tower. And there she would live for the short remainder of her life. "If it were not for the tragic loss of those bright young persons," Michel said, "I would find this game of yours most entertaining." Francis shot him a wry smile. "I'll admit I enjoy the intellectual challenge these cases present. But that isn't why I do it. The crime of murder is atrocious, an affront to God, the Queen, and all humanity. I have a moral duty to pursue justice." He shrugged, hearing some arrogance in those words. "You can, therefore you must," Michel interpreted. "I agree. But, if I'm honest, I must confess that I'm a bit disgusted with myself to have been outwitted for so long by that girl. She has the cunning and ruthlessness of a person lacking any moral foundation. What she wants is all that matters. That is hard to anticipate, especially when you are trained to seek more complex motives. I suppose that is true. I must learn from this lesson, then, not to overestimate my opponents in the future." They traded knowing looks, intellectually so much in accord. They enjoyed the breeze and each other's nearness for a while, in silence. Then Michel asked, "What will you do now, mon ami? Will you continue to write advice letters for the ungrateful Cecils?" "One or two, here and there, perhaps. They read to the Queen, sometimes." Francis stared across the orchard, where glossy leaves danced in the evening sun. Then he turned around to lean his back against the warm battlement. "But only one or two, if the subject interests me. When my brother comes home, I'm sure he will be pleased to join me in fostering better understanding between England and France." "That would please me, and my king as well. You will be an essential ally in that effort." Francis turned his head to smile at him. "We'll exchange observations, you and I. And when you go back to France, perhaps you'll lend a hand to Antony's intelligences there from time to time." "I would be honoured to do so, and I will return here whenever I am able. Unlike you, I like to travel." "I like to have guests." "But you will need a new patron, n'est-ce pas? Someone to speak for you, to be your advocate with the Queen, someone who appreciates your unique abilities." Francis thought of the Earl of Essex and the offers of friendship conveyed through his sister. His eyes turned toward the stairs, where only Lady Rich and Sir Charles still waited to go down. She turned toward him, as if sensing his gaze, and smiled. She touched Charles on the arm, gesturing for him to precede her down the stairs, and stood back from the door. Francis straightened up and dusted the front of his doublet. He laid a hand on Michel's shoulder. "You are correct, mon ami. I do need a new patron, and I believe I'll take the first step in that direction right now." Historical notes. Richmond Palace is long gone, so I relied on historical sources and recreations for description and topography. I had to invent the kennels and stables, as well as the alehouse beyond the palace grounds. I also invented the Goat and Compasses in East Moseley, though I'm sure there must have been something like it there, so handy to Hampton Court. You'll find illustrations of Richmond Palace on my blog, www.annacastle.com/pics notes Richmond Palace. I also post mini-biographies of the major characters you've met briefly here, like Sir Walter Raleigh, Sir Charles Blunt, and Lady Penelope Rich. About Sir Walter's last name. He evidently spelled it R-A-L-E-G-H, more often than not. Spelling wasn't fixed in those days, remember. You'd just follow whatever your ear told you at the moment of writing, abbreviating at whim. Our standard orthography took centuries to achieve, and the process didn't begin in earnest until long after Sir Walter's death. Modern historians usually write RALEGH, so I did too in the first book of this series, Murder by Misrule. Since we don't follow a variable spelling policy nowadays, that fixed my choice once and for all. Concerning dogs and men. Putting story above all things, I heavily compressed the offices involved in gamekeeping, dogs, horses and hunting at a royal palace in the Tudor period. We can only have so many characters. I ignored poor Sir Percy Bexel, the master of the leash at that time, who ran the kennels under the authority of the master of the horse, who was then the Earl of Essex, who was in the Low Countries that summer, so his duties would have devolved upon the gentleman of the horse, whose name isn't mentioned anywhere. You comprehend the scope of my problem. There really were masters of the privy buckhounds, however, who provided for a hunting pack overseen by a royal appointee. From 1588, when the Earl of Leicester died, to 1596, the office remained vacant, except in my little world. I assumed this additional master would be assisted by a gentleman, since all the others were. Here are the real people who appeared in this book, including our regular cast, for completeness. Mr. Francis Bacon, Sir Walter Raleigh, Mrs. Bess Throckmorton, Sir Robert Cecil, Sir Charles Blunt, Lady Penelope Rich, Queen Elizabeth I, Monsieur Aymar de Chastes, the French ambassador, and you thought I made up that name. Mrs. Elizabeth Bridges makes a brief appearance late in the book. Lady Dorothy Stafford, Mistress of the Robes. Mr. William Danby, the Queen's coroner, still wearing that sad pink camlet suit from Book 1. Royal Deputy Fiska, an envoy from Lithuania. It's easier to use real people for these walk-on roles than to make them up. Mr. Lacey is a completely fictional person, named after the very real yellow Labrador who sleeps on the rug in my office while I write. She is also a very amiable person who would have taken instantly to Tom and loved chasing wild things around Richmond Park. Alert reader Hadas Kozlowski very kindly wrote to me to point out that Robert Carey, whom I had included as background colour in the wedding scene, could not have in fact been there. He was campaigning with the Earl of Essex at that time. This is what happens when you don't take the trouble to look people up. They sneak off to the Low Countries at the critical moment. Many thanks for Haddas's correction. I'll leave the book the way it is, but be more vigilant in future. Thank you for listening to Let Slip the Dogs, a Francis Bacon mystery by Anna Castle. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please help other people find it by leaving a review. And keep an eye out for the next book in the Francis Bacon mystery series, The Spy Master's Brother. This has been Let Slip the Dogs, a Francis Bacon mystery, written by Anna Castle, narrated by Philip Batley. Copyright 2018 by Anna Castle, production copyright by Anna Castle.